Chapter 959. However, it was still a great help to Long Chen in honing his ability to kill. Especially by collecting the blood essence of this kind of deity-level nether beast, Long Chen could use blood refinement qi to replenish his quintessential qi in battle. Just as Long Chen and Long Chen left, De Gejun came to where they were. Looking at the traces of the battle between Long Chen and the golden-horned blood sharks, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This is bad. How did these two guys get into such big trouble when they just arrived here? These golden-horned blood sharks are nether beasts that live in groups. Moreover, the direction they are heading in." Thinking of this, De Gejun's expression changed. His body flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot, chasing ahead. Long Chen and Yi Xian moved forward for a short distance before Long Chen stopped. Suddenly, Long Chen frowned. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian also felt a thick, bloody and murderous aura emanating from the surroundings. At this moment, in Long Chen's perception, the entire nether blood sea shook. The blood water that soared to the sky danced in the sky. With a loud bang, the entire world was filled with blood water. Long Chen and Yi Xian were both trapped in a small space of blood water. "Break." Yi Xian made a prompt decision and sent out a punch. Suddenly, a huge force was released and the huge force blasted out a huge passage. Yi Xian was a person who could fly. At this moment, he pulled Long Chen along the passage and rushed into the sky. The blood water that soared to the sky caused the entire sea to boil. In this boiling sea, more than 10 golden horns appeared. These horns were exactly the same as the golden-horned blood sharks from before. Obviously, there were more than 10 golden-horned blood sharks around them. How can this be? So many golden-horned blood sharks suddenly appeared. Yi Xian's face revealed a shocked expression. With so many golden-horned blood sharks, even he was a little nervous. Long Chen counted, there were a total of 14 golden-horned blood sharks surrounding them. At this moment, 6 or 7 rays of blood-colored light shot towards Long Chen. This was the effect of the golden-horned blood shark using the power of the seawater to rush into the air and form a flying effect. Even if Yi Xian was in mid-air, he might be killed by so many golden-horned blood sharks. A single golden-horned blood shark was already very troublesome for Long Chen to deal with. In terms of demonic energy, the golden-horned blood shark was similar to a warrior who had just entered the first LV of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was a warrior who had completed the first LV of the divine martial realm. It was still possible for him to deal with a few or even 10 of them. There were a total of 14 terrifying golden-horned blood sharks. This would depend on the ability of Long Chen. Yi Xian originally wanted to pull Long Chen away. But at this moment, he found that not only did Long Chen not leave, but he also displayed the dragon's soul transformation. At the same time, the cold and bloodthirsty divine sword floating blood also appeared in Long Chen's hand and was tightly grasped in his hand. Let's see who can kill more. This is a rare opportunity. With a laugh, Long Chen broke free from Yi Xian's restraint and turned into a golden lightning, descending rapidly. Yi Xian widened his eyes and immediately smiled helplessly. He admitted that Long Chen was a madman. The biggest difference between him and Long Chen was that Long Chen was more ruthless and bold than him. This also made Long Chen more terrifying when he fought with him. Only by constantly breaking through the limits could there be greater progress. The dozen of golden-horned blood sharks in front of him, a first-grade divine realm nether beast, was a limit. Puff. Following closely behind Long Chen, Yi Xian also held the blood-red long saber in his hand. The blood-red long saber was also floating blood. Its overall strength was similar to Long Chen's floating blood saber. The sword was the king of weapons, while the saber was the overlord of weapons. This kind of relationship was like a lion being the king of beasts and a tiger being the overlord of beasts. 2 floating blood sabers appeared at the same time. Long Chen chose to fight recklessly, while Yi Xian also chose to accompany him. When Long Chen descended, there were already 2 golden-horned blood sharks that had leaped out of the deep sea and surrounded Long Chen. From Long Chen's body, they could feel the aura of their dead companion. From this, they could confirm that Long Chen was the enemy who killed the golden-horned blood sharks. They were social animals, and they valued the lives of their companions very much. However, this kind of ferociousness was exactly what Long Chen wanted to face. Generally speaking, at a critical moment of life and death, people could unleash their hidden potential and burst out with even more powerful strength. When the blood-red, jade-like sharp longsword approached the two golden-horned blood sharks, it suddenly spun. In an instant, a huge blood-red vortex formed on the sword. This entire vortex was formed by tiny blood-red sword chi. Because Long Chen's sword soul was a dragon-shaped martial soul, Long Chen was an ancient blood spiritual dragon. The sword chi also contained a kind of majesty that came from an ancient super overlord, causing a strong deterrent force to these golden-horned blood sharks. Chaotic Sword Demon. After the stirring blood-red vortex sword chi enveloped the two golden-horned blood sharks, there was an ear-piercing sound in an instant. This was the sound of the sword chi hitting the golden-horned blood sharks. Long Chen's speed was very fast, so the speed of his sword was also very fast. Under the execution of this move by Long Chen, the golden-horned blood sharks couldn't dodge at all. A blood-red shadow quickly swept past the two golden-horned blood sharks. It could be seen that these two golden-horned blood sharks let out miserable cries. Their bodies were full of bone-deep wounds. At this moment, they were already covered in wounds and were on the verge of death. Long Chen suddenly turned around and retreated. A soaring sword chi slashed down and directly split the two golden-horned blood sharks in half. At the same time, he quickly put away the bodies of the two golden-horned blood sharks. This was because at this moment, Long Chen had almost landed on the surface of the sea, and more golden-horned blood sharks noticed the murderer, Long Chen. They roared angrily at Long Chen. At this moment, there were a total of 3 golden rays aimed at Long Chen. On the golden horns of the 3 golden-horned blood sharks, there were golden runes rotating. A huge amount of power was accumulated on their horns, and they were ready to use a fatal blow on Long Chen. However, Long Chen was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he revealed an excited look. Looking back, Yi Xian was holding the floating blood sword in his hand. He had already used Zhanlong and killed 2 golden-horned blood sharks directly. It seemed that they felt that Yi Xian was even more powerful. 6 of the remaining 10 golden-horned blood sharks charged towards Yi Xian. On Long Chen's side, there were a total of 4 golden-horned blood sharks. 3 of them had already launched an attack on Long Chen, while the other one used its super strong physical strength and dashed towards Long Chen. It opened its bloody mouth and a nauseating stench appeared. Its sharp teeth were obviously going to tear Long Chen in half. At this moment, Long Chen had a plan. He did not retreat, but directly rushed towards the golden-horned blood shark that was preparing to bite him. The floating blood sword in his hands suddenly slashed down. Because Long Chen had used Zhanlong before, it had left a deep impression on the golden-horned blood sharks, so the golden-horned blood shark subconsciously dodged. With your intelligence, you want to fight with me? Long Chen laughed in his heart. This was just a feint. When the golden-horned blood shark dodged, he suddenly accelerated and turned into a golden bolt of lightning. He instantly rushed to the side of the golden-horned blood shark. His hands were claws that clasped the body of the golden-horned blood shark tightly. The sharp claws directly pierced into the body of the golden-horned blood shark and dug out a large piece of flesh. Therefore, Long Chen was also glued to the body of the golden-horned blood shark. Hiss! The golden-horned blood shark let out a cry of pain. It frantically shook its body, trying to throw Long Chen off its body. At this moment, it still did not know Long Chen's purpose. At this moment, the other 3 golden-horned blood sharks finally charged towards Long Chen with the golden blazing light pillars that they had accumulated for a long time. They had to release the power that they had accumulated. Otherwise, the huge power would probably cause them to explode. Rumble. With 3 consecutive explosions, the golden light pillars lit up the entire nether blood sea. In the gray sky with the color of blood, 3 blazing golden light pillars shot towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen had just clasped onto the body of another golden-horned blood shark. Turn. Under Long Chen's control, the golden-horned blood shark was in great pain. It quickly turned its body and blocked Long Chen, becoming Long Chen's shield. Many thanks. Long Chen laughed out loud. With a push of his feet, he turned into a golden lightning bolt and escaped at the fastest speed possible. As for that golden-horned blood shark, because of the attacks of its 3 partners, it was vaporized into ashes in a very short period of time. It was dead. At the same time, a lot of the Nether Blood Sea's seawater also disappeared. A huge cloud of steam formed, blurring everyone's vision. This was a great opportunity. After the other party finished casting its ultimate skill, Long Chen's golden lightning formed an arc and quickly approached the 3 golden-horned blood sharks that were shrouded in mist. Zhan Long, another golden-horned blood shark, was put into the Great Void Realm by Long Chen. When Long Chen was ready to kill the remaining 2 golden-horned blood sharks and then help Yi Xian, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. This aura was 100 times more terrifying than the golden-horned blood shark in front of him. It was a power that Long Chen could not resist at all. It directly told him that he had to escape quickly. Otherwise, he and Yi Xian would both die in this place. Go. With Yi Xian here, Long Chen could not use the blood escape for a while. After all, he could not leave his brother alone. Turning into a golden lightning bolt, Long Chen rushed towards Yi Xian. He did not need to say much. He was sure that Yi Xian also knew that danger was approaching. Chapter 960. At this moment, the mist caused by the battle had completely dissipated, and Long Chen's vision became clear. Those golden-horned blood sharks gathered 50 meters in front of him, looking in a certain direction. In their eyes, there was a kind of worship mentality. Not good, there must be a stronger nether beast appearing. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat as this thought appeared in his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian also came in the direction of Long Chen. His expression was also somewhat anxious. It was obvious that he had also realized that an even more terrifying danger was approaching. This kind of danger was much more terrifying than the danger of the dozen golden-horned blood sharks. This kind of danger could instantly take Long Chen's life. Just before Yi Xian got close, Long Chen felt an incomparably huge soul fluctuation in the direction where the golden-horned blood sharks were worshipping. A suffocating aura was released unscrupulously, making people feel terrified. At this moment, as if it was very normal, a small shark that was about 1.5 meters long surfaced from the sea. This was a small silver shark. Other than the silver color of its body being different from the blood color of the golden-horned blood sharks, it also had a golden horn. Golden-horned silver shark. Yi Xian shouted this name in shock. This is one of the legendary overlords of the Nether Blood Sea. I didn't expect it to really exist. The golden-horned silver shark is a supreme king born from the golden-horned blood sharks. Its strength is at the 3rd grade of the divine level. A 3rd grade divine level nether beast. In other words, this cute golden-horned silver shark that was only 1.5 meters long was a warrior of the netherworld general level. A warrior of this level could simply kill Long Chen and Yi Xian in an instant. In front of this golden-horned silver shark, Long Chen and Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. In an instant, their faces turned extremely pale. The people of the Netherworld army could only guess the existence of the golden-horned blood shark. If they were sure of its existence, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have provoked the golden-horned blood shark from before. In the end, this super overlord of the Netherworld Blood Sea was drawn out. Looking at the current situation, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Long Chen wasn't as nervous as Yi Xian. His face was deathly pale because he knew that Duge Jun was nearby. Duge Jun was heading towards Long Chen at an astonishing speed. In a very short period of time, Duge Jun would arrive. At this moment, the golden horn and silver shark was already looking at Long Chen and Yi Xian. its two silver eyes were full of silent deterrence. This golden horn and silver shark might look cute, but when it looked at its eyes, even Long Chen felt a kind of fear deep in his soul. It wasn't just fear, it was terror. This golden horn and silver shark was definitely the most terrifying demonic beast that Long Chen had ever seen. Such a demonic beast had definitely existed for thousands of years. It was definitely an old monster. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached Long Chen's side. Long Chen was prepared to let him enter the Great Void Realm, but it was already too late. A silver halo suddenly appeared in the eyes of the golden horn and silver shark, heading towards the direction of Long Chen and Yi Xian. Although it was very slow, but Long Chen and Yi Xian had a feeling of being completely imprisoned, unable to move at all. Death was so close to the two of them. Yi Xian. Duge Jun's voice was mournful. The turbulence of the seawater was caused by the rage of the golden horn and silver shark. When Duge Jun appeared, the golden horn and silver shark focused its attention on Duge Jun, who was at the same level as it, and poured its anger onto Duge Jun. In this urgent situation, Duge Jun originally wanted to let Long Chen and Yi Xian escape from danger first, while he fought alone. However, he was a step too late. In the crazy turbulence of the seawater, Long Chen and Yi Xian were swept away in a short moment. Duge Jun originally wanted to catch up, but the super overlord of the seawater, the golden horn and silver shark, blocked him. Since they were here, it would not be so easy to leave. The golden horn and silver shark was the super emperor of this sea area. It was not easy to escape from its territory. Although Duge Jun was an expert at the peak of the third level of the divine martial realm and was much stronger than the golden horn and silver shark, the Nether Blood Sea was the territory of the golden horn and silver shark. Naturally, his strength would be greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Yi Xian were swept away by the turbulent seawater. Anyway, I put the child leaf on Yi Xian. With the mother leaf given to me by the city lord, I will definitely be able to catch up with him. I just hope that he can survive when I deal with the golden horn and silver shark. Duge Jun decided to deal with the annoying golden horn and silver shark first, and then look for Yi Xian. When he left the city lord's mansion, Yi Xian gave him a magical leaf. That was the mother leaf. This child leaf and mother leaf were a kind of magical leaf that could sense each other's existence. As long as the distance between the two did not exceed 100,000 miles, they could sense each other. Yi Xian had the child leaf given by his sister. Therefore, although Duge Jun did not know where Yi Xian had gone, when he calmed down, he could look for Yi Xian. Before that, the only thing he had to do was to repel the annoying golden horn and silver shark. Duge Jun's eyes instantly turned cold. When the seawater was turbulent, Long Chen realized what would happen. The entire sea area was under the control of the golden horn and silver shark. With such a huge seawater turbulence, Long Chen could not withstand it. Therefore, at this critical moment, he could only ensure that he and Yi Xian would not be separated. Hold me. He stretched out his hand. As expected, Yi Xian also realized the same thing. Both of them grabbed each other's arms. In the next moment, they were swept to some unknown place in the Nether Blood Sea by the impact of the huge seawater. That huge force simply caused Long Chen and Duge Jun to be bruised and swollen. Their arms that were grabbing each other almost loosened. However, at this critical moment, a person's desire to win was very strong. Without the strength to resist, Long Chen could only endure. After about an hour, the two of them were finally rushed out of the golden horn and silver shark's area of rampage. The surrounding blood-red sea area began to stabilize. A huge wave of water pressure pressed on the two of them. Even with Long Chen's body, it was difficult for him to withstand the huge pressure of the blood water. With great difficulty, the two of them recovered and heaved a sigh of relief. We have reached the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea. Long Chen felt that it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. He realized that his feet were actually stepping on the ground. From this, it could be seen that they had already reached the bottom of the sea. Grandpa Dugu actually followed us. This matter made Yi Xian very surprised. After pondering for a while, he continued, forget it. This time, the two of us were too rash. We didn't understand the horror of this nether blood sea and thought that killing a golden horn blood shark would be fine. Now, we should hurry up and escape from this nether blood sea, then wait for Grandpa Dugu to find us. Long Chen also felt that it should be so. He nodded. At this moment, when the two of them were about to leave, they suddenly realized that there seemed to be a demonic red light not far away. What is that? A refreshing fragrance came from that direction. Smelling this fragrance, the two of them felt a sense of tranquility. Even the fragrance on their bodies seemed to be gradually recovering. Demon blood red lotus. Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. What is it? Long Chen hurriedly asked. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing in this place. Our Yi clan has a red lotus jade pendant. Legend has it that it was formed from a demon blood red lotus. Of course, it's impossible to have two red lotus jade pendants. However, the demon blood red lotus is a divine grade 2 elixir. The lotus seeds formed from the demon blood red lotus can be given to alchemists to refine many kinds of elixirs. They all have great effects. The biggest effect is to increase one's perception and comprehension ability. This is very important. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to take a look. Within a mile, there seemed to be no danger. Let's go and take a look. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly walked over. However, when they got closer, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and said disappointedly, this demon blood red lotus is actually dead. It's impossible for there to be any more lotus seeds. What's left is just a shell. Even if it's just a shell, it still has such a refreshing fragrance. However, Long Chen felt that this demon blood red lotus was a little strange. The two of them continued walking forward. Soon, they arrived above the demon blood red lotus. They could see that this demon blood red lotus was round in shape, with a diameter of about 10 meters. The outer layer was still a demonic red lotus, while the inner layer was dry. Indeed, the precious red lotus seeds were long gone. Let's go. This demon blood red lotus has no value anymore. Yi Xian said helplessly. Chapter 961. At the same time that Long Chen saw the groove, Yi Xian also noticed it. He didn't think that it was the groove of the red lotus jade pendant at first. The shape of this groove seems very familiar. Yi Xian observed it carefully for a while, then clapped his hands and said excitedly, isn't this the shape of the red lotus jade pendant that has been passed down in my family? Why is it here? Long Chen knew that there was a huge seal in the nether blood sea. Countless restrictions formed a seal. The demon blood red lotus in front of him was born at the bottom of the nether blood sea, and there was a groove in the middle of the lotus platform. Didn't this mean that the key to the nether blood sea was in the demon blood red lotus? Without saying anything, Long Chen extended his hand and touched the groove. Suddenly, a gentle red light was emitted from the groove. Long Chen and Yi Xian quickly retreated. The red light from the groove gradually scattered and condensed into dozens of small red words. A majestic power was emitted from these small words. Long Chen and Yi Xian read them word by word. As long as the descendants of Yi Wuxiang hold the red lotus jade pendant, they can open the Godslayer's tomb. After passing through all the checkpoints, they can obtain my inheritance treasure. Reading these words, Long Chen didn't think much of it. After all, he didn't know who Yi Wuxiang and the Godslayer were. However, Yi Xian's expression changed. There was a huge shock on his face. It could be said that this matter was completely out of his expectations and gave him a huge shock. Yi Wuxiang, Yi Clan, Red Lotus Jade Pendant. This information made Yi Xian's brain short-circuit. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is an inherited treasure of your Yi Clan. In other words, this Yi Wuxiang is 100% an ancestor of your Yi Clan. I'm guessing that if you place the red lotus jade pendant into this groove, you will be able to enter the Godslayer's tomb. Long Chen wasn't shocked, and his analysis became much clearer. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face revealed an even more shocked expression. What's going on? This Yi Wuxiang is a very abnormal person. Long Chen asked. Yi Xian nodded and muttered to himself. Yi Wuxiang was the most famous person in the Netherworld Prefecture tens of thousands of years ago. He was the founder of the Netherworld Army, the first Netherworld Emperor. At his peak, he reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth. Even the Lord of the Netherworld Prefecture at that time had to bow down to him. Yi Wuxiang, because he created the killing Tao, was called the Godslayer of his generation. His strength was at the top of the Eastern Royal Region. Even the true Martial Emperor Palace had invited him. This person is simply the strongest person in the history of the Netherworld Prefecture, a legend. He is actually the ancestor of my Yi clan. Yes, our Yi clan has the 7-kill bloodline, and Yi Wuxiang's surname is also Yi. We also inherited the red lotus jade pendant. Obviously, we are related to Yi Wuxiang. I didn't expect Yi Wuxiang to be our ancestor. I have to tell my sister this important news as soon as possible. Brother Chen, let's hurry back to the city lord's mansion of the Ghost City. Long Chen thought about it for a while, then nodded. An expert at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth. Thinking about this, Long Chen was a little shocked. An expert at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm wasn't just an ordinary expert. He was at least one of the top experts in the 3 great imperial domains. The inheritance left by such an expert would attract all the experts of the Netherworld Prefecture. In the entire Eastern Royal Region, there were not many warriors at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. In a place like the Netherworld Prefecture, the strongest warrior was only at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, who had just passed the 9th Heaven Thunder Tribulation. Not only the Netherworld Prefecture, but also the people of Emperor Dong's palace, who heard that Yi Wuxiang's inheritance had appeared, would come to fight for it. Back then, because Yi Wuxiang had killed too many people, he was smashed into pieces by the palace lord of Emperor Dong's void-breaking power, and disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. I didn't expect that he had left a mausoleum in the depths of the Nether Blood Sea. This important news will bring great changes to our Yi clan, so we can't leak it. At the same time, we have to go back and tell my sister this news. After they understood everything, they sat down and were ready to leave. Long Chen also realized the importance of this matter. Of course, he didn't want to covet the inheritance of the Yi clan. After all, it was left to them by their ancestors. However, Yi Xian was Long Chen's brother now, and Yi Xian was Long Chen's master. If there were others who coveted the inheritance of the killing god, he wouldn't be polite. The killing god of the generation, no wonder the whole Nether Blood Sea would burst out such a huge murderous aura. The restriction seal of the Nether Blood Sea was probably set up by the killing god Yi Wuxiang himself. Yi Wuxiang is neither good nor evil. It's hard to tell. He has already killed millions of people, and millions of people died in his hands. However, most of the millions of people were evil. His merits and demerits are not clear even in history. But my sister seems to hate this kind of person. She never thought that such a nature-defying person was the ancestor of our Yi clan. No wonder our Yi clan seems to have a special origin. In the process of leaving, Yi Xian murmured. Long Chen was about to speak, but at this moment, his expression changed greatly again, because he felt that there were a total of 5 super experts that Long Chen couldn't figure out, coming in the direction of the demon blood red lotus at an incomparably fast speed, arriving in an instant. It's Duga Jun and the golden horn and silver shark, causing such a huge commotion. Duga Jun came here. Luckily he didn't notice the demon blood red lotus. Oh no, there's someone beside the demon blood red lotus. The 5 people, who were 5 meters away from Long Chen, were chatting. When they neared, one of them sensed the presence of Long Chen and Yi Xian. In an instant, the 5 experts burst out with a speed that shocked Long Chen, appearing in front of Long Chen and Yi Xian in an instant. The 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, were all middle-aged, and their physiques were different. The only similarity was that they were all wearing the netherworld armor of the netherworld army. With one look, one could tell that it was a very high-level netherworld armor. Most importantly, among these people, there was one person that Long Chen recognized, and that was one of the netherworld generals under Sumo, Su Tian. 5 great netherworld generals. Yi Xian took a step back and sucked in a breath of cold air. He and Long Chen were both in despair, because they realized that under the suppression of these 5 Heaven Realm experts, they were almost unable to move. That's right, Long Chen realized to his dismay that these 5 experts were on the same level as the Golden Horn Blood Shark. Their gazes directly suppressed Long Chen and Yi Xian, rendering them unable to move. Yi Xian was only 3 meters away from Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't get close to him, not even a finger. Yi Xian, Long Chen. Su Tian walked to the front, looked at Long Chen and Yi Xian for a while, then laughed and said, "I didn't expect the 2 of you to come here. What a pity, especially you, Long Chen. That day, when I saw you kick my daughter out of the arena, my heart ached for a long time. Oh, this is City Lord Yi Xian's brother, and this is her new personal disciple. You can wear out iron shoes everywhere, but you found them without any effort." One of the bewitching men covered his mouth and said with a chuckle. At that moment, Long Chen's brain was spinning rapidly. Obviously, these people should have been guarding here for a long time. The 5 generals knew about the existence of the demon blood Red Lotus. This meant that Sumo was sure about the existence of the demon blood Red Lotus and the inheritance of the killing god. Sumo didn't tell Yi Xian about it, but asked the 5 generals to guard here. There must be something fishy about this. The other party didn't seal their mouths, so Long Chen and Yi Xian could only speak. Yi Xian and Long Chen didn't have a good impression of Sumo. At that moment, Yi Xian said, "Why did you seal us? What do you want?" "Oh, you're still in the dark." Su Tian laughed coldly. His appearance was originally tall, skinny and cold. At this moment, when he laughed, it was exceptionally scary. You guys have probably seen the secret of the demon blood Red Lotus. That's right, your Yi clan is the descendant of Yi Wushang. Your Red Lotus jade pendant is also something that can open the killing god's tomb. These are all important things to us. Since you small fries know about it, there's no need for you to continue living. From Su Tian's words, Long Chen and Yi Xian could basically confirm that Sumo was definitely an enemy. The person sent to kill me should be Sumo. At the brink of death, Long Chen and Yi Xian could only calm down and look for a chance to escape. The 5 of them separated and surrounded Long Chen and Yi Xian in the middle. They were discussing how to deal with the 2 of them. They already knew the secret of this place, so they definitely couldn't let them go. That's right. The person who tried to assassinate you was indeed Marshal Mo. Su Tian and the others had completely suppressed Long Chen and Long Chen. They weren't worried at all that Long Chen and Yi Xian could escape. Therefore, the few of them had the intention to tease them. The feeling of solving the conspiracy one by one was very refreshing. Why? Yi Xian gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 962. Yi Xian finally understood what was going on. As for Long Chen, there was no need to even mention him. His brain had always been faster than others. In just an instant, he had understood everything. No wonder I felt that Sumo was very gloomy. It turned out that it was because of the inheritance of the killing god. However, it was not so easy for Master to get his hands on it. As long as Sumo did not reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm, Master would not marry him. He was worried that Master would pass the Red Lotus jade pendant to Yi Xian before that, so he sent people to assassinate Yi Xian. He did not expect that because of me, he would miscalculate again and again. After understanding everything, Long Chen felt even more terrified. This meant that the other party would definitely not let them go again. Yi Xian was still fine. Now that Yi Xian was in their hands and he knew the secret, they would definitely not let him go. So, the other party could imprison Yi Xian and then they could negotiate with Yi Xian. However, Long Chen was different. He had no value. In other words, Long Chen guessed that the other party would kill him first. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a headache. He had to force himself to calm down, otherwise, he would definitely die. After knowing the whole truth, Yi Xian became extremely angry. He looked at the 5 generals of hell with his blood-red eyes and sneered, I see. I did not expect the Su family to have such an idea. I have not liked Sumo for a long time. I did not expect him to not only be a bad person, but an evil bastard. However, my sister is still much stronger than Sumo. As long as Sumo does not reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm, he will not be able to meet my sister. Really? Martial Sumo is a very charming man. No matter how strong a woman is, she will still be ridden by a man in the end. Therefore, the inheritance of the killing god is definitely not far away from martial Mo. Besides, we have you in our hands. Even if things go south in the end, with you as a hostage, with how much Yi Xian loves you, she will definitely take out the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Isn't she the one in charge of the Yi clan? Hearing that he was going to be a hostage, Yi Xian became even more furious. He gritted his teeth and glared at the 5 netherworld generals. Calm down. Long Chen's voice finally calmed him down a little. In fact, Long Chen's scalp was tingling. Our only hope is Dugajun, Long Chen pondered for a while. He knew that Dugajun was definitely looking for them now. Although he didn't know if Dugajun could resist them, he was at least a ray of hope. He had to let Yi Xian know about this. Long Chen was silent, but his spirit-devouring demon eyes were paying attention to every movement around him. As for this person, he should be the young man who ruined General Mo's plans twice. He is truly handsome. I heard that he even defeated Su Shui. Unfortunately, he no longer has any value to us, the young underworld general said with a charming smile. Since that is the case, then kill him. Give his head to my daughter. My daughter will be very happy. Su Tian laughed coldly. Yi Xian panicked and shouted, if you dare, I will not let you get anything. You mean you will commit suicide? The young netherworld general looked at Yi Xian with interest. It doesn't matter if I commit suicide. Anyway, Marshal Mo will have a big plan on the 15th of August. When that time comes. She didn't continue speaking. Instead, she laughed. Every netherworld general was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Long Chen and Yi Xian were just rookies in front of them. These words simply angered Yi Xian to death. Who will do it? I haven't seen blood in a long time, the young netherworld general said. Let me do it. Su Tian stepped forward. As long as he made a move, Long Chen wouldn't have any strength left. Seeing that he was only one step away from the god martial arts realm, could it be that he had to use the blood sacrifice again? If he used the blood escape technique, even if Long Chen had no way to defeat these people, he still had a way to break their bindings and escape from here. Seeing Su Tian approaching, Long Chen was ready. At this moment, Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye sensed the presence of Dugajun. Judging from the path Dugajun was taking, he clearly knew where Long Chen and Yi Xian were. For a martialist at the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, a 5-kilometer distance was covered in an instant. When Long Chen discovered Dugajun, he arrived in front of Long Chen and Yi Xian in less than the blink of an eye. Dugajun's arrival made the hearts of the 5 netherworld generals tense up. Among the 5 of them, one was a warrior at the exceptional LV3 of the divine martial arts realm. The other 4, including Su Tian, were all warriors at the initial LV3 of the divine martial arts realm. The warrior at the exceptional LV3 was as strong as Dugajun, while the other 4 were weaker than Dugajun. After Dugajun arrived, he still didn't understand what was going on. He only knew that the 5 of them had imprisoned Long Chen and Yi Xian, and their faces were filled with killing intent. What do the 5 of you mean by this? From your looks, it seems like you want to attack the people of the city lord residence. Duge Jun guessed when he saw Yi Xian's angry expression. Su Tian and the other four looked at each other and knew that this was not good. Duge Jun was a very difficult character to deal with. This was going to be troublesome. For Yi Xian and Long Chen, Duge Jun was simply a life-saving straw. However, Duge Jun had already broken their imprisonment. Yi Xian hurriedly ran to Duge Jun's side. Before Su Tian and the others could speak, Yi Xian said anxiously, "Grandpa Dugu, there's a shocking secret. Our Yi family is the descendant of the killing god, Yi Wushang. The killing god's tomb is here, and the red lotus jade pendant is the key to opening it. The Su family is trying to seize the inheritance of the killing god, so when we found out about the secret, they wanted to kill me and Long Chen. Time was running out, so Yi Xian had no choice but to keep it short." Duge Jun was also a person who had lived for thousands of years. From Yi Xian's words and the situation just now, he could guess most of the matter in an instant, especially since there was a demon blood red lotus not far from here. Duge Jun was older than everyone present, and he knew more than anyone else. In fact, he had once suspected that the Yi family was a descendant of Yi Wushang, and had heard of similar news. However, that was a long time ago, and now that Yi Xian mentioned it, it proved that this was a possibility. Thinking about how Sumo tried every means to get close to Yi Xian, and if he became the son-in-law of the Yi family, he would be able to obtain part of the rights to the red lotus jade pendant. From this point of view, Duge Jun understood very well that based on the current situation, he and the 5 people in front of him were simply mortal enemies. At the first moment, Duge Jun protected Long Chen and Yi Xian behind him. It was impossible for him to fight 5 people alone, and Duge Jun still had Yi Xian and Long Chen, the 2 burdens, so he was having a headache now. Enough. At this time, one of the 5 underworld generals walked forward. He was also an old man who was about the same age as Duge Jun, and his thick aura was very similar to Duge Jun's. Like Duge Jun, he was also in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, a warrior in the celestial realm. He was the leader of the 5 underworld generals, and he was also a direct descendant of the Su family. In terms of status, he could be considered as Sumo's uncle. Compared to Su Tian, who was a branch family member, his status was much higher. Duge Jun, since you already know, I'll cut to the chase. Su Tian, Qin Li, capture those 2 brats. You must keep Yi Xian alive. The rest of you, follow me to kill Duge Jun. His strength was about the same as Duge Jun's, so it was impossible for him to keep Duge Jun here alone. Grandpa Dugu, hurry up and leave. Tell my sister this news. If you escape, they won't be able to catch up to you, Yi Xian said anxiously. No. Duge Jun's face darkened. He waved his hand and said, I can't leave. You guys go, I'll stop them. The 2 of you, remember, you must hurry back to the city lord residence and tell the city lord about this news. Let's spoil the plans of these unscrupulous people. Then, he looked at the old man among the underworld generals and said, Su Heir, you're my old rival. It's been almost 100 years since we last fought. Today, let me see how much you've improved. As he spoke, Duge Jun spread his arms and laughed mockingly. A strange wave emanated from his body and spread in all directions. The expressions of Su Heir and the others changed instantly. This is his domain of solitude. Do it, Su Heir reminded. In an instant, everyone split up. 3 of them went for Duge Jun, while Su Tian went for Long Chen with a sinister smile. The young woman named Qin Li went for Yi Xian. In this battle between super experts, Long Chen and Yi Xian could not do anything. They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Long Chen truly realized how insignificant he was. In a battle between people who were thousands of years old, his life was at the mercy of others. This made Long Chen very indignant, but there was nothing he could do. Anger had long been brewing in his heart. I'm still so far away. Forget about getting Lingxi, I can't even do something like this with my current strength. I really can't accept this. He was extremely indignant. He could only watch helplessly as the other party trampled on him. At this moment, it was time for an all-out attack. Everything was on the verge of exploding. The two of you, don't move. Although there were people attacking Long Chen and Yi Xian, De Gejun was not in a hurry. With a soft grunt, he spread out his arms. In an instant, a blue ripple spread out, forming a translucent blue ball of light, trapping everyone in it. It's indeed the domain of solitude. When De Gejun used this technique, the other party did not panic at all. Chapter 963. There were only about 5 days left until the 15th of August. Long Chen clearly remembered that they had mentioned that Sumo seemed to have some sort of plan for Yi Xian and the others on the 15th of August. The blue ball of light had a diameter of more than 3 miles, trapping everyone within it. The fact that it could even trap someone like Su Er for 3 days showed how powerful the field of solitude was. It could be said that it was a well-known technique. Only with De Gejun's permission could the people inside truly leave. Long Chen and Yi Xian exchanged glances. Under De Gejun's control, the two of them quickly headed outside. This speed had already exceeded their original speed. De Gejun, you're really getting old. Do you really think that we'll just sit back and watch you send these two little fellows out? We're already familiar with your domain of solitude. Do you think that you'll succeed? Just then, Su Er burst into laughter. Under his instructions, Qin Li and Su Tian took a detour from the side. Given their speed, they should not have been able to catch up to Long Chen. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Both Su Tian and Qin Li held a rope that was glowing with a dark green light in their hands. The Devil's Sealing Rope. Dodge. De Gejun's expression finally changed. He knew that even his field of solitude was within his opponent's calculations. The speed of the Devil's Sealing Rope was definitely able to catch up to the speed at which he sent Long Chen and Yi Xian out. Once he sent them out, he would be able to fight without any worries. However, the problem was that, given the speed of the Devil's Sealing Rope, there was no way that Long Chen and Yi Xian could escape. Amidst Su Tian and Qin Li's sinister laughter, the Devil's Sealing Rope transformed into a long, ferocious green snake that instantly approached Long Chen and Yi Xian. A nauseating stench assaulted them. Yi Xian. Long Chen had wanted to approach Yi Xian, but under De Gejun's control, there was still some distance between him and Yi Xian. At this critical moment, it was too late for Long Chen to rush to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian was closer to Qin Li, so when the Devil's Sealing Rope was shot out, Yi Xian was quickly entangled. Qin Li laughed loudly and dragged Yi Xian in her direction. Under the attack of an expert in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, Long Chen couldn't even take care of himself, let alone save Yi Xian. At this moment, Su Tian was laughing coldly. The Devil's Sealing Rope was incomparably ferocious as it shot towards Long Chen. To Su Tian, Long Chen had no value, so he used the Devil's Sealing Rope to wrap around Long Chen's neck. It seemed that with a gentle twist, he could break Long Chen's neck. At this moment, Long Chen had no choice but to use the blood escape. Whoosh! A bloody light suddenly appeared. Although the Devil's Sealing Rope was very fast, the speed of Long Chen's blood escape was slightly faster than the Devil's Sealing Rope. It was this slight difference that allowed Long Chen to rush out of the blue light ball and out of the field of solitude, while the Devil's Sealing Rope was blocked by the field of solitude. In the end, the Devil's Sealing Rope only managed to trap Yi Xian, while Long Chen successfully escaped. Long Chen was extremely regretful. In fact, he had long wanted to bring Yi Xian into his great void realm. However, throughout the process, he had always been under someone else's control. He couldn't even move, which resulted in the current situation of Yi Xian being kidnapped. Yi Xian. In Long Chen's vision, Yi Xian was already in Qin Li's hands, unable to move. De Gejun's expression changed drastically as he rushed towards Qin Li. However, Su Er was already in front of him, laughing continuously. At that moment, Yi Xian also saw the anxious look on Long Chen's face. He quickly thought of something and shouted, Brother Qin, go back to the city lord's residence. I'll leave the task of telling my sister the news to you. Hurry, Grandpa Dugu is here, and they won't dare to touch me. You have to hurry. Yi Xian was right. He was already trapped, but the other party wouldn't kill him. At most, they would use him as a hostage. However, it was different for Long Chen. If Long Chen stayed here, he would definitely be killed. Therefore, he had to leave. He had to tell Yi Xian the news as soon as possible and ruin their plan. Yi Xian's strength was even stronger than Sumo's. The underworld generals here might be powerful against Long Chen, but against a strong cultivator like Yi Xian, they would still be easily trampled. Young friend Long Chen, the fate of the Yi family is in your hands. Don't worry, I will definitely save Yi Xian. You can leave first. Within the domain of solitude, Dugu Jun pondered for a moment and made his decision. Now that Long Chen had escaped, he could only place all his hopes on Long Chen. A heavy pressure was pressing down on him. All right. Long Chen nodded his head solemnly. Since he had promised, he would definitely do it. This was his promise. For some unknown reason, the few underworld generals didn't seem to be too worried even after Long Chen had escaped. Dugu Jun was a little puzzled about this. August 15th. It seems like there are only 5 days left. By the time this lad returns to the city lord's residence, 10 to 20 days will have passed. By then, the rice will be cooked, and it will be too late. Qin Li held on to Yi Xian and said with a smile. What do you mean? Dugu Jun's expression changed. What do we mean? You should figure it out yourself. Old geezer Dugu, you have lived long enough. I don't believe that the few of us can't kill you. As long as you are dead, this domain of solitude will not be able to hold out any longer. When that time comes, I don't believe that the few of us can't catch up to this lad. Dugu Jun's expression changed again. August 15th. Long Chen and Yi Xian exchanged glances. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at him with a resolute gaze. In his eyes, there was still the glow of trust. Even under such a disadvantageous situation, he believed that Long Chen would definitely be able to complete the mission. Good brother. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he turned and left. Nothing was more important than his brother's trust in him. Even if Long Chen had to give up his life, he would still complete this mission. Su Clan's Netherworld army, wait for my return. Hatred grew in Long Chen's chest, burning fiercely. On the Yi clan's side, one was Long Chen's brother, and the other was his master. He had long integrated with this clan. Now that someone had dared to make a move against them, it was equivalent to touching Long Chen's reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. Right now, there was only one thing in Long Chen's mind, and that was his own mission. I have to rush back to the city lord's mansion before August 15th. But with my current strength, it seems to be very difficult. Even if his speed was extraordinary, if he rushed at full speed, he estimated that it would still take him 10 days. If he wanted to reduce this time by half, the only thing he could rely on was the blood escape technique. However, every time he used the blood escape technique, it would exhaust Long Chen's true yuan. Therefore, he needed to spend some time to replenish his true yuan. If he continued this process, he estimated that he would need another 7 or 8 days to rush back. After all, restoring true yuan was not an easy task. At this time, Long Chen had to race against time. Blood escape technique. After exhausting his strength, Long Chen used the 10-mile blood escape technique. With his current true yuan, the blood escape technique allowed him to cross the 10-mile distance in an instant. Time reversal. Every 1 to 2 days, he could use the time reversal technique. From the start to the end, it took less than 10 breaths of time. After using the time reversal technique for the first time, Long Chen's true yuan instantly recovered to its full state. After recovering to its original state, Long Chen used the blood escape technique again and finally crossed the 10-mile distance. However, for the entire journey, 10 miles was simply a drop in the ocean. This time, Long Chen's true yuan was exhausted. He needed to calm down and restore his true yuan. Fortunately, Long Chen had killed enough golden-horned blood sharks. At this time, he used the blood of the golden-horned blood sharks to refine his true yuan. This process also required a certain amount of time. If this continues, I definitely won't have enough time. With a loud bang, Long Chen punched the ground. At this time, his eyes were already blood-red. I can't disappoint Yi Xian's trust in me. Long Chen could feel that Yi Xian believed in him no matter what. Just like during the martial arts tournament, people thought that Long Chen would not be Su Shue's opponent, but only Yi Xian firmly believed that Long Chen could fight Su Shue. This trust made Long Chen very touched. At the same time, he absolutely could not let Yi Xian down. After completely restoring his true yuan, Long Chen was ready to use blood escape again. This time, he could not use time reversal. Long Chen estimated that there really wasn't enough time. However, the rise and fall of the entire Yi family was now on Long Chen's shoulders. The responsibility he bore was too great, which forced him to stimulate all his potential. It was just that Long Chen's brain was in a very chaotic state. If the distance of blood escape could be increased, it would be great. My current true yuan is no longer comparable to before, but I only moved forward 10 miles. It seems that a large amount of true yuan has been consumed in useless places. If I can gather this part of true yuan, the distance of my blood escape should be able to increase again. In Long Chen's mind, this spirit formed a force of thought. Go. This time, Long Chen used all his strength and used blood escape again. Boom. A blood-red light flew in the direction of the nether battlefield's entrance. How can I increase the distance of blood escape? In the process of advancing at high speed, Long Chen was very eager to think. Chapter 964. As if it could understand Long Chen's meaning, the mysterious dragon jade actually moved again. At that moment, Long Chen's entire body trembled. He felt as if his entire body had been sucked into his own sea of consciousness. On the mysterious dragon jade, streaks of blood vessels were revealed. The red spots of light represented Long Chen's quintessential essence, which was circulating on the mysterious dragon jade. Long Chen didn't even need to memorize the circulation routes, as Long Chen had already completely engraved them in his mind. Such a scene unfolded in front of his eyes. This was a vast and boundless void. Within the billions and billions of miles of territory, there were only twinkling stars. Some of these stars were incomparably huge, blocking out the sky and the sun. Some were spitting out fiery serpents, which were glittering golden fireballs. Some were very deathly still, but faintly revealed a very abnormal gravity. In the billions of miles of territory in the void, a blood-colored light instantly traversed the endless void. This speed simply made Long Chen feel as if time and space had been thrown into disarray. That blood-colored light faintly revealed an aura that made Long Chen have an impulse to kneel down and worship it. Long Chen felt a deep reverence for that blood-colored light. This scene only flashed past Long Chen's eyes quickly. Then, everything returned to normal. At this time, Long Chen was still in the process of using the blood escape technique. Phew. As he revolved the new blood escape technique, Long Chen discovered that although his speed hadn't increased by much, every quintessential essence was used to move forward. For him, it only took a few blinks of an eye. However, the blood escape technique never stopped. In the end, Long Chen discovered that after advancing at least 100 miles, the quintessential essence in his body had finally been completely burned away. It was very tiring. However, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. The range of blood escape has been increased from 5 kilometers to 50 kilometers. With such a range, as long as their speed doesn't exceed the speed of my blood escape, they won't be able to catch me. Especially when I have enough time reversal. When I go crazy, I can travel 200 kilometers with blood escape. Long Chen calculated that in the God martial arts realm, there would be more than 2 levels for each level. For example, although Su Shui and Yi Xian were both in the first level of the God martial arts realm, the Starry Sky realm, there was a big gap between their fighting strength. Similarly, this conversion could be applied to Su Tian and De Gejun. In other words, Su Tian, an expert of the third level of the divine martial arts realm, compared to Long Chen's current strength of the 8th level of the heaven martial arts realm, was simply higher. It was equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the heaven martial arts realm. Even if Long Chen's fighting capacity was equivalent to the first level of the God martial arts realm, there was still a gap of more than 4 levels between him and Su Tian. In the God martial arts realm, there had never been anyone who could surpass 4 levels. Even if it was a sword martial artist who had an outstanding understanding of the way of the sword and was very strong among the same level, they could even surpass 1 level, for example, those who could increase their strength by a dozen times, but it was absolutely impossible for them to surpass 4 levels. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Therefore, even if Long Chen's blood escape had been improved, he was still far away from their speed. If De Gejun hadn't used his magical field of solitude to control them, Long Chen would have been caught by now. Now that the blood escape has been improved, I won't have to worry anymore. If I can break through to the God martial arts realm, then, no matter in any aspect, there will be a huge breakthrough. De Gejun was alone, and Yi Xian was still being held hostage. Long Chen actually knew that De Gejun wouldn't be able to last long against their siege, and Yi Xian would probably be used as a means to threaten Yi Xian. What Long Chen hated the most was being threatened. Now that his new best friend was in the hands of others, his blood started to boil whenever he thought about it. Now that the blood escape has been improved, I can reach the City Lord's mansion in 5 days. Long Chen had risked his life to reach the City Lord's mansion before the 15th of August. A ray of blood-red light pierced through the nether battlefield. The people along the way could only see a ray of blood-red light appearing in the distance. It swept past in an instant and then disappeared. To them, they would think that it was an illusion. 5 days later, Long Chen saw the dark green formation. The 5 underworld generals didn't catch up in the end. Looking back in the direction of the Nether Blood Sea, Long Chen clenched his fists and said, "Yi Xian, wait for me, and Grandpa Dugu." After saying this, Long Chen turned around and entered the formation. The 15th of August was brightly lit. Night had already fallen. Today was the unique light festival of the Serene Hell Mansion. Every household in the Serene Hell main city was extremely joyous. After nightfall, the entire Serene Hell main city was quickly immersed in a sea of lights. Colorful lights could be seen everywhere. Under the control of the talisman masters, all kinds of lights were shining brightly in the silent night sky. In the center of the City Lord's mansion, there was a tall pagoda called the Rainbow Pagoda. The pagoda lived up to its name, especially today. Under the meticulous decorations of the City Lord's mansion, the entire Rainbow Pagoda had become the symbol of the Nether Main City. From far away, the colorful lights of the Rainbow Pagoda could be seen. In the deep of the night, there were still people admiring the light of the Rainbow Pagoda. Countless tiny lights condensed into a huge 7-colored python that coiled around the entire 7-colored exquisite pagoda. The python's head extended all the way to the top of the 7-colored exquisite pagoda, which was more than 1,000 meters in the sky. Of course, this 7-colored python was also constructed by the talisman masters of the City Lord's mansion using talismans and some tricks. The entire night was filled with laughter. This was the busiest day in the Nether Main City. On top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, there were all kinds of programs going on. Laughter was incessant, and children were carrying fireworks and laughing. At the top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, there was a pavilion. Standing there, one could overlook the lights of the entire Nether Main City. From below, one would think that the Rainbow Glass Pagoda was the most beautiful, but from above, one would realize that the sea of colorful lights was the most beautiful and magnificent. At the top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, the wind was stronger, but other than fluttering their clothes, it didn't affect the two people here. A man and a woman. The man was mature and handsome, full of charisma, and the woman was wearing a long dress and had snow-white skin. She looked like a fairy from the legends. Looking at the beautiful scenery below them, both of them stayed silent for a long time. Neither of them spoke. The strong wind blew Yi Xian's long dress, making it flutter in the wind. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, but it still covered her snow-white skin. On her beautiful face, there was no sign of aging. On the path of cultivation, Yi Xian still had a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, in reality, she was still very young. Sumo, who was next to her, was slightly weaker than Yi Xian in terms of potential. He was already walking the path of middle age. In fact, they were about the same age, but it seemed like Sumo was older than Yi Xian. Another year of bright lights. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Ever since we met, we have spent thousands of these festivals together. For cultivators, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. The lights of last year seemed to have been extinguished just yesterday. Hearing Yi Xian speak, Sumo turned around and looked at her for a while. His face showed a quiet gentleness, and there was a kind of doting look in his eyes. Yes, 10 years have passed very quickly. You are still young and beautiful, and your beauty is unparalleled, but I am old. Speaking of this, Sumo shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Yi Xian bit her lips lightly, then let go. She didn't look at Sumo, but said firmly, I am sorry, I have delayed you. It's just that. I cannot break the promise I made. Although it was a joke, we both took it seriously. After so many years, I can only keep going. Otherwise, I will always feel like there is a barrier in my heart that I can't cross. Sumo, is there something wrong with me? Saying these words, Yi Xian was actually struggling in her heart. The man next to her was her childhood sweetheart who had grown up together with her. Her life was filled with his aura. Unfortunately, because of one decision, they had messed around, and they had not been able to get together until now. A long time ago, there was discord between their families. The Su family and the Yi family had always been opposing each other. But now that they were so powerful, if they really wanted to be together, no one would be able to stop them. Especially Yi Xian, who was already the strongest in the Yi family. After listening to her, Sumo shook his head and smiled, I don't blame you. It was my own ambition that tied a dead knot. If I can't get through this, I won't have the face to marry you. Don't think too much about it. Didn't I tell you? I can feel the oblivion wind calamity coming soon. In the last 20 years, I will be able to break through to the same level as you. When saying this, Sumo was full of confidence. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips twitched, an unknown light flashed in her eyes. The night gradually deepened. Su Mo looked at the petite figure beside him, her curves fully revealed. He already felt a little thirsty. He knew that it was not the right time. He calmed himself down and the two of them gradually sat down on the high rooftop. Facing the howling cold wind, they looked down at the dazzling lights below. Suddenly, Yi Xian's face showed a nostalgic expression. Chapter 965. Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. He fell into nostalgia and said, Why do you still remember this? It's been so long that I don't even remember it. If you didn't bring it up, when he spoke of this matter, there was an obvious struggle in Sumo's eyes. Yi Xian didn't look at him. The two of them were sitting 1 meter away from each other. Yi Xian looked down at the lights and continued, Back then, you were already stronger than me, but you gave way to me and let me get the cloud dragon pellet. After that, you were beaten up by the elders of your family. You were so pitiful back then. Yi Xian giggled as she talked about this. The beautiful laughter of a nightingale added a lot of beauty to this night filled with lights. Sumo could only lower his head in guilt and laugh along with Yi Xian. However, it was a bit awkward. He couldn't believe that the difference between him and the current him was so huge. There is one more important thing. Once, I ran away from home and went to the Eastern Royal Palace. I was almost killed there, and it was you who saved me and brought me back from there. This is the most memorable thing in my life. Until now, I still haven't thanked you, but I still remember it in my heart. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have the life I have now." When she finished, Yi Xian looked at the man next to her. Her eyes were already filled with tears. This was the most touching thing in her life. Sumo avoided her eyes. Even though so many years had passed and so many things had happened, Yi Xian was still like a child. Her eyes were still so clear. Sumo, on the other hand, was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would give up everything, including his dignity and future, just because he liked someone. In this world, power and conspiracies had long since washed away his soul into incomparable turbidity. About that, actually, I didn't remember it. It's all in the past. We were good friends back then. Me saving you was the right thing to do. I believe you would have done the same. But, you don't know, because I saved a genius like you, I was punished after I went back. Sumo said emotionally. Punishment. Yi Xian frowned. She didn't know about this. After that, I haven't seen you for half a year. Yeah. Sumo nodded and said, because for that half a year, I was recuperating from my injuries. I was beaten up. Our Su family has always been like this. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Take me for example. When I was young, I was more rebellious, and the punishment was endless. I had my hands and feet broken many times. But now that I'm strong, I've sent those who punished me to hell. Speaking of this, Sumo's face was still calm. Yi Xian shook her head. The Su family's competition rules were indeed much crueler. Especially after Sumo fell in love with a genius from a rival family, he was almost abandoned. All these years, if it wasn't for Sumo's hard work, he wouldn't have been able to stand out from the crowd and achieve what he had today. The two of them chatted about things that had happened in the past. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed hilarious. Yi Xian and Sumo both laughed from time to time. Soon, it was late at night. The night wind was cold and whistling. At this moment, Yi Xian and Sumo had subconsciously moved closer to each other. As they chatted and laughed, Sumo's eyes flashed with struggle, but in the end, he couldn't hide the coldness in his heart. What's wrong with you? You're shaking. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped smiling. She looked at the dark sky in the distance and said. The strong wind blew her hair behind her ears, revealing her pale cheeks. Yeah. Sumo awkwardly moved his body and said, really? The two didn't continue the topic. Sumo smiled and said, it's about time. I'll give you a surprise, how about it? Yi Xian's eyes brightened. She smiled and said, hurry up. Sumo acted mysteriously. He waved his hand, and in the dead silent night sky, a few rumbling noises were heard. Look ahead. Sumo pointed at the night sky in front of them. Yi Xian quickly looked over. Colorful fireworks shot into the night sky and formed a few big words in the sky. Yi Xian, I love you. Behind them, there were two more young men who were named Sumo. This time, there should be millions of people in the spirit city who saw the beautiful fireworks. The big words were bold and simple, just like Sumo's style. Yi Xian was stunned. Suddenly, the fireworks disappeared. But in her heart, she couldn't calm down. Sumo saw that she was deep in thought, so he didn't disturb her. Time passed slowly. Cheers came from below. In fact, in the eyes of the spirit city's residents, Sumo and Yi Xian were a match made in heaven. Sumo knew that this bold move of his would definitely make Yi Xian's heart waver a little. As expected, once Yi Xian wavered a little and accepted him, then he would be able to move on to the most important step, which was the great fragrance of beauty pill. To be honest, all his preparations tonight were for the sake of the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. I still have a gift for you. Sumo stuttered. As long as Yi Xian didn't have her guard up at the beginning, once he took out the beauty pill, opened the box, and broke the pill, the two of them would be immersed in it. Not only Yi Xian, but even Sumo himself would fall into a sea of lust when he smelled the scent of the beauty pill. Wait. At that moment, Yi Xian waved her hand and said, "Don't give me anything. I have something in my heart that I need to tell you." Sumo was stunned. He had worked so hard to create this opportunity, and he didn't want to miss it. He insisted, "Let's talk about it after I give you the gift. All these years, I have received a lot of gifts from you. Sumo, today is the 15th of August. Those few words you just said were the biggest gift you have ever given me. I am very touched. Therefore, I have decided that there are some things that I have been suppressing in my heart that I want to ask you." Yi Xian seemed to be a little emotional. She had made up her mind. What Sumo had prepared before had moved her a lot. Even Sumo himself didn't expect it. He only wanted to move Yi Xian, but he didn't expect it to backfire. "You are very nervous." Yi Xian stood up and stood in the middle of the tower. Sumo had no choice but to stand up with her. He was so close to success, but Yi Xian suddenly changed her mind. It seemed like he would have to continue holding it in. No way. At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with a kind of insight that Sumo couldn't look at directly. Under the moonlight, this beautiful woman actually made Sumo feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Ever since he was young, he had never felt like this. "The reason why I told you this is because I feel that if I don't tell you now, I might hurt you. I am sorry." Yi Xian shook her head in pain. She looked at Sumo and said, "All this time, I have liked a pure love. I like someone who treats me well and is loyal to me. A long time ago, you were willing to do anything stupid for me. You were even willing to sacrifice your life for me. I really liked you back then. I also thought that we would have a wonderful future together." As she said this, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. It was like under Yi Xian's gaze, he had a feeling that he couldn't hide anything, and all his secrets were exposed in front of Yi Xian. "What are you talking about?" Sumo smiled embarrassedly. "I'm talking about. But then, you became not the Sumo I knew. It seems like one day, I realized that you had the scent of other women on you. All kinds of women. You kept more and more things from me, and I couldn't see through you anymore. I had to be careful when dealing with you. Even today, you still have the scent of Su Shua on you. Sumo, do you know why I never let you touch me all these years? It's because of your carelessness. I am stronger than you, and I can sense a lot of things that you can't predict." Sumo was completely dumbfounded by these questions. It was like a bolt out of the blue. Sumo was stunned. In fact, he often asked himself why he had given so much, but still couldn't get this woman. Sometimes, he didn't want to give up, and he thought that Yi Xian was just acting all high and mighty, but in her heart, he was no longer the same person he used to be. So, even until today, we still haven't had a good ending. Yi Xian bit her pink lips, her voice was filled with sorrow. Sumo took 2 steps back. He didn't know what to say at this moment, and his heart was in a mess. After taking 2 steps back, Sumo's face turned ferocious. He raised his head and asked, "You will only blame everything on me. If it wasn't for you, would I have changed like this? If it wasn't for me giving you so much, but you still wouldn't accept me, would I be so disheartened, and wouldn't even be able to control my own body? Besides, even if I have the scent of other women on me, so what? I am a normal man, and I need to vent. You changed me." At this moment, Sumo's emotions were stirred up, and he completely forgot about the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. Chapter 966. Who was right and who was wrong? There was no conclusion. Looking at Yi Xian, who was looking at him with disappointment in her eyes, as well as her words, Sumo's eyes gradually turned blood red. A demon was slowly growing in his heart, and he opened his bloody mouth wide. Sumo laughed coldly and said, "Yes, I am useless. I, Sumo, am useless, and I am not even as good as you, a woman. But have you ever thought about it? It was all because of you that my life changed, that I was pushed aside by my family, that I suffered so much. Every time I was beaten up, I didn't even tell you, and you, on the other hand, could just stay at home and wait for your man to work hard to get you. Hearing this, Yi Xian did not feel good, and the argument between the two gradually escalated. Did I not work hard? Just like you, I did not want to tell you. It was you who did not persevere, and you have so many excuses. Are you still a man? The conflict that had been accumulating for so long finally exploded today. Before this, Sumo was still polite in front of her, but after that mask was torn off, everything changed. To be honest, Yi Xian only had one man in her heart, and that was Sumo. She had tried so hard to be with him, but just as they were about to succeed, he seemed to have changed into a different person, which made her feel bad. When they could finally be together, she retreated, because she felt that the person in front of her was no longer the one she liked and liked. There was too much resentment and revenge in his heart. I am not a man. Sumo laughed angrily, very loudly, then looked at Yi Xian coldly and said, Do you doubt that? Yi Xian, don't act all high and mighty in front of me. To be honest, I have seen through you a long time ago. You are just a woman, and I, Sumo, can have as many as I want. I play with one every night, and there is no repeat. I have stayed by your side for so many years just to make you lower your guard against me, but I never thought that in your heart, this is the image I have. Sad, sad. It seems like the last gift I prepared for you is not going to be of any use. From tomorrow onwards, I will apply to leave the spirit city. After all, what I have persevered for so many years has not come to fruition, and I do not have the face to stay here anymore. Amidst the sarcasm, deep in Sumo's eyes, there was still a trace of savagery. His words were 70% true, and 30% false. The last present. Yi Xian took 2 steps back in a daze. She realized that her confession tonight might not have made him turn back, but had made him leave her completely. The feeling of being cut off was extremely painful. She looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to be in pain as well. She believed that the first half of what he said was just an unintentional blurting out of excitement. Don't worry, I will give you this gift, and then I will leave. Sumo took 2 steps forward, feeling a little nervous, because he had finally found an opportunity. He knew that Yi Xian must be in a mental breakdown right now, and she might even be sad. Under such a situation, she would definitely not be on guard against him. If he took out the fragrance of beauty pill now, it would definitely be effective. Bitch, I will let you act all high and mighty, step on me under your feet. Once you get hit by this fragrance of beauty pill, I will take you to the highest place in the spirit city and play with you 100 times. I want to see, when you are panting under my crotch, if you still dare to look at me, Sumo, with that arrogant look in your eyes. Thinking about this, Sumo was extremely excited. Are you going to leave after giving me this? Actually, Yi Xian did not mean to do this. After seeing the fireworks that Sumo had carefully prepared for her, she actually wanted to tell him all the questions in her heart. As long as Sumo could give her a reasonable explanation, there would be no more barriers between the two of them. However, she did not expect that in the end, it would turn into an argument between the two of them, and then Sumo would decide to leave. A man who had lived with her for so many years was going to leave her. Yi Xian felt empty in her heart, an inexplicable sense of loss made her feel lost. She looked at Sumo coming closer to her in a daze. She looked at him blankly, and was about to take out the last gift he had prepared for her. For this gift, I have been preparing for more than 10 years, hoping to propose to you today. I never thought that it would end like this. I, Sumo, really do not have this kind of fate. Sumo laughed at himself. Of course, it was just an act. With this sentence, Yi Xian was even more looking forward to the gift. In her eyes, there was not the slightest bit of vigilance. Good chance. Sumo's eyes grew cold, and he was just about to take out the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill from his storage ring. As long as he took it out and crushed it, he would be able to imagine not only this self-righteous woman, but also the most important god-slaying inheritance. You don't know, I have been staying by your side until now, not because of you, but because of the killing god's inheritance. Sumo laughed in his heart. Just when they were about to succeed, their divine senses sensed that someone was rushing up from the bottom of the tower. At the most crucial moment, they were interrupted. Who is it? The two of them took a few steps away from each other and looked down. Soon, a human figure slowly walked out from the darkness. It was a young man covered in blood. His face was pale, and his body looked extremely weak. However, that pair of sharp and cold eyes, and the blood-red longsword in his hand made Yi Xian and Su Mo's hearts skip a beat. More importantly, on the young man's shoulder, there was a young girl wearing the netherworld battle armor. Right now, fresh blood was dripping from the young girl's body onto the ground. The young girl had already fainted from her injuries. Long Chen. Su Shui. Yi Xian and Sumo both let out a cry of surprise. In fact, if they had used their divine senses to check, they would have already discovered Long Chen. It was just that they were too focused on their own matters to notice what was happening down below. Obviously, Long Chen had injured Su Shui and carried her here. What had happened? Yi Xian's expression changed. She had already recovered from her previous state. In fact, Long Chen had already used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to check and found that Sumo didn't succeed. That was why he was at ease and slowly walked up. At this moment, there was a mocking smile on his face. Long Chen, what happened? Yi Xian's heart was in a mess, and she quickly asked. Sumo's gaze changed again and again. He still didn't know what had happened in the nether battlefield, but Su Shui was his subordinate, and his woman at that. Being held hostage by Long Chen like this, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. As soon as he saw Long Chen, Sumo made his move. However, Yi Xian was faster than him. With a claw, a huge force brought Long Chen to her side. Long Chen put Su Shui down, and then the divine sword floating blood lightly rested on Su Shui's neck. He stood beside Yi Xian, and a pair of cold and bloodthirsty eyes stared at Sumo without any scruples. He sneered, after returning from the nether battlefield, I've learned many shocking secrets. From Su Shui, I've also seen through your plan. Master, you must protect my life. Don't let Sumo attack me. Let me tell you in detail all the secrets that you don't know. Long Chen's words made Yi Xian and Sumo's expressions change. Yi Xian's change was because of what Long Chen said. Sumo actually had other secrets. Also, when Long Chen returned from the nether battlefield, where did Yi Xian and Duge Jun go? As for Sumo, he himself had shocking secrets, especially the secret of the Nether Blood River. Long Chen did go to the Nether Blood River, and just now, the good thing that was about to succeed was interrupted again. Sumo's eyes gradually turned red. Actually, if he truly had killing intent towards a person, holding Su Shui hostage would be completely useless. From Sumo's eyes, Long Chen saw this. What do you want to say? Sumo's words carried a powerful mental pressure. If it was a normal Heaven Realm expert, one sentence from Sumo could force them to death. Unfortunately, because of what Long Chen said before, he was already under Yi Xian's control. Let him finish speaking. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Hold Su Shui hostage, he will give you an explanation. Yi Xian protected Long Chen and took a few steps back. She was so close to Long Chen, and no one could kill Long Chen in such a situation. Once everything was safe, Long Chen's blood left a deep mark on Su Shui's fair neck. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a cold smile, First, I learned the first secret from Su Shui. Someone had an important plan for the lanterns on the 15th day of the 8th month. He planned to use the opportunity to move the heart of a beautiful city lord to take out a Tier 3 divine pill, the Outstanding Beauty Pill, which was said to be the ultimate trump card of the Silver Demon. His goal was to forcefully possess her, pill of beauty and fragrance. Yi Xian frowned. Very quickly, she thought of the name of the pill of beauty and fragrance. Her face changed. Yi Xian was a bit sorrowful, and even looked at him in disbelief. She asked word by word, Sumo, your so-called gift is this pill of beauty and fragrance? Things had already failed. Sumo's mind was blank. He took a few steps back in fear. His face was gloomy, and he didn't dare to answer. Seeing Sumo's situation, Yi Xian knew that everything was true. Instantly, tears gushed out of her eyes, and her heart fell to the bottom. The demon in front of her, was he still the person who liked her and she liked him? Chapter 967. After hearing Long Chen's words, Sumo's face became gloomy. He knew that Long Chen had come back from the Nether battlefield, but he didn't know what had happened in the Nether battlefield. Does he know what happened in the Nether Blood Sea? Impossible. The demon Blood Red Lotus is located in a remote place in the entire Nether Blood Sea. There are many strong beasts on the way. Ordinary people can't go deep into that place, even Duga Jun couldn't find it, so this little guy shouldn't know. Although Sumo wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible, the problem was that Long Chen was under Yi Xian's protection. Yi Xian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and calmed herself down. She looked at Sumo, waved her hand and said to Long Chen, tell me what you know, no one can touch you behind me. Behind this expert in the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, who had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation, Long Chen could feel the boundless power in her body. It was as if this woman's body contained the power of the entire world. If she wanted to release her power, Long Chen reckoned that he would directly suffocate in front of her. The difference between the 1st and the 5th level of the God martial realm seemed to be only 5 levels, but in fact, there was 1,000 years of difference. It could be said that the 4 basic levels were the foundation of the 3 martial realms, and among the 3 martial realms, the Earth martial realm and the Sky martial realm were the foundation of the God martial realm. Everything was prepared for the God martial realm. Only when one reached the God martial realm could he be considered to have truly entered the next level and be qualified to be called a master. The difference between the 1st level of the God martial realm and the 9th level of the God martial realm was similar to the difference between Long Chen's strength and his current strength. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Long Chen was now fearless, and he had Su Shui as his hostage. Su Shui was the accomplice of a villain. She was the one who provided the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. Such a person was not worthy of forgiveness. Previously, when Long Chen came out of the Nether battlefield and was on his way to the City Lord's mansion, he met Su Shui by chance. If he couldn't defeat Su Shui would definitely call for people to kill Long Chen. In the Netherworld Legion, there were many warriors at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm that Long Chen couldn't deal with. Listen to the secrets that I'm about to tell you. It might have a huge impact on you, but I'm sorry, if you're still kept in the dark about these things, it will only cause you more harm. Long Chen's words caused Sumo's expression to change again. What he didn't want to happen seemed to be gradually becoming a reality. Therefore, under Yi Xian's protection, Long Chen began to uncover the secrets of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Grandpa Dugu helped us block the Golden Horn Silver Sharks, but we were washed away by the huge waves formed by the Golden Horn Silver Sharks. When we woke up, we found that we were already at the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea. At the same time, we found a demon Blood Red Lotus here. I heard from Yi Xian that the Yi family's inherited treasure, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, is related to the demon Blood Red Lotus. We were very surprised and thought that we got a treasure, but when we got closer, we found that the demon Blood Red Lotus had withered, and there were no lotus seeds on the lotus platform. On the lotus platform, we found a groove for your Red Lotus Jade Pendant. When Long Chen said this, Sumo lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. What he didn't want to happen the most was still known to Long Chen. Hearing the groove of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, Yi Xian's body trembled as she vaguely remembered something. You guessed it right. When I touched the groove, a sentence appeared, which was, all descendants of me, Yi Wushang, with the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, can open the Killer God's tomb. After passing through all the stages, you can get the inherited treasure of me, Yi Wushang. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Long Chen blankly. You mean, in the Nether Blood Sea, the inheritance of the Killer God, Yi Wushang, is buried, and my Yi family is the descendants of Yi Wuxiang. That's right, it's absolutely true. Yi Xian and Grandpa Dugu both confirmed this. Long Chen nodded and said. At the same time, he was also observing Sumo. At this moment, Sumo lowered his head and his face was gloomy, but he was sneering and his shoulders were shaking. Yi Xian's eyes were blank for a while, staring blankly at Long Chen. She seemed to have heard of something similar before, but she didn't expect it to really happen today. To Yi Xian, this incident was a huge shock. However, for her, an even bigger shock had yet to come. Master, I think you can understand that the inheritance of the killer god has been under someone's protection for many years. Whether it's the dozens of years of following, or tonight's beauty pill, it's all for the same thing, that is, to possess you, then obtain the right to use the red lotus jade pendant, open the inheritance of the killer god, and take it for himself. At the same time, the assassination of Yi Xian is very obvious. If you give the red lotus jade pendant to Yi Xian, then his years of hard work will go to waste. So, he will definitely try to prevent this from happening. You should accept this fact. The man standing in front of you, he might have loved you before, but now, he is just a beast devoured by desire and darkness. In a single breath, Long Chen spilled everything out, enunciating each and every word. Yi Xian listened blankly. She wasn't an idiot. When she knew about Yi Wuxiang and connected it with the beauty pill, she had already guessed it. The truth was exactly the same as what she had imagined. She had almost fallen into his trap. Right now, Yi Xian felt like the whole world had left her. Her shoulders twitched for a while, looking very helpless. However, after taking a deep breath, she had already accepted the fact that she was a ridiculous woman. For no reason, Yi Xian chuckled a few times. Her eyes gradually turned cold as she stared at Sumo. She forced her voice to become cold and harsh as she said, Sumo, do you have anything else to say? Sumo shook his head, looking very straightforward. He has already said everything. I have nothing else to say. This is the truth. Turning his eyes, Sumo took a deep breath and said, since you already know everything, from today onwards, we are enemies. The next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. Can you leave now? Yi Xian took a step forward. She hadn't made her move yet, but if she did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. You are in a rush to attack me now? As I thought, after so many years of love, I have risked my life for you, but it was all just a joke. Sumo laughed sarcastically. The blood-red color in his eyes was getting more and more ferocious. Speaking of love, Yi Xian looked like she had been hit. She took a few steps back. She was a bit confused herself, but soon, she made up her mind and said, when you took my red lotus jade pendant, everything was over. For that pendant, you would even kill my brother. This means that you have already lost the love in your heart. This path needs two people to persevere. Since you are not here anymore, it is time for me to leave as well. Since you are not here anymore, it is time for me to leave as well. Yi Xian's words sounded extremely sad when she said it out loud. Oh, I see. See you next time. Sumo smiled and said indifferently. If he messed up today's matter, it would be very bad in the future. He might even be punished. After all, he was not the strongest in the Su clan. You want to leave just like that? Long Chen knew that Yi Xian and the others were still in the enemy's hands. Capturing Su Shui was not enough. What do you want? What do you want to do? Use this woman to threaten me? Hee, kill as many as you want, kill as many as you want, but brat, do you think I don't know one thing? Since you escaped, that means that Dugu Jun and Yi Xian didn't escape. The Nether battlefield is my territory, and they're already under the control of the Nether Army's 5 Nether generals. After saying that, Sumo smiled. He was right. Yi Xian was in his hands. In this way, Long Chen and Yi Xian were in a passive position. Return my brother to me. Yi Xian also knew the seriousness of the matter. She looked at Sumo with her sharp eyes and a soul-shaking power was released. Wait until the day you decide to give me the red lotus jade pendant and offer yourself to me at the same time. Then, you can tell me about your brother. Su Mo said with a smile, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You. In Yi Xian's heart, Sumo's image and position had already fallen to the lowest point. Long Chen also understood that Yi Xian was under the enemy's control. This matter would be very difficult. His mind was working hard to think of a solution. The entrance of the nether battlefield was under the enemy's control. It would be very difficult to sneak in and rescue Yi Xian. The only way was for Yi Xian to harden her heart and subdue Sumo. If that's the case, I can only attack you. Yi Xian gritted her teeth and walked towards Sumo. Wait. Sumo suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, a strong pressure descended on the entire spirit city. Miss Yi, it's been a long time. An old but magnetic voice rang out. In a short moment, a person was already standing next to Su Mo. This was an extremely ordinary-looking old man. He was hunched over, his face ruddy, his hair white like a crane, and his eyes were extraordinarily sharp and spirited. This old man wore an ordinary white robe and had a smile on his face. If one didn't consider his status, they might think that he was just an ordinary old man. Su Zhen. Seeing this old man, Yi Xian's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 968. At the same time, Su Zhen had the highest status in the Su clan. His status was higher than the current clan master and Sumo. Su Zhen was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. He had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation a long time ago. His cultivation hadn't improved in the past 1,000 years. He was at the same level as a genius like Yi Xian, but he had thousands of years of battle experience and research time. In front of Yi Xian, Su Zhen was still a terrifying figure. After the death of the previous leader of the Yi clan had been suppressed. Yi Xian had reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, which had created a legend in the Serene Hell Mansion, the fastest person to reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was the strongest cultivator in the Yi clan, and this smiling old man was the strongest cultivator in the Su clan. Just by looking at Sumo's respectful attitude towards this old man, Long Chen could roughly guess that this old man was the old devil of the Su clan. There's a hostage. As soon as they arrived, Su Zhen saw the hostage in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen reached out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Long Chen's floating blood went out of control and slashed across Su Shue's neck, cutting her windpipe and esophagus. It even cut off half of her head. Long Chen had no choice but to put the floating blood away. However, Su Shue's injuries were too severe. In front of such a huge injury, her physical body had already died. A white light flashed out from Su Shue's head and a white little person appeared, looking around blankly. The little person looked terrified and looked similar to Su Shue. It must be Su Shue's god martial spirit. After the death of her physical body, Su Shue's god martial spirit could still last for a while. That was how the 5 sovereigns had survived. However, the pressure on the 3 sovereign regions seemed to be greater. Even the god martial spirit couldn't last for too long. A hostage is a disgrace. We can't let go of the god martial spirit. After saying that, the old man reached out his hand again. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in front of him and took out a transparent crystal bottle. She put Su Shue's god martial spirit into it and put it away. Then, she looked at Sumo and Su Zhen with hatred in her eyes. You even killed your own people. Su Zhen, you've lost your mind. This old man had also given Long Chen a deep shock. Even Long Chen himself wouldn't be able to do this. What's the big deal? She's just at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. There are many warriors like her in our Su family. Becoming a hostage is a problem for the family. Granting her death is just so that she doesn't implicate the family. It's her honor. However, it seems that we also have a hostage in our hands. It's that Yi Xian. I just came back from the nether battlefield. As for that Dugajun, you can only find him in the underworld. Su Zhen laughed. Long Chen and Yi Xian's faces changed immediately. Long Chen clenched his fists. He knew that he was no match for his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control himself. You killed Grandpa Dugu. Yi Xian's breathing became heavier. It wasn't that she didn't live up to her expectations. It was just that she thought too highly of this old man. He had been with the Yi family for a very long time. When Yi Xian was still a child, Dugajun had already existed. He had originally planned to live out his remaining years, but Yi Xian had asked him to protect Long Chen and Yi Xian. Who would have thought that in the end, it would end up like this? Who said I killed him? Su Zhen smiled and said, it's just that this old man overestimated himself. He risked his life to snatch Yi Xian from my hands. In the end, in the battle against the 5 underworld generals, he used up all his true yuan and died. Old people really can't do much. Unfortunately, even though he risked his life, Yi Xian is still in my hands. After Su Zhen arrived, Sumo lowered his head and didn't say a word. For Long Chen, although he didn't have a deep relationship with Dugajun, he didn't think that such a good man would lose his life in order to save the two of them. Thinking of the old man's loving eyes, Long Chen felt as if there was a bomb buried in his body, and a raging fire burned within him. Yi Xian, who was next to him, felt the same way. In such a high-level battle, Long Chen couldn't do anything. That was why he was so desperate for power. If he had the power of the god martial realm, it would be more or less enough. At least he would be able to help a little. Unfortunately, the current him wasn't eye-catching at all. Dugajun's death had touched Yi Xian's bottom line. She could still tolerate Sumo's betrayal, but Dugajun's death was something she absolutely couldn't tolerate. At this moment, there was a fluctuation on Yi Xian's body that made Long Chen's heart palpitate. He took a few steps back, and what he saw was that on Yi Xian's beautiful face, there was a total of 3 blood-red scars, intersecting with each other. This did not affect her beauty, but under her originally gentle beauty, there was a kind of bloody killing intent. Are you angry? Do you want to fight? But, it's not the time yet. Su Zhen didn't seem worried at all. He waved his hand at Yi Xian and said, the 7 slaughter bloodline, you've awakened 3 of them. You're indeed extraordinary. Your previous patriarch spent thousands of years and only managed to awaken 3 bloodlines. After sighing with emotion for a while, Su Zhen then said, today is not the time to make a move. Little girl, let me tell you clearly, Yi Xian is in my hands, and his life and death are all under my control. If you don't want him to lose his arms and legs, then listen to me in the end, and do whatever I tell you to do. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you. The Dugajun is just a small character, in front of the real big benefits. He is insignificant. I think we have a common topic. After saying this, he waited for Yi Xian's reaction, but Yi Xian acted as if she didn't hear what he said. Do you understand what I mean? I'm here to talk about cooperation. Your Yi family is the descendant of the killing god, and we are the ones who discovered the tomb. We are all qualified to compete for the inheritance of the killing god. Other than us, no one else is qualified. Therefore, before we open the tomb, I don't want anyone else to know the whereabouts of the inheritance of the killing god, including our palace lord, Ming Di, and the others. However, if something unpleasant happens, let me tell you, Yi Xian, your brother's life will not be spared. You should know that I, Su Zhen, have many tricks up my sleeves. These tricks can make a person suffer 100 times more than death. I only need to give an order here. Therefore, you better suppress your killing intent. If you want to fight with me, I'll accompany you in the killing god's tomb. Sumo's plan had completely failed. They couldn't obtain the inheritance of the killing god by taking over Yi Xian's body. Therefore, Su Zhen could only use one method, which was to cooperate with the Yi clan. Their qualification was Yi Xian's life. Everyone knew how important Yi Xian was to her brother. As long as Yi Xian was under their control, they wouldn't have to worry that this beautiful city lord wouldn't give in. When we've decided on a time, we'll inform you. Within 10 days, we will open the Killing God's tomb. Do you want to come alone, or do you want to summon all the powerful warriors of the Yi clan? After saying that, Su Zhen laughed out loud. He didn't say anything else. He brought Sumo and flew away in the dark, leaving Long Chen and Yi Xian standing there in a daze. Long Chen knew why Yi Xian didn't make a move here. There were two of them, and she was alone. Obviously, if she were to forcefully make a move, not only would she not be able to save Yi Xian, she would most likely die here. Therefore, she could only suppress the news of Yi Xian being captured and Lord Dugu's death in her heart. Looking at the dazed woman, Long Chen knew how much pressure she was under right now. Among them, the thing that she couldn't believe the most was Sumo's betrayal. This matter was like a knife, stabbing into her heart. At this moment, the blood-red lines on Yi Xian's face had already disappeared. She looked at the boundless night sky in a daze. Long Chen pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then said, "Their goal is the Killing God's inheritance. If Yi Xian is in their hands, it will be very troublesome. If you're alone, you definitely won't be able to fight against the entire clan. Should I call all the Yi clan's people in the prefecture city?" Long Chen's words pulled Yi Xian back from her thoughts. What has already happened. It doesn't matter if I remember it or hate it, it won't change anything. The most important thing now is to save Yi Xian. Master, I've been through a lot. I think, let bygones be bygones. People should look forward to the future. I believe that in your heart, Sumo is already dead, and Yi Xian is the one you should protect now. He's your little brother who will never betray you. Yi Xian turned her head back, her eyes were gradually waking up. From the gentle and beautiful image, to the state she was in today, her mentality had undergone a huge change. Being able to grow to this stage, she was never lacking in cold-bloodedness. Today, Sumo and Su Zhen had helped her regain her original self. You're right. Sumo, there's nothing for me to remember anymore. The most important thing now is to save my little brother's life. Of course, if the Killing God's inheritance falls into the hands of the Su clan, it will be a disaster for the Yi clan. Our two clans have been at odds for so many years, it's time for the real war to begin. From today onwards, the flames of war have been ignited. Yi Xian's tone gradually became cold. Of course, this coldness was not directed at Long Chen. I'll inform the clan about this now and ask them to come here secretly. It's too difficult to save my little brother by myself. Yi Xian said helplessly. Chapter 969. Even if I'm not interested in the slaughtering God's tomb, there are many people who want it. If the news gets out, let alone the people from the Serene Hell Prefecture, even the people from other prefectures or the Eastern Royal Region will come here. At that time, even if I don't want to open it, I will be forced to open it. If the news gets out, it won't be good for the Yi clan and the Su clan. That's why the people from the Su clan went back with peace of mind. So, the slaughtering God's tomb must be opened. Next, the people from the Su clan will definitely come here to discuss about the slaughtering God's tomb. At that time, we'll see what they have to do to be willing to return my brother to me. Yi Xian said. They have something on you. The more you show that you want to protect Yi Xian, the more they will take advantage of you. Long Chen reminded. But, what can I do? My parents are already old. After a few decades, I'm afraid he will be my only family. Yi Xian shook her head and said sadly. Long Chen also wanted to sneak in again to save Yi Xian. However, there were so many God martial realm experts. Under their powerful divine senses, Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Not to mention Long Chen, even Yi Xian might not be able to sneak into the Su clan's territory and save Yi Xian. Su Zhen is very smart. He knows the internal situation of the Yi clan. Yi Xian suddenly lowered her head and said. What happened? From what Yi Xian said, it seemed that the internal situation of the Su clan was not very harmonious. I'm the governor of the Spirit City alone. You probably know that although I'm the strongest expert in the Yi clan and the Yi clan can become a first-class clan because of me, I'm not a direct descendant of the Yi clan. The position of the clan leader belongs to someone else. Of course, my red lotus jade pendant was given to me by the previous clan leader. Because of that, the current clan leader and I don't get along well. With just a few words, Long Chen could roughly guess Yi Xian's situation in the Yi family. There are many people in the third and fourth level of the divine martial arts realm in our Yi family who can help. However, if they hear the news of the slaughtering god's tomb, they will definitely urge me to open it. They won't even care about my brother's life or death. As for me, I only care about my brother's life. If I don't call the people from my family over, Su Zhen is afraid that I will risk my life. He doesn't want to open the slaughtering god's tomb at all, he only wants to save his brother. However, he knows that I will definitely call them over because with my strength alone, I can only restrain Su Zhen. So, Su Zhen is waiting. He doesn't want to discuss with you, but with your family because they are the ones who want to obtain the inheritance of the killing god the most. They have common interests, but if you are not included, they are not a match for the Su clan. Su Zhen could be said to be an extremely cunning person. He took advantage of the internal conflict between Yi Xian and the Yi family, and the mentality of the Yi family and Yi Xian's desire to save Yi Xian. As long as there was a perfect plan, he could save a lot of people. Then what do you want to do? Long Chen felt that it was a mess. Yi Xian sneered and said, no matter how bad the relationship is, this is a matter of the survival of the family. I have to ask them to come and help me. At that time, I will only focus on my brother's safety. However, the inheritance of the Yi family will not be taken away by others. My brother is our weakness, and it is in their hands. However, the red lotus jade pendant is also their weakness. Except for me, no one can use it. I still have the right to take the initiative. Crack. After saying that, the railing in front of her was directly crushed by Yi Xian. Long Chen, you must have taken a lot of risks to come back and tell me such an important secret. Thank you. Don't worry, one day, I will take revenge for Grandpa Du Gu. Yi Xian turned around, her bright eyes were filled with worry. Long Chen waved his hand and said, I can be considered half a member of the Yi family now. If there's anything that I can use, I'll definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Yi Xian is my brother. Hearing that, Yi Xian was a bit touched. At this critical moment, Long Chen seemed to be the only person that she could talk to. She knew that Long Chen was a very cautious person, and he was extremely talented. Even if he could only use his brain for a short period of time, one day in the future, he would definitely dazzle everyone's eyes. Just like how he had beaten Su Shui, who was in the God Martial Realm, down from the stage with his strength that was not even in the God Martial Realm. Alright, from now on, you will follow me. If there is anything, I can discuss it with you. First, call them over. Long Chen nodded. The two went down from the colorful exquisite pagoda. This beautiful lantern party and the beautiful colorful exquisite pagoda were no longer beautiful. This was probably the last lantern party that Yi Xian would have in her life. After returning, Yi Xian had already used the secret puppet bird to spread the news to the Yi family of the Serene Hell Mansion. After receiving the news, the Yi family's higher-ups were extremely shocked. Among them, the head of the Yi family led more than 10 experts of the Yi family, all of whom were at least in the peak of the second level of the God Martial Realm. Of course, Su Zhen was not stupid enough to attack the Yi family at this time. Su Zhen's attitude was very obvious. He was here to cooperate with the Yi family, and Yi Xian was just a bargaining chip in his hand. At the same time, the people guarding the Nether Blood Sea Demon Blood Red Lotus were also bargaining chips of the Su family. After letting the Su family know the location of the slaughtering god's tomb, even if the Su family did not have the key, they were still qualified to talk to the Yi family. After all, in the Serene Hell Mansion, they were not the strongest people. If this news was spread, it would not be good for the Su family and the Yi family. One day, more than 10 days later, Yi Xian was sitting in the Zishuan palace, and Long Chen was also there. These days, he had been cultivating in the Zishuan palace, and Yi Xian would occasionally teach him. Among Yi Xian's subordinates, De Gejun was the strongest. The others were either not strong enough, or they were not Yi Xian's confidants. Long Chen was Yi Xian's direct disciple. His identity was special, and he knew everything. That was why he could stay next to Yi Xian. Basically, in this battle, only the third level of the God Martial Realm could play a role in this battle. After the Yi family arrived, Su Zhen and the others would probably arrive soon after receiving the news. However, the Yi family was also a problem for Yi Xian. The leader of the Yi family was about the same age as Su Zhen. Her name was Yi Shiji, and she was the first female leader of the Yi family in so many years. Although she was old, Yi Shiji looked like she was in her 40s at most. She had a graceful figure, and she could be considered a middle-aged woman, but she was still attractive. Yi Shiji was Yi Xian's ancestor. Yi Xian was not a direct descendant of the Yi family, and basically had no blood relationship with Yi Shiji. Moreover, Yi Xian was the most famous person in the Yi family. As the leader of the family, Yi Shiji was not as popular as Yi Xian. Some people even said that Yi Shiji should give up the position of leader and let Yi Xian take it. After all, Yi Xian was the strongest. Apart from Yi Shiji, the Yi family also had many elders of the third level of the God Martial Realm. This time, almost all of them had come. A total of 10 warriors of the third level of the God Martial Realm had come. Among them, 3 had reached the peak of the third level of the God Martial Realm, and the leader of the Yi family was a warrior of the peak of the fourth level of the God Martial Realm. Yi Shiji also had a husband, a wandering warrior who had married into the family. He was also a prominent figure. His name was Ting Long, and his cultivation was in the early stages of the fourth level of the God Martial Realm. Compared to Yi Shiji, he was 1 level lower. 2 warriors of the 4th level of the God Martial Realm, and 10 warriors of the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm. This was almost all the power of the Yi family. This kind of power was slightly weaker than the Su family, but it could be considered one of the top families in the entire Serene Hell Prefecture. When such a group of people came to the main city of specters, they naturally attracted a lot of attention. They're here. Yi Xian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She and Long Chen walked out of the Zishuan palace. At this time, in the sky, more than 10 people had already slowly descended. The leader was a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. Just like Yi Xian, she was wearing a purple long dress. Under the heavy makeup, she indeed had a mature charm, but compared to Yi Xian, she seemed to be making a fool out of herself. She was the current leader of the Yi family, Yi Shiji. And next to Yi Shiji was her current husband, Ting Long, who was also at the 4th level of the God Martial Realm. Ting Long was a tall and skinny old man, wearing a tight black outfit. His hair was already snow white, and he had a hooked nose. Although he was called Ting Long, he looked like an eagle. Behind them, most of the people were old men. They were the old antiques of the Yi family. Both parties met in front of the entrance of the Zishuan Hall. Long Chen noticed that the dozen or so people on the other side all had extremely cold expressions on their faces. After arriving here, all of them raised their heads and glanced at Yi Xian. After that, Yi Shiji took the lead and the others followed her into the Zishuan Hall. When they arrived beside Yi Xian, Yi Shiji glared at her and said, "Why aren't you following me?" After everyone entered the Zishuan palace, Yi Shiji sat on Yi Xian's seat, while the others sat on the other side. On the contrary, Yi Xian and Long Chen didn't have a seat. After Yi Xian came in, Yi Shiji's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura pressed towards Yi Xian. Yi Shiji slammed the table and said coldly, "You've been here for so long, yet you don't even know the inheritance of my Yi family's ancestors. You've been holding this red lotus jade pendant for nothing. It originally didn't belong to you, it's something that only the leader of the Yi family can hold. Now, pass it to me, and then we can discuss what's going to happen next." Yi Xian didn't move. Chapter 970. Facing Yi Shiji and Tinglong, Yi Xian did not react at all. To be honest, she was quite disappointed with these two. It was a matter of life and death for her family, and it was related to the development of the whole family, but they still cared about the ownership of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. To be honest, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant was Yi Shiji's greatest hatred. Back then, the previous clan leader was Yi Shiji's father. When he passed away, Yi Xian knew that he wanted her to be the next clan leader. However, Yi Xian did not have any influence in the Yi clan, nor did she have any followers. Even though she was strong, not many people were willing to submit to her, especially the direct descendants of the Yi clan. They were even more unwilling to submit to a girl who came from a branch family. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant was the symbol of the Yi clan leader. Although Yi Shiji had become the clan leader in the end, she could not get the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Therefore, she had been eyeing the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for a very long time. After all, in her heart, she was the current clan leader of the Yi clan. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant should be in her hands, especially when she knew that the Red Lotus Jade Pendant was the key to the clan's most precious inheritance, the Killing God's inheritance. If the Killing God's tomb was really opened, the person who held the Red Lotus Jade Pendant would have a great advantage. Yi Shiji was extremely eager to get the Killing God's inheritance. Therefore, in her heart, the Su clan was her opponent, and Yi Xian was her biggest opponent. Therefore, she wanted to scare the little girl in her heart when she came here. She wanted to hold the Red Lotus Jade Pendant in her hand. As everyone knows, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is the token of the Yi clan leader. You are not from the Yi clan, but you have the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. This is ridiculous. Now, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is related to the survival and development of the entire clan. This is an important matter for the clan, and it should be decided by the clan. Therefore, hurry up and pass the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to me, then we can discuss the important matters. Yi Shiji raised her head and said without hesitation. The others also started to talk. Yes, Yi Xian, you are not from the Yi clan. The previous clan leader made the decision to pass the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to you, which was already a mistake. However, he was not in his right mind at that time, so we don't blame him. You have held the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for so many years, and you have all the benefits. Now is a critical moment. You should return the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to the family and let the family take care of it, so it will be more convenient for us to get the ancestors' inheritance. That's right. It seems that we still have a hostage in their hands. It should be your younger brother. You see, you are still young. If you are deceived by them and give them the Red Lotus Jade Pendant regardless of the survival of the family for the sake of your younger brother's safety, won't our Yi family, which has tens of thousands of years of foundation, be finished? The Yi clan was a great clan in the Serene Hell Prefecture, which had existed since ancient times. It was an ancient clan with tens of thousands of clansmen and hundreds of thousands of branches. The dozen experts who were above the third level of the divine martial realm were the strongest group of people in the Yi clan in the past thousands of years. Basically, those who had lived for thousands of years and were not killed or died of old age were all here. In fact, the Yi clan had produced far more experts in the past few years, but in the three great imperial regions, there were too many killings and hatred, and countless people died on the road of growth. Facing the questioning of the group of people, Long Chen noticed that Yi Xian's face was extremely gloomy. She was already in a bad mood. Sumo's betrayal and Yi Xian's safety were bothering her. Now that these people were here to annoy her, Long Chen guessed that even he would not be able to take it. At this moment, Yi Xian's originally gentle but now somewhat cold voice rang out, "If you're here for the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, then you can leave now. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant was passed down to me by the person I respect the most. She told me that as long as I'm alive, I can't give it to you. You're showing your father's distrust towards you. I'm sorry, Yi Shiji." In the Yi clan, only Yi Xian dared to call Yi Shiji by her name. Ever since she left the Serene Hell Prefecture, Yi Xian had not returned to the Yi clan for many years, and she had not met the so-called patriarch of the Yi clan. Perhaps in the eyes of Yi Shiji and the others, although Yi Xian was powerful, she was still a little girl who could be deceived. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would be so determined? Especially the last sentence, it made Yi Shiji even more furious. Nonsense, you must have made these up. I am extremely talented, and I have surpassed my father. He has valued me since I was young, and he did not even care that I am a girl, and passed the position of patriarch of the Yi clan to me. I think that the pendant of the red lotus was obtained by a little bitch like you. If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being impolite. After saying that, Yi Shiji stood up from her chair and looked down at Yi Xian. An enormous qi swept towards Yi Xian, and Long Chen was also one of the targets that was being suppressed. This super strong cultivator at the 4th level of the divine martial realm made Long Chen feel like he was suffocating, as if his neck was being strangled. Fortunately, Yi Xian waved her hand lightly, and the pressure that Long Chen was facing completely disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was as gloomy as water. It was obvious that after being pressured like this, she was also a little angry. I asked you to come here to discuss about working together and obtaining the inheritance of our ancestors, but I did not expect that you would all be a bunch of short-sighted people. Facing the Su clan, we can only succeed in the end if we work together, but some people want to cause internal strife in the clan because of their own selfish interests. With such courage, they are not qualified to be the patriarch of the clan. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Unless you can defeat me, otherwise, you will never be able to take the pendant of the red lotus. Yi Shiji had never imagined that the gentle and beautiful little girl from before would be so unyielding now. Her every word was about to choke Yi Shiji to death. Yi Shiji was speechless, she was furious. She glanced at Ting Long, who was next to her. Originally, she wanted to attack Long Chen together with Ting Long and obtain the pendant of the red lotus. However, at this moment, Ting Long shook his head and stopped her. Everyone could see that Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, had already reached a level that they could not resist. Even if Yi Shiji didn't believe it, she had to admit that in the Yi clan, Yi Xian was the true strongest cultivator. Her brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by her grandson. Yi Shiji's gaze shifted, drawing everyone's attention to Long Chen. Who is this person? This is the Yi clan's meeting, why is he here? He is just a piece of trash at the sky martial realm, get the hell out of here. She couldn't deal with Yi Xian, so she could only suppress Yi Xian's power in front of Long Chen. Even though Yi Xian was targeting him, Long Chen was smart enough to not say anything. He knew that Yi Xian would solve this problem for him. Get the hell out of here. Yi Shiji said again. You want to know who he is? He is my disciple. Yi Xian raised her head and said without showing any weakness. Everyone laughed. Yi Shiji laughed and said, Yi Xian, you are really something. You took a piece of trash at the sky martial realm as your disciple. With this kind of strength, he doesn't even deserve to wash my feet. Yi Shiji's words were obviously very unpleasant. The others also laughed, they did not think highly of Long Chen's strength. In the Yi clan, there were many young people who had reached the divine martial realm like Long Chen and were at the same level as Yi Xian. Long Chen could not be counted as a genius, and he was not qualified to be the disciple of a peerless cultivator like Yi Xian. His strength and potential are not for you to say. Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Shiji's expression suddenly changed and she said angrily, Brat, didn't you hear what the clan leader said? You are not a member of the Yi clan, get the hell out of here. As she said that, she suddenly attacked. From under her loose, luxurious robe, a white finger suddenly stretched out. On that white finger, a beam of blood-red light condensed and stabbed towards Long Chen's throat. At that moment, Long Chen felt his entire body go cold. The whole world, everything, had disappeared. That beam of blood-red light had turned into a blood-red spear. It was as if there was a giant holding the spear, roaring and stabbing towards Long Chen. Long Chen could not move his body at all, it was a feeling that made him feel like he was about to collapse. Yet, this woman had easily killed Long Chen with a single move. From this, it could be seen just how powerful she was. The fourth level of the divine martial realm was known as the extreme martial realm. The extreme martial realm was the great accomplishment of the martial path, condensing martial will, and any casual attack would contain the power of martial will. It was extremely terrifying. Only a cultivator like Yi Xian, who had passed the Oblivion Wind calamity and started to fully awaken her innate body, could completely suppress a cultivator of the extreme martial realm. Long Chen was still far away from that level. Long Chen's current goal wasn't too high. After reaching the God realm, he could go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. Of course, to others, reaching the God realm from the Heaven realm was an extremely difficult goal. It was even to the extent that it wasn't impossible for most people to reach the God realm even if they spent double the amount of time. Yi Shiji was planning to kill Long Chen. After all, she was in the extreme realm of martial. Furthermore, she was a master of the extreme realm of martial. If she wanted to kill Long Chen, it would simply be a matter of minutes. However, Yi Shiji's action had completely angered Yi Xian. At the moment of death, Long Chen only saw Yi Xian suddenly wave her hand, and the blood-red dot was directly dispersed. At the same time, in a short instant, Yi Xian slapped Yi Shiji's face. Yi Shiji did not even have the time to react. The slap was extremely loud. Everyone looked at the bright red mark on Yi Shiji's face with strange expressions. Chapter 971. Calm down. Ting Long fulfilled his responsibility as a husband and managed to calm Yi Shiji down with great difficulty. From Yi Xian's attack just now, he sensed a terrifying aura. As expected of an expert who has overcome the Oblivion Wind tribulation. We can't even dodge a casual attack, Ting Long comforted Yi Shiji while looking at Yi Xian in admiration. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was filled with a rare blood-red aura. It was actually very difficult to sense such an aura from this gentle and beautiful woman. Let me tell you, if you continue to go overboard, I won't just give you a simple slap next time. I will directly cut off your head. Don't doubt it, if you attack my people again, I won't be polite with you, Yi Shiji. Yi Xian's words were filled with great deterrence. Those who were mocking Long Chen shut their mouths at this moment. Yi Xian's performance just now was truly too terrifying. Even Yi Shiji felt somewhat anxious when she thought of it. She was the person involved and could understand how powerful Yi Xian was. Just now, Yi Xian had only casually waved her hand, but she actually felt as if she could not dodge. If Yi Xian had waved her sword, she would have been killed just like that. Of course, she had underestimated Yi Xian before, which was why she had been hit directly. However, there was no doubt about Yi Xian's strength. Sensing that this little girl was no longer the person she knew back then, Yi Shiji felt a lingering fear in her heart, and only then did she calm down. Let's discuss the matter of the God of Slaughter's mausoleum. Yi Xian rolled her eyes. She knew that she had beaten the other party until they were afraid, so she directly went to the main topic. As for Yi Shiji's beautiful dream about the red lotus jade pendant, she could only dream about it. We are members of the Yi family and are now on the same side. We don't know what is in the ancestors' mausoleum, but it belongs to each of us, not just anyone. So before we obtain the item in the God of Slaughter's mausoleum, I don't want our Yi family to have internal strife because of some personal interests. That would be very laughable. Only short-sighted people would do that and give the Su family an opportunity to take advantage of. In the Su family, including the few from the underworld army, there are almost 20 people above the third layer of the divine martial realm. Among them, there is also the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, who is at the peak of the fourth layer of the divine martial realm. Sumo is at the same level as him, and there is also the even more terrifying underworld emperor, Su Zhen. These are the three strongest experts of the Su family. The Su family's overall strength surpasses ours. They are like a huge tiger crawling beside us. If we still have the mood to fight among ourselves, the final result will be that not only will the god of slaughter's inheritance not be ours, we will also become this hungry tiger's dinner. So, I hope that you all understand that this is a war between the Su family and the Yi family. Since I have the red lotus jade pendant in my hand, my strength is also the strongest, so I have the right to command you all. Of course, I have no interest in the position of patriarch. Yi Xian coldly looked at everyone and said a lot in one breath. From her words, everyone gradually realized that what she said was actually very pertinent. The Su family was indeed much more terrifying than they had imagined. I don't agree. When Yi Shiji saw that the elders were siding with Yi Xian again, she hurriedly said, as everyone knows, your little brother is currently being held hostage by them. As long as they threaten you, Yi Xian, will very likely do something that will endanger our entire Yi family for the sake of one person's life and death. If the red lotus jade pendant is in your hands, it will only cause our Yi family to fall into a predicament. Her words were naturally correct. Yi Xian did not say anything and only glared at her coldly. I don't care if you're convinced or not. It's impossible for you to have the red lotus jade pendant. I'll say it again, unless you can defeat me. Yi Xian understood that the internal conflicts of this family were not so easy to resolve. Even if she were to take out the red lotus jade pendant, Yi Shiji would still find her unpleasant to the eye. These matters could only be left to fate. Right at this moment, 3 people entered the range of Yi Xian's divine sense. Let's go out, they're already here. Immediately afterwards, the others also gradually sensed the arrival of the strong and followed Yi Xian. Everyone stood in front of the Purple Lotus Palace. In front of the enemy, they absolutely could not show weakness and expose their weaknesses. Therefore, although Yi Shiji hated Yi Xian very much, she had no choice but to show a harmonious appearance at this time. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the Purple Lotus Palace and slowly descended. The leader was the old devil Su Zhen, who was wearing a white robe, with white hair and a youthful face. He looked kind, but in fact, he was ruthless. The person on the left was Sumo, who was wearing a black brocade robe and black military boots. He had a somewhat cold expression on his face. As for the person on the right, it was the first time that Long Chen had seen him. He was wearing a purple and fiery red robe and a fiery red crown on his head. He was an old man who looked younger than Su Yang. His black hair was mixed with white hair. He was tall and burly, with a righteous face and sharp eyes. He was the current patriarch of the Su family, Su Yang. Su Zhen, Su Yang and Sumo were known as the 3 great experts of the Su family. Su Zhen and Sumo were soldiers of the Netherworld Army, while Su Yang was in charge of the daily affairs of the Su family. Su Yang was a cultivator from the generation of Sumo's father, so Sumo called Su Yang third uncle. As for Su Zhen, his seniority was much higher. Even Su Yang probably had to call him grandfather. The arrival of these 3 people immediately brought great pressure to the experts of the Yi family. In terms of peak experts, the Su family was stronger because Ting Long was only in the initial stage of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. Yi Shiji was only in the peak of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. As for Su Yang and Sumo, they were both in the peak of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. At this moment, Yi Shiji and Ting Long had no choice but to stand beside Yi Xian in order to deal with the auras of the experts of the Su family, forming a triangle. Su Zhen was like an ordinary old man who had come over to chat. At this moment, he chuckled and said, I heard that your side was very lively just now. You were talking about something like a hungry tiger dinner. Oh, so the head of the Yi family has come. It's been a long time. Su Zhen's eyes were always on Yi Shiji, deliberately ignoring Yi Xian, an expert of the same level as him. Everyone of the Su family, if you're here to discuss the matter of the tomb of the god of slaughter, then let's get to the point. Yi Xian interrupted their conversation and said directly. Oh, so the little genius of the Yi family is also here. Su Zhen continued with a seemingly amiable smile. All right, I won't waste any more words. We're here to seek cooperation. As long as you open the tomb of the god of slaughter and enter with our Su family, I'll return Yi Xian to you. A gentleman's word is fast, so there's no need for this old man to deceive you. I know the value of Yi Xian. If I go too far, your Yi family won't do it, right? As long as I open the tomb of the god of slaughter, you'll return my brother to me, Yi Xian said. Of course. Didn't I say that we're here to cooperate? If we want to cooperate, we need to show sincerity. As long as the tomb of the god of slaughter opens, I'll definitely return Yi Xian to you at the first moment, Su Zhen nodded and said solemnly. If you're still planning to play tricks, I'll teach the Su family a heavy lesson, Yi Xian said coldly. She thought about it carefully. The other party's purpose was only to open the tomb of the god of slaughter. If they didn't release Yi Xian at that time and angered the Yi family, the Su family wouldn't have a good ending. They probably wouldn't play tricks in this regard. Su Zhen and the others also knew that if they offended such a woman, it would be very terrifying if she went crazy. Therefore, Yi Xian's role was only to open the tomb of the god of slaughter. 20 days, we have 20 days to prepare. After 20 days, they can set off. We'll wait for you in the netherworld sea of blood. It seems that you have a little guy here who knows the way, so I don't need to guide you. Su Zhen said with a laugh. For such an important matter, their Su family also needed time to prepare. Remember, everyone, this is a cooperation. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation and achieve a win-win situation. Su Yang, Sumo, let's go. After saying that, Su Zhen turned into a ray of light and instantly left. Behind him, the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, who had been silent all this time, also left quickly. Sumo glanced at Yi Xian. Get lost. Yi Xian said lightly. Sumo smiled. In his smile, there was a trace of ridicule and a trace of guilt. Of course, this was just a momentary emotion. He knew that the tomb of the god of slaughter was waiting for him. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the tomb of the god of slaughter, he would have a brighter future. Perhaps, this nether mansion wouldn't be his stage. After they left, the people of the Yi family fell into silence again. The appearance of the three great experts of the Su family made Yi Shiji and Ting Long think about who was the real opponent between the Su family and Yi Xian. You guys think about it carefully. Long Chen, accompany me for a walk. This time, Yi Xian was facing a huge pressure, so her mood was also very depressed. The two didn't talk along the way. Unknowingly, Yi Xian arrived at the seven-colored exquisite pagoda. It was currently daytime, so the seven-colored exquisite pagoda was only a skeleton without any light. It was very ugly. Things in the world are just like this seven-colored exquisite pagoda. At some point in time, it once bloomed with brilliant light, but after the prosperity faded, only these ugly and desolate skeletons were left. Standing at a high place, a strong wind blew, blowing up Yi Xian's purple dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her white neck. Her graceful figure bloomed in the wind, releasing an astonishing charm. A bleak atmosphere surrounded her, like a beautiful purple flower that grew on a bloody battlefield. Chapter 972. As her disciple, Long Chen really wanted to help her, but unfortunately, he couldn't even compete with a cultivator at the peak of the first level of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen didn't answer Yi Xian's question. Indeed, Long Chen's current life was just a skeleton, but he was still working hard to see the light again. Damn it. Even if I have something as heaven-defying as the true martial emperor's spirit, even if my strength has improved tremendously, I still feel that it's too slow. I am too weak right now. Right now, the Spectre main city had already been occupied by the strong. In this world, only the strong would be able to enjoy the final glory. The majority of the people could only become ice-cold tombstones. The so-called rules and laws were used to restrict the weak, allowing them to be trampled by the strong. Only strength was the eternal way to change one's fate. There are still 20 days left. If I can reach the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, I can probably try to break through to the god martial realm. Long Chen lowered his head and clenched his fists so tight that his veins were popping out. Yi Xian turned around and looked at him with a gentle smile. I can feel that you want to help me, you want to become stronger. You are indeed a genius, but you are too young. In a few hundred years, none of us will be able to compete with you. Right now, you are just losing to time. This gentle Yi Xian was completely different from before. This was her original self, quiet, calm, and aloof from worldly affairs. All she wanted to do was to protect her simple family and love. But unfortunately, these things were being put to the test. I don't want to lose to time, said Long Chen, shaking his head. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen the same way she looked at Yi Xian. At first, because you saved my little brother twice, I had a good impression of you. You were my little brother's savior. Later, you became my first disciple, and from then on, I realized that you had great potential, so I wanted you to grow with my little brother. But later, I realized that you were actually very wild. I don't think the main city of spirits is a place you want to stay. Long Chen nodded. Yi Xian was very meticulous. We met by chance, but you became my disciple, and you wanted to help me. I had been with Sumo for so many years, but what I got in return was this unforgettable betrayal. I suddenly feel that this world is such a drama. Facing the cold wind, Yi Xian's smile did not have any regrets, but instead, she had a kind of realization. There is no need to keep those who should leave. In the most dangerous times, those who stand by my side are the ones who deserve to be cherished the most. Long Chen, this is what you taught me, hee hee. Yi Xian giggled, tell me, I am your master now, but I am asking you to teach me principles. Don't you think it's a bit funny? There is something worth learning from everyone. That was all Long Chen could say. Yi Xian's emotions were a little strange today, but at least she was freed from Sumo's problem, and that was something worth celebrating. In 20 days, the most important test of my life will begin. Yi Xian suddenly said. 20 days. Long Chen thought about it, he still had to try. Yi Xian's words reminded Long Chen that since she was his master, Long Chen now had the right to let her teach him. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly made up his mind. He said seriously, in 20 days, Yi Xian is a very important friend of mine, I also want to help him. I am about to reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, if you give me some pressure, I might be able to do it. Also, I have this. As he spoke, Long Chen took out the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet. Seeing the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. She looked at Long Chen and asked carefully, can you reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm in 20 days? Long Chen could not tell her about the soul of true martial monarch, so he could only say this, I am just a little bit away from it. Maybe it's the enlightenment I get from fighting. If you can let someone fight with me, give me some pressure, and let me fight to my heart's content, maybe it's possible for me to reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm in 20 days. Yi Xian nodded and suddenly said with a little excitement, Long Chen, if you can reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, then I can use this Divine Martial Fortune Pellet to help you understand the way of heaven and finally reach the God Martial Realm. The reason why Yi Xian was shocked by Long Chen's power was that Long Chen was actually only at the 8th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, but he could already fight with God Martial Realm warriors, and even kill them. Judging from the speed of Long Chen's killing calamity, in fact, in terms of talent and potential, Long Chen was the scariest warrior Yi Xian had ever seen. Yi Xian's words gave Long Chen great hope. His eyes brightened and he said, what you said, is it true? Yi Xian was a little angry. She pouted and said, I am your teacher, why would I lie to you? You just said you want an opponent, is this okay? After that, Yi Xian stretched out her white arm. On her thin little finger, there was a drop of bright red blood. With a swoosh, the blood fell on the ground, and then it gradually became bigger and bigger, forming a human-shaped blood man. This blood man had a very horrifying slaughter chi. This is a special skill of my Yi family's 7-kill bloodline. I use the slaughter blood in my body to create a blood puppet. This blood puppet's power is around the second layer of the God martial realm. It can use the martial arts I learned before the second layer of the God martial realm. Of course, because it is a puppet, it is not very complete, but it should be useful for you. Also, I can teach you things about the sky martial realm. Long Chen looked at the blood puppet, and his eyes lit up. However, the fighting power of the second layer of the God martial realm was not just for show. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen returned to the governor's mansion, to the martial hall where Yi Xian cultivated. The martial hall was in the basement of the Zishuan Palace, and only Yi Xian could enter. Without Yi Xian's permission, no one else could come in. At that moment, Long Chen was standing there, and Yi Xian was observing. The martial practice hall was sufficiently spacious, and the walls were sufficiently sturdy, allowing Long Chen to freely display his skills in here. At that moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian's blood puppet were having an intense fight. The horrifying thing was that the blood puppet's life force was extremely strong. Even if Long Chen cut it in half, it could still merge back together. On the side, Yi Xian was controlling the blood puppet. This was her slaughter blood. Under her control, the blood puppet's understanding of martial arts was fully displayed. It didn't look like a puppet at all. Instead, it looked like a powerful warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. Floating blood sword. A blood light flashed across the blood puppet's neck, and the blood puppet's head flew into the air. However, even without a head, the blood puppet's powerful punch didn't stop, and it landed on Long Chen's body. Even though Long Chen had transformed into his dragon soul, he was still sent flying, and rolled on the ground. At that moment, Long Chen was covered with wounds. The blood puppet of the second layer of the God martial realm, if Yi Xian hadn't suppressed it, Long Chen would have been killed. Looking at the wounds on Long Chen's body, Yi Xian felt sorry for him. She said, "That's all for today. You're already injured, let me help you recover." It's still early. Long Chen wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and used the floating blood sword to stand up. At first, he was a little wobbly, but he quickly steadied his body. His eyes were filled with determination, and his fighting spirit was burning. The raging flames of war. Yi Xian was shocked when she saw Long Chen like this. She suddenly felt that this young man had an endless power, and he could only show a little of it. He's terrifyingly tough. Yi Xian didn't know how many times Long Chen had been defeated. There were even a few times when he was in mortal danger, but he dodged them all. However, Yi Xian didn't suspect that it was the true martial imperial soul. In fact, many people who couldn't make a breakthrough for many years would suddenly gain enlightenment during battles. Yi Xian thought that Long Chen was looking for that enlightenment. In fact, Long Chen was improving his cultivation through battles. After 7 days of high-intensity training, under the suppression of the blood puppet, Long Chen's martial spirit finally transformed. The dragon-shaped martial spirit completely transformed into a blood-red color. With the integration of a huge amount of true yuan, Long Chen's true yuan once again skyrocketed, and he stepped into the 9th layer of the heaven martial realm. Yi Xian and Long Chen were overjoyed by the news. Although the true martial imperial soul could only be activated for 2 hours every day, Long Chen's battles definitely lasted more than 2 hours. Even without the true martial imperial soul, he was still cultivating with all his might. On this day, his efforts finally paid off, and he stepped into the top level of the heaven martial realm. This is the power that the 6 monsters had. This power is so much stronger than mine. Long Chen felt his own power. He was a bit emotional, but he was definitely not satisfied. Phew. He took a deep breath and saw Yi Xian smiling at him. In her eyes, there was motherly care and pride that Long Chen hadn't seen in a long time. Yi Xian. For a moment, Long Chen was so excited that he forgot to call her master. Yes. Yi Xian didn't realize it either. Help me reach the God martial realm. Long Chen said excitedly. His God martial realm, his Tao, how terrifying would it be? Long Chen was looking forward to it as well. Heavenly blessing, let's go to the top of the colorful tower. That's the place closest to the heavenly way. Long Chen nodded. Chapter 973. Almost in the next moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian returned to the highest point of the Rainbow Tower. It could be said to be the place where Yi Xian was the saddest. However, Yi Xian came here without hesitation, which meant that she had truly let go of the matter between her and Sumo. Together with Long Chen, she was also working hard for the battle that might happen in the Slaughtering God's tomb. Currently, only 2 families knew about the Slaughtering God's tomb. That was still fine. If other people were involved, the Su family and the Yi family probably wouldn't have a chance. One should know that in the Serene Hell Mansion, which was closest to the Slaughtering God's tomb, there were already quite a few Emperor of Hell-level people. Needless to say, Ming Dian, the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion. At the highest point of the Rainbow Tower, Long Chen sat cross-legged. In front of his eyes was the entire vast world. The Rainbow Tower was very high, so when he looked down from here, he could see almost half of the main city. Long Chen's vision was very good. He could see every detail of the main city from here. You are now in the complete sky martial arts realm. If you want to reach the God martial arts realm, other than the fusion of the soul and the martial spirit, you must also find your own Tao, your own path of cultivation. I can help you with that. At least, I can give you some pointers. However, the final comprehension still depends on you, said Yi Xian, who was standing behind Long Chen. My own Tao? Is that the most important step? What is my path of cultivation? Long Chen didn't turn around. He was thinking carefully. Actually, because your path of cultivation is very similar to the Yi families, I can give you some pointers. The so-called Slaughtering God's tomb. Back then, the slaughtering god Yi Wuxiang cultivated the Tao of slaughter. It was a very unique trait of his. The entire Yi family seemed to have inherited this trait. Therefore, all of our paths of cultivation are related to slaughter. After all, we have the bloodline of 7 slaughter in our bodies. As for you, I can't see through your body, but I am sure that the blood flowing in your body is the blood of slaughter. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen's back with determination. The path of slaughter. Long Chen understood that after absorbing the essence blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon, his body was transforming from a human into an ancient divine dragon. The primordial blood spirit dragon was the legendary ancestral dragon. Its special characteristics had a great impact on Long Chen. Although he had yet to absorb all the essence blood, Long Chen was already a primordial blood spirit dragon that was in the process of being born. Every ancestral dragon had its own rules. For example, the void cosmic dragon's rules were time and eternity, while the primordial blood spiritual dragon's rules were bloodshed and slaughter. In other words, Tao is actually the foundation of rules. In the God martial arts realm, one has to form his own Tao and then slowly mature. One day, he will be able to touch the level of rules. In Long Chen's heart, there was a trace of understanding. At the same time, he knew very well which aspect of his Tao lay in. That's right, it was blood and slaughter. Not far from 10. If it's the Tao of slaughter, I might be able to help you. Yi Xian said with a smile, her voice was full of gentleness. To be honest, I'm not born to be too strong. As for the Tao of slaughter, my body's attribute decided me to walk this path. But for my personality, it's not the most suitable path. Therefore, my biggest limitation is the limitation of my own Tao. But you're different, Long Chen. I can feel that you must have killed a lot of people to reach your current realm, and your way of killing is much firmer than mine. Of course, the Tao of slaughter doesn't mean killing innocent people. It's a supreme Tao that punishes the evil and upholds the good, upholds justice, and protects the weak. The Tao of slaughter is an iron-blooded method. Even if it's just killing, it can also make one a king. As she said this, Yi Xian's soft hand lightly rested on Long Chen's head. Long Chen trusted her, he knew that she would never harm him. One thing Long Chen understood was that Yi Xian's personality wasn't iron-blooded enough. Most women were kind-hearted, therefore, the Tao of slaughter didn't really suit her. But because of the 7 slaughter bloodline, she could only walk this path. However, Long Chen was different. Whether it was his will or his body's attribute, they were inextricably linked to the Tao of slaughter. From Yi Xian's palm, Long Chen felt a cold energy enter his body. With a bang, a blood-red world appeared in front of him. The main city of specters had disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a real battlefield. Surrounded by countless people, there was a figure waving the sword in his hand. Every time he waved it, a life would be taken. That figure looked exactly like Yi Xian. This scene suddenly gave Long Chen a lot of emotions. In his mind, Yi Xian didn't look like this. She should be a gentle princess, but in this scene, she seemed to be shouldering an important mission, killing without stopping. The people she killed weren't actually real people. Every time she killed one, a new figure would form and charge at her, clamoring and clamoring. Every figure had a ferocious look on their faces. Chaos filled the entire battlefield. Seeing this scene, Long Chen suddenly realized something. He suddenly felt that the Yi Xian in the scene was similar to himself. In fact, throughout his journey, he rarely took the initiative to attack people, and most of the time, he was passive in fighting back. Only enemies he truly hated would be killed by Long Chen. But because of this, trouble would never stop. To protect himself, to protect the people around him, to pursue the things he wanted, he had to use the sword in his hand to carve out a bright path. Now, Long Chen was very clear about the path he wanted to walk. Of course, there was a slight difference from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Tao of slaughter was her own, determined by her 7-kill bloodline, while Long Chen's Tao of slaughter came from the ancient blood spirit dragon. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt his body boiling. Within his blood, there seemed to be countless shadows of the ancient blood spirit dragon that had been recognized, and they were roaring crazily. During this process, Long Chen's body and martial spirit both went through some changes. The essence blood that once belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon had now merged with Long Chen's body. Right now, that 1% of essence blood was guiding every part of Long Chen's body, and the will that belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon was pouring into every particle of Long Chen's body. This was the ancient blood spirit dragon's Tao of slaughter. In fact, Kitten had once said that the ancient blood spirit dragon belonged to the evil dragon camp among the ancestral dragons. Its Tao was not necessarily righteous, and killing itself was a kind of destruction to life. But from another perspective, there would only be progress if there was competition. The weak were the strong, and only the fittest survived. The strong survived by killing. This way, the entire human race, or even all living groups, would develop in a positive direction. A harmonious society would not be able to resist when facing external enemies. Long Chen did not care if it was righteous or not. As long as it was used properly, any Tao or rule would be righteous. His Tao of slaughter was actually very simple. It was to protect himself, to protect the people around him, and at the same time, to pursue his own goals. From the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the Tao of slaughter was activated. Long Chen felt like he had understood many things, and his soul had a feeling of transcendence. Long Chen knew that in his body, he was thinking with his soul, and his martial spirit was the source of his body's power. When he comprehended the Tao, he suddenly realized that his soul was going through a shocking transformation. It was a transformation that could not be seen at all. However, both Yi Xian and Long Chen could feel the transformation. Yi Xian's face was filled with surprise. She was so surprised. In such a short time, I have found my own Tao, and my soul has been upgraded. What a miracle. This process was actually very troublesome. Many people in the 9th heaven martial realm were stuck in this place, and they could not find their own Tao. Yi Xian thought that she could help Long Chen because she thought that her Tao was similar to Long Chen's Tao. But she had never thought that Long Chen would be so fast. Looking at the determined back of the young man in front of her, Yi Xian suddenly felt a little dazed. She suddenly felt that this young man had a mysterious aura that she could not see through. No matter what, as long as she could feel the existence of her Tao, it was like she had found a key to open the door to the God martial realm. She only needed to use this key to open the door. Long Chen would definitely reach the God martial realm. Yi Xian felt extremely lucky. Hurry up and take out the Divine Martial Fortune Pill. The Divine Martial Fortune Pill can help speed up the fusion of your divine soul and martial spirit. This process would normally take a long time, maybe even a year or two, but you have the Divine Martial Fortune Pill. 1 or 2 days is enough. After saying that, Yi Xian took a few steps back and gave the space to Long Chen. She trusted Long Chen a lot, because Long Chen was the kind of person that she only needed to say a few words and he would know what to do. In the next moment, Long Chen flipped his hand and the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet appeared in Long Chen's hand. The effects of the Divine Martial Fortune Pill could only be said to be too mysterious. In fact, the Divine Martial Fortune Pill was a first-grade divine pill, and its value was not even as high as the Outstanding Beauty Pill. It could not directly allow people to reach the Divine Martial Realm, nor could it promote the fusion of the Divine Soul and the Martial Soul. It could only accelerate the process, but this was already enough. If you want to reach the God martial realm, there are still a few steps. I will tell you in detail step by step, listen carefully. First, you have to take the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet and achieve the God martial spirit. Only then will you be able to trigger the heavenly bestowment and completely change your body constitution to achieve the God martial body. The God martial body referred to the body constitution that had 9,999 acupuncture points and 100,000 meridians. Although it maintained the body of a human, a God martial realm cultivator only needed to look inside himself to find that his body had expanded by hundreds or even thousands of times. Long Chen felt that when he first saw Li Xuanji a long time ago, Li Xuanji was sealed in an ancient bronze coffin, and her body was extremely huge. This kind of huge size must have something to do with the God martial realm, or even higher. Chapter 974. In fact, the number of acupuncture points in one's body is also related to one's physique. Our Yi clan has the 7-kill bloodline. I have awakened 3 bloodlines, so the number of acupuncture points is 3 times more than before. The number of acupuncture points is related to the amount of divine origin. Therefore, I am stronger than others in terms of divine origin. In the Serene Hell Prefecture, the 7-kill bloodline can increase the number of acupuncture points by 7 times. In other words, the god of slaughter, Yi Wuxiang, has 700,000 acupuncture points. The 7-kill bloodline is considered superior in the Serene Hell Prefecture, but compared to the whole true martial imperial domain, it is nothing. In the core of the true martial imperial domain, in the true martial imperial palace, there are many people who have formed 100,000 acupuncture points after reaching the God martial realm. The highest level, those who have heaven-defying bloodlines, can form 1 million acupuncture points. They have just entered the God martial realm, but they already have 100 times the strength of the ordinary first level of the God martial realm. You can imagine how terrifying that kind of talent is. When Long Chen started to take the Divine Martial Fortune Pill, Yi Xian explained to him. Does it have anything to do with physique? I wonder how many acupuncture points I can form with the body of the ancient blood spirit dragon. I am really looking forward to it. The first level of the God martial realm was called the Starry Sky Realm. The acupuncture points were scattered all over the body, and endless power was contained in them. The Divine Martial Fortune Pill was a very magical thing. After entering Long Chen's mouth, it completely disappeared. Then, Long Chen felt that his thoughts were forcibly removed from his body. Originally, they were in a free state, but now, they seemed to be separated from his body and condensed into an invisible ball. The Divine Martial Fortune Pill was the foundation of Long Chen's thoughts, where his memories were, and the martial spirit was the control that Long Chen had over his body. Before the 3 great martial realms, the martial spirit was only vague, and the strength and accuracy of the control were not enough. Before the God martial realm, Long Chen's divine soul was also vague. When the divine soul condensed into an invisible ball, Long Chen suddenly felt that his eyes and ears were clear, and the whole world was much clearer. Under the effect of the divine martial fortune pill, the divine soul condensed into a solid body at a very fast speed. Gradually, Long Chen could vaguely see that in his sea of consciousness, there was a blurry white misty figure, which was his divine soul. Long Chen's spirit was still that of a human. This meant that his essence was still that of a human. However, his martial spirit and the sword spirit in his dantian had already taken the shape of a dragon. In his sea of consciousness, the divine soul gradually condensed. Very good, I have already felt the existence of the divine soul in your body. For people who have not reached the God martial realm, the divine soul has a kind of insight power, which will make people feel pressured. In the future, if you reach the second level of the God martial realm, the derived divine soul will actually be generated from the divine soul. To be exact, it is your divine soul that has opened its eyes. When your divine soul is strong enough and completely separated from your body, the divine soul and the martial spirit will naturally merge together. At this moment, in Long Chen's world, Yi Xian's voice seemed to be coming from a very far place. Long Chen understood. With someone guiding him, this feeling was really different. After about half a day, the white misty figure finally condensed a lot more, turning into a small Long Chen, whose appearance was similar to Long Chen. At this moment, a magical power made this divine soul move towards the martial spirit above the mysterious dragon Jade. Long Chen's martial spirit had already turned into a blood-red ancient blood spirit dragon, which was shrouded in an illusory blood-red mist. A human and a dragon met in this sea of consciousness just like that. For a moment, the blood-red dragon-shaped martial spirit seemed to have opened its eyes, looking at the divine soul and letting out a roar. The sound shook the whole sea of consciousness. It was not because of fear, but because of the excitement that had been waiting for a long time. Without any suspense, the human-shaped white divine soul and the dragon-shaped blood-red martial spirit suddenly started merging. Without any suspense, the divine soul completely merged into Long Chen's body, forming Long Chen's God martial spirit. Before this, Long Chen did not make any noise, everything was quiet, but for Yi Xian, Long Chen's newly merged God martial spirit seemed to be a bit too oppressive. An aura that made her tremble came out from Long Chen's body. On Long Chen's body, those blood-red scales suddenly appeared, completely covering Long Chen's body with blood-red scales and bone spikes. Yi Xian suddenly felt that inside Long Chen's small body, there was a super overlord from the ancient times. Even though she was at the 5th level of the God martial realm, which was far more powerful than Long Chen, when she looked at Long Chen at that moment, Yi Xian still felt her heart palpitate, which made her take a few steps back. It might attract some people's attention, I'll seal off the surrounding area first. The blessing of Heaven's Way could cause some disturbance. Normally, the blessing of Heaven's Way needed someone to protect it, otherwise, if someone attacked during the blessing of Heaven's Way, it would be a tragedy. Not only would the God martial realm be interrupted, at that moment, even a little kid at the 1st level of the Heaven martial realm could make Long Chen's power go haywire and kill him. Under Yi Xian's control, a faint blood-red light surrounded Long Chen and gradually expanded until it was a few hundred meters in diameter, completely surrounding Long Chen and Yi Xian. From an outsider's point of view, the 7-colored exquisite pagoda didn't seem to be moving at all. That was because Yi Xian had blocked it directly. Long Chen was concentrating on fusing with the God martial spirit. When the godly soul fused with the martial spirit, Long Chen felt that the originally dead martial spirit suddenly became lively, as if it had intelligence and started to become real. The white godly soul quickly fused with the martial spirit, and the originally blood-red martial spirit was going through a huge transformation. The blood-red mist directly covered the martial spirit, and vaguely, Long Chen saw that there were many solid scales on the martial spirit. When the blood-red mist dissipated, the new and agile God martial spirit appeared in front of Long Chen. This is me, the God martial spirit was the foundation of a person. Although Lingxi's body was destroyed, she still relied on the power of the god martial spirit to get along with Long Chen for a long time. Therefore, what Long Chen said about the god martial spirit was him, which was correct. In front of him was a small blood-colored dragon. This was undoubtedly the appearance of a primordial spiritual blood dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such a detailed primordial spiritual blood dragon. A set of information appeared in Long Chen's mind. 999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999, Although the body of the small dragon in front of him was small, there were close to 1 billion scales on it. Although it was small, the bloody killing intent in this small body made even Long Chen shudder, not to mention Yi Xian, who was outside. After the god martial spirit fused, Long Chen gradually opened his eyes, and a blood-red light burst out from his eyes. At that moment, one could see a blood-red divine dragon dancing in both his eyeballs. Yi Xian took a few steps back. When Long Chen fused with the god martial spirit, a blood-red divine dragon's shadow coiled around Long Chen's body. The ferocious blood-red dragon's head was looking at Yi Xian, who was next to him. Although Long Chen seemed to be suppressing his power, the ancient pressure still made Yi Xian sit on the ground. She was sweating profusely. When Long Chen opened his eyes, the fear that came from the depths of his soul finally disappeared. Dragon. Divine dragon. Yi Xian stood up. Her pretty face was pale as she looked at Long Chen. Her eyes were trembling. The divine dragon silhouette that had just appeared had scared her quite a bit. But when she realized who Long Chen was, she was even more shocked. "You are the legendary dragon martial artist." No wonder, no wonder. If it wasn't a heaven-defying martial artist, it would be impossible for Long Chen to challenge those at a higher level than him. He was only at the 8th level of the heaven martial realm, but he could already kill a god martial realm martial artist. Only a dragon martial artist could explain it like that. There were only a few legendary dragon martial artists in the entire 3 imperial regions. Long Chen had just fused with the god martial spirit, and it was a crucial moment for him to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Yi Xian already knew his identity, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Please keep this a secret for me. Don't tell anyone." Long Chen believed in Yi Xian's character. She was definitely someone he could trust. Yi Xian was still in shock. The pressure from the divine dragon and Long Chen's identity as a dragon martial artist had a huge impact on her. After a while, she recovered and said with a trembling voice, Don't worry." Boom. Right at that moment, there was a huge movement coming from Long Chen's body. Yi Xian knew that the heavenly bestowment was about to begin. "Help me hide the movement." At this critical moment, Long Chen said loudly. He had a premonition that when he reached the god martial realm, there would be a huge movement. After all, the fusion of the god martial spirit and the god martial spirit had formed a real version of the ancient blood dragon god martial spirit with close to 1 billion scales. He still didn't know what kind of heavenly bestowment this god martial spirit would bring. At that moment, Long Chen's body was going through a huge change. The newly formed god martial spirit burst out a mysterious power. It was like a set of commands, adjusting the changes in his body. It seemed to be an evolution. At the same time, another surge of energy shot up into the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble and the clouds to surge. A huge surge of energy, the pressure of heaven and earth, descended. The so-called heavenly bestowment was not far from it. Chapter 975. Yi Xian, who was extremely shocked, reacted at this moment. She understood that if Long Chen's identity was leaked, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire true martial imperial domain. It would definitely bring him endless trouble or even death. Therefore, this matter must not be leaked. Even now, she still had to help Long Chen conceal his movements. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The changes of the God Martial Spirit were within his expectations. After the God Martial Spirit gave a series of commands to transform the God Martial body, the ancient blood spirit dragon that was suppressed by the mysterious dragon Jade actually moved. The complete ancient blood spirit dragon's essence of blood was separated from the sea of consciousness. It instantly crossed the sea of consciousness and entered into Long Chen's body, participating in the huge changes that were taking place in Long Chen's body. When this tenth of the ancestral dragon's essence of blood appeared, an incomparably huge change began to take place. Rumble. Long Chen's body started to churn. In a short period of time, the 1/10 of essence blood was divided into tens of millions of portions and fused with every corner of his body. At this moment, his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, as if it had been summoned by the dragon's blood, the vortex that had already formed in the sky, which was the Sky Dao, started to expand in size and thickness rapidly. In the sky above the entire spirit city, an incomparably huge vortex began to form. The size of this vortex was almost the same as the city that could absorb 10 million people. At this moment, everyone noticed this change and walked out of the buildings to witness this shocking scene. Countless layers of clouds rolled and rumbled. Within the huge amount of clouds, there was a milky white power that was as pure as milk. If this power was released, the entire Spectre Lord city would be reduced to ashes. The milky white power that was wrapped in the clouds was actually the so-called heavenly Tao. It was the power that heaven and earth rewarded to the warriors who had reached the divine martial realm. This was the so-called heavenly Tao empowerment. However, the rules of the heavenly bestowment were simply too great. They were more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. The diameter of the whirlpool above an ordinary person's head would only be about 100 meters. However, the diameter of this thick whirlpool was thousands of times that. Needless to say, in terms of thickness, the heavenly Tao whirlpool was much thicker than that. Such a huge commotion was noticed by everyone in the Spectre Lord city. Even the people from the other cities could see such a huge and spectacular scene, not to mention the experts from the City Lord's mansion and the people from the Nether Lord's mansion. With such a huge heavenly Tao whirlpool above the spirit main city, no one could tell who was receiving the heavenly Tao bestowment. Someone in the main city of specters is about to reach the God martial arts realm. The experts of the Yi clan walked out from the City Lord's mansion and looked at the scene in front of them with incomparably shocked eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The heavenly Tao's power is more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. How could anyone reach such a level? Could it be that he has opened 90 million, close to 100 million apertures in his body? What a joke, how could such a person exist? Yi Shiji looked at the person who had spoken with disdain and scolded him. 10,000 times the heavenly Tao's power is absolutely impossible. Even in the true martial emperor palace, there wouldn't be such a person. In fact, there hasn't been such a person since ancient times. Therefore, there must be some other reason for the heavenly Tao's power to gather here. What exactly is it? Such a huge power can't be man-made. I think we shouldn't act blindly without thinking. If we anger the heavenly Tao, the consequences will be very serious. In this world, the heavenly Tao was like a god, it couldn't be offended. In particular, this inexplicable phenomenon proved the existence of the heavenly Tao. In the Netherworld Army's training ground, Su Mo's group of 3 had already set off for the Netherworld Blood Sea. Here, the strongest was only a 10,000-man commander. Seeing such a grand scene, the entire sky was covered in gray clouds, as if there was an ocean in the sky. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Should we go up and take a look? A dozen captains gathered together and looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Such a vast power can't be man-made. This power surpasses the power that any one of us has cultivated for thousands of years. We shouldn't take the risk. That's right. When General Mo and the others left, they instructed us not to act rashly. We only need to obediently maintain the usual order. However, it's better to use the puppet bird to inform General Mo of what happened here. That's right. You guys stay here and watch. I'll do it now. Countless people were staring at the heavenly Tao vortex, which was so huge that it could scare people to piss their pants. At this moment, Long Chen was right under the swirl of heavenly Tao, and Yi Xian could only use her powerful cultivation to stabilize herself next to Long Chen. She could already feel that Long Chen seemed to have gained a new power, or perhaps it was a bloodline. It was this bloodline that suddenly appeared, and it caused the swirl of heavenly Tao that was already in its original state to expand by 100 times. Originally, Long Chen could withstand 100 times the power. With the addition of 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, he could withstand 10,000 times the power. 10,000. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded by the number. She had just told Long Chen that even the most talented person in the true martial emperor palace should only be able to withstand 100 times the power. But Long Chen gave her 10,000. Had the dragon martial artist really reached such a heaven-defying level? Yi Xian felt as if she was dreaming, and it was a ridiculous dream. However, reality told her that it was not a dream. The young man had a terrifying existence. Yi Xian could feel that because of that power, his body was undergoing a heaven-defying evolution. Although the appearance of his body did not change, in Yi Xian's perception, Long Chen's body was expanding infinitely. What was different from Yi Xian's was that no matter how big Yi Xian became, her body was still in human form. However, Long Chen was advancing towards the primordial divine dragon. As expected of a dragon martial artist. Does the heaven-defying aspect of a dragon martial artist start to show at the divine martial realm? Because she was standing very close to Long Chen, Yi Xian could feel it. When Long Chen's heavenly Tao empowerment ended, no one would find out that he was a dragon martial artist. Yi Xian had an important mission, and that was to help Long Chen cover up the fact that he was a dragon martial artist. After all, there were so many people watching. If the news got out, it would be troublesome. Rumble. Just as Long Chen's body was expanding rapidly and he became extremely thirsty, a loud sound was heard. Above his head, at the center of the cloud vortex, a milky white power descended from the sky towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. The image of a divine dragon was flashing on his body. When the heavenly Tao empowerment arrived, Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth and let out an ancient roar. At the same time, Yi Xian saw the image of a blood-red divine dragon behind Long Chen, roaring towards the sky. The power of the heavenly Tao empowerment seemed to have been sucked in. The speed of its descent suddenly increased, and it was directly swallowed by the divine dragon image transformed by Long Chen. Rumble. In the sky, the cloud vortex was tumbling. The milky white power was getting smaller and smaller under the devouring of the divine dragon. Yi Xian used her own power to cover up the image of the divine dragon. Luckily, no one dared to check in front of the heavenly Tao empowerment. Otherwise, Long Chen's identity as a dragon martial artist would be exposed. Look, the vortex seems to be shrinking. I told you, it's just a natural phenomenon, it will disappear soon. If they knew that the power was being absorbed by a single person, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. A single person had absorbed the power of tens of thousands of cultivators at the first level of the divine martial realm. The milky white power entered Long Chen's body at an extremely fast speed, turning into Long Chen's own power. It could be said that this was a gift from the heavenly Tao. Long Chen's body was expanding rapidly. He felt that he could now wrap up the entire spirit city. Because of the addition of the dragon blood and the heavenly Tao, he felt that his body was filled with endless power. This power could allow him to destroy the entire spirit city in an instant. In his consciousness, he was no longer a human, but a blood-red divine dragon. Of course, on the surface, he was still a human. When the heavenly Tao's power surged in, blood-red dots started to appear on Long Chen's huge body. Between the dots, meridians started to form. In a short moment, an incomparably huge network was formed in Long Chen's body. 99,999,999 acupuncture points. Just one more acupuncture point would be 100 million. At the same time, the number of meridians would be 1 billion. Compared to the real immemorial blood spirit dragon, Long Chen was still a long way off. However, compared to ordinary people, the number of acupuncture points and meridians he had, and even his body constitution was tens of thousands of times stronger than ordinary people. This was the truly heaven-defying aspect of ancestral dragon martialists. When the heavenly Tao's power was completely infused into Long Chen's body, it was transformed by Long Chen's god martial soul. Blood-red rivers flowed through the countless blood-red dots and blood-red meridians. In a short period of time, the power that Long Chen called dragon blood divine energy had already filled Long Chen's body. Such a huge power was like a vast sea of stars or a gushing river. Countless stars appeared in his body. Each star was like the eye of a dragon, and each meridian was covered in blood-red scales. These 1 billion meridians were like 1 billion blood-red divine dragons entrenched in Long Chen's body, and the acupuncture points were like their eyes. Wrapped in this network were Long Chen's huge internal organs. Under the nourishment of the ancestral dragon essence blood, each of his internal organs and muscles exuded a majestic vitality. Although his body looked small on the outside, the size of Long Chen's stomach was about the same as the entire Netherworld Legion's training camp. It was terrifying to the extreme. I didn't expect the transformation of my god martial realm to be so much more terrifying than I had imagined. Inspecting his own body, even he was shocked. He knew that this was all thanks to the 1/10 of dragon blood. In the future, for every 1/10 of dragon blood I obtain, the number of acupuncture points and the number of bloodlines in my body will increase by the same amount. Long Chen had a very strong premonition in his heart. On the road to the god martial realm, he would absorb 1/10 of the dragon blood every time he advanced a level. When he broke through the god martial realm and reached the retribution realm, he would transform into a real dragon and obtain the body of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Sorry, I wrote 3 chapters on the god martial realm mainly because I wanted to highlight the difference between Long Chen and the god martial realm. The process was a bit long, but I couldn't control it. Chapter 976. When Long Chen looked inside, he saw that his body was actually in the shape of a dragon. The huge body of the ancient blood spirit dragon could circle the entire ghost city. In his body, there were nearly 100 million acupuncture points, which was 10,000 times more than an ordinary person. Not only the acupuncture points, but also the meridians were 10,000 times more. The blood-red stars and the network of meridians were like countless blood-red divine dragons coiled around each other. The meridians were covered in dragon scales. They were Long Chen's body, and the acupoints were the dragon's eyes. The pressure that belonged to the ancient blood spiritual dragon on Long Chen's body came from these eyes. The power of the way of heaven poured into Long Chen's body, filling up Long Chen's acupuncture points and meridians. Under the urging of the newly formed god martial spirit, true essence went through a new level of transformation, becoming the dragon blood divine essence. Long Chen found that he didn't need the dragon soul transformation anymore, because his body was always in the state of dragon soul transformation. Fine blood-red dragon scales covered his huge body. However, on the outside, Long Chen was still in the shape of a human. The scales on his body gradually faded. Only when Long Chen exerted force or when others attacked him, the blood-red dragon scales would appear. He was always in the state of dragon soul transformation. In the past, I couldn't compare with others in the aspect of true essence. But now, In terms of true essence, I have already reached the first level of the God martial realm by 10,000 times. This true essence is equivalent to the third level of the God martial realm, which is the level of Su Tian. Compared to Su Tian, my true essence is even stronger. Long Chen had a clear understanding of his own strength. Now, he was always in the state of dragon soul transformation. Even though he looked like a human, it was actually his strongest state. In terms of Jin Yuan alone, I and Su Tian, who had just entered the third level of the divine martial realm, are about the same level. However, the divine martial realm is not as simple as Jin Yuan. The third level of the divine martial realm, the celestial being realm, can attract the power of the heaven and earth. With a complete domain, one can burst out a great fighting power other than Jin Yuan, not to mention the fourth level of the divine martial realm, martial will. Moreover, there are many factors in a battle. Right now, my strongest attack is a third-grade divine level attack. The other party might have battle techniques of an even higher level. These are all factors that affect the outcome of the battle. In the past, Long Chen had always been stronger than others in terms of combat skills and weapons, but now it was the other way around. However, there was another aspect of Long Chen that no one else could compare to. His physical body was even stronger than that of the demon race and nether beasts of the same level. This was a huge bonus to Long Chen's battle prowess. Long Chen clearly remembered that when he had absorbed 1% of the blood essence, there was a long period of time when he could directly use the enormous power of his physical body to trample on others. When comparing the monster race to the human race, even if the human race cultivated in body-refining battle skills or innate bodies, the monster race's physical body would still be much stronger than that of the human race at the same level. Just like the purple blood Jiao dragon that Long Chen had encountered in the archaic cemetery, the purple blood Jiao dragon's body was huge and extremely strong. Even if a divine martial realm warrior cultivated a body-refining battle skill below the third grade of the divine level, they still wouldn't be able to contend against it. If it was the divine level demon race, such as that golden-horned silver shark, its physical body would be even more terrifying. Probably only warriors who practiced body-refining battle techniques of the fifth grade of the divine level would be able to compete with it, or even be inferior. Demon beasts did not have a powerful comprehension ability like the human race. They could only rely on the demon chi and their physical strength. The physical strength was one of their foundations, and it was precisely because of this physical strength that the demon beasts could compete with the human race. At this moment, after Long Chen had finished his training, he slowly stood up. A brutal aura of an ancient overlord exploded from his body. The terrifying aura from his physical body was like an ancient super beast that was awakening. The pressure from his physical body made even Yi Xian, who had practiced a fifth-grade body-refining battle technique, take a step back unconsciously. The brutal aura from Long Chen's body, the shaking of his muscles, the cracking of his bones, all of these all meant that although his body seemed normal, it actually contained an earth-shattering power. "Don't move," Yi Xian said. She moved forward and clenched her white hand into a fist. Suddenly, a powerful fist energy was formed, forming a five-colored whirlpool. With a swooshing sound, Yi Xian's fist punched towards Long Chen's chest. Instantly, the air exploded at least 100 times. Without a doubt, this pink fist contained the power to shatter a mountain. This was a mountain of the three emperor regions, not a mountain of the myriad kingdoms domain. Boom. A muffled sound rang out as Yi Xian's fist stopped on Long Chen's chest. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she shot a rebuking look at Long Chen and softly said, "It really hurts." Long Chen chuckled. He knew that Yi Xian was only using her physical strength, so he let her hit him. Before reaching the god martial realm, although Yi Xian looked like a weak girl, her physical strength was no different from the terrifying golden horn and silver shark in Long Chen's eyes. But now, although she didn't use her full strength, when she hit Long Chen was fine, but she was in pain. After saying that, Yi Xian slowly pulled her arm back and looked at Long Chen in shock. At the place where she had hit, a palm-sized dragon scale had quickly appeared, but now, it was slowly fading away. I'm practicing a 5th grade divine realm body strengthening technique called the 9-colored exquisite body. When I release my strongest power, I can shoot out 9 colored lights. The 9-colored exquisite body is not a technique of the Yi clan, but something I obtained through my own hard work. In the Serene Hell Prefecture, it can be counted as one of the top 5 body strengthening techniques, so I can deduce that. Yi Xian took a deep breath and studied Long Chen from head to toe. She said, "A dragon warrior is actually this terrifying. Your current physical strength is much stronger than a demonic beast of the same level. Only a 4th grade divine realm demonic beast would be able to compete with you in terms of physical strength. As for humans, there's no need to even mention them. Perhaps only those who practice a 6th grade body tempering battle skill would be able to compete with you in terms of physical strength. The close-range combat strength of the physical body would become a great advantage for Long Chen in the future. Your divine energy is so vast, it's 10,000 times stronger than a person who has just entered the 1st layer of the divine martial realm. At the same time, you also have a body that is equivalent to a 6th grade body strengthening technique. Your talent now surpasses all humans and Yao clan members. There can only be one word to describe it: perfect. A dragon warrior, it's my honor to be able to see a dragon warrior in my life." Yi Xian was in a great mood after witnessing Long Chen's great improvement. She even used a teasing tone when she spoke. Long Chen felt extremely excited. This power is just too great. Although his fists were small, every time he punched out, it was like the claw of a primordial blood spirit dragon that could encircle the entire Spectre Lord city. With such strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy an entire country if he returned to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Inside Long Chen's body, if the dragon blood divine energy turned into an ocean, it would be able to drown the entire Spectre city. Long Chen now knew what the experts of the God Martial Realm were. He also knew what those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years were cultivating. Every cultivator of the 3rd layer of the God Martial Realm and above had so much divine energy. It wasn't something that could be accumulated in a day or a month, unless it was someone like Long Chen. Long Chen had jumped from the Sky Martial Realm to the God Martial Realm in just one day. It was the first person in history to have such an earth-shattering change in just one day. 100 million stars kept rotating. The dragon blood divine energy was like a river, flowing through his meridians that were covered by dragon scales. His huge internal organs were pulsating, bursting with a strong life force. Every internal organ, especially Long Chen's stomach, had illusions of beasts that Long Chen had devoured before. Along the way, Long Chen had devoured countless beasts, and they were all here. Every slight movement of Long Chen's made the billions of muscles in his body rumble. Long Chen's body was also a God Martial body, but it was also the ancestral dragon body. If it's possible, try to cover up your aura. It's too much for me to handle. I feel like I'm standing next to a super demonic beast. While Long Chen was checking his body's power, Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Of course." Concealment was also a very important skill for Long Chen. He adjusted his body slightly and completely suppressed the activities of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, turning everything inward. From the outside, Long Chen looked like an ordinary person who had just entered the God Martial Realm. "I've finally reached the God Martial Realm." In the great virtual realm, Kitten, who was dozing off, opened one of his eyes and looked at Long Chen's current appearance. He then smacked his lips and said, "Ancestral dragon, you're still as strong as ever. You're already so strong now. I wonder what you'll be like after you break through to the Calamity Realm and inherit all the blood essence." However, the growth of an ancestral dragon is extremely difficult as well. Every single ancestral dragon has to go through hundreds of millions of years before they can grow to their pinnacle state. We'll have to see how fast your human form spirit will allow you to grow. Of course, Long Chen couldn't hear these words. Turning over, the furry kitten picked up many divine crystals beside him. After taking a few bites, he went back to sleep. A bubble formed by his snot kept getting bigger and smaller according to the frequency of his breathing. At this moment, Long Chen had concealed all the movements on his body. Chapter 977. His dream was already very close to him, as if he could achieve it tomorrow. I'm very curious about your current battle strength. Can I see the power of a dragon warrior? Yi Xian was as excited as a little girl. For her, Long Chen was a very novel food. Long Chen didn't need to say anything to know that Yi Xian wouldn't leak the news of him being a dragon warrior. Then let's go and try. Long Chen was full of energy. He had to find a place to release the boundless power in his body, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to calm down. Of course, he knew that Yi Xian was many times stronger than him in terms of Jin Yuan, and she was an existence that he couldn't compete with. But she was an opponent that could make Long Chen use his full power without any regard for his life, and that was enough. 800 miles east of the city, there's a deep mountain range. It's a paradise for fierce beasts. Usually, not many people go there. Let's see who's faster. Yi Xian seemed to want to compete with Long Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot out like an arrow, instantly disappearing in front of Long Chen. After reaching the God Martial Realm, Long Chen also regained the ability to fly. However, he didn't fly. With his current physical strength, he could reach a faster speed by running on foot. Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was tortured by the huge changes in Long Chen's body. At this moment, he split up and lived in the 10 acupuncture points on Long Chen's left hand. When Long Chen summoned him, golden lightning suddenly burst out and wrapped around Long Chen. Although Xiao Jin has devoured a lot of divine crystals and attacked with all his strength, I'm afraid he can defeat a warrior at the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm. His battle strength is similar to mine, but he's already at his limit, and it won't have much effect on my speed. However, now that Long Chen thought about it, there seemed to be a netherworld stone in each of the 100 main cities. Furthermore, the netherworld palace's prefecture city had the largest netherworld stone. I really don't know if every netherworld stone has this soul-chasing hell lightning. If there is, that would be wonderful. Now that he was competing with Yi Xian, Long Chen decided to put this matter to the back of his mind. If he wanted to get the soul-chasing hell lightning, the first thing Long Chen needed to do was to rescue Yi Xian. At the same time, Long Chen was also interested in the killing god's inheritance. Of course, it was something that belonged to the Yi family. It would be ideal if Yi Xian and her brother got it, but he would never let anyone else get it, not even Yi Shiji. Phew. Transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, Long Chen instantly disappeared from where he stood. His body leapt out of the rainbow exquisite pagoda and directly rushed out of the main city of spirits. Such speed was enough to make Dugu Jun blush with shame. This was the speed of his physical body, coupled with the enhancement of the dragon blood divine energy and the tempering of the soul-chasing hell lightning. If he had more soul-chasing hell lightning, the effect would be even more wonderful. A strong gust of wind whistled towards the designated location. In the deep mountains and wild forests, terrifying beast roars could be heard. However, to Long Chen, as long as he slightly released his aura, all the ferocious beasts, as long as they weren't at the divine realm, would immediately run far away. Along the way, Long Chen kept up with Yi Xian's footsteps. Finally, they arrived at the designated location. Without any suspense, Yi Xian was one step ahead of Long Chen. At this moment, she was sitting on a large green rock, her hand supporting her chin. Suddenly, she showed her cute side, smiling at Long Chen, and said in a loud voice, "You're so slow, so slow." Long Chen chuckled. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, the ground shook, and the tall trees behind Yi Xian were crushed to the ground. A first-grade divine realm ferocious beast crawled out, its scarlet snake head and sharp claws biting towards Yi Xian's head. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to be swallowed, Long Chen didn't say a word. With a flash, he was already on top of the ferocious beast's head. With a punch, the air shook, and a huge explosion sounded. The punch landed accurately on the ferocious beast's head. With a loud bang, the ferocious beast fell to the ground. Although it looked fine on the outside, its insides had already been shattered by Long Chen's punch. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen placed the ferocious beast's corpse into the great virtual realm. Yi Xian stood up and smiled at Long Chen. Who asked you to make a move? It definitely can't touch me. What answered her was Long Chen drawing out the floating blood divine sword with a clang. When floating blood was held in Long Chen's hand, Yi Xian had an illusion that Long Chen, who was standing on a high spot, was emitting a thick stench of blood. That handsome face of his now had an additional blood-red hue to it. His killing intent was more like a dominator, terrifying people. Most importantly, Yi Xian was sure that the aura of a dragon martial artist had an innate suppressive effect on other living beings. Even if Yi Xian was much stronger than Long Chen, in terms of determination, she didn't have an advantage. Floating blood. With a whistling sound, the blood-red light shot towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Long Chen was finally able to unleash the full power of Calamity of Slaughter, fully displaying the profoundness of this third-rank godly skill. Dragon Slayer. A sword shot into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Sword of Chaos. With a single stab, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Ferocious beasts ran in all directions, looking terrified. Billion. Calamity of Slaughter. As the last one was used, the blood-red sword light formed a spherical space, covering Yi Xian completely. Facing Long Chen's wave of attacks, although Yi Xian had the strength to resist, she was still extremely shocked. One should know that she was one of the few martial artists in the 5th level of the divine martial realm in the entire Serene Hades Prefecture. Even Ming Di and the Mansion Lord of the Serene Hades Prefecture were only at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. With the power that Long Chen had displayed, Yi Xian dared to say that Su Tian, who was an underworld general, was definitely no match for him. This battle had caused the deep mountains and wild forests to change beyond recognition. Even the people in the Spirit City could feel the tremors here. After being sent flying for the 10th time by Yi Xian, Long Chen stood up as if nothing had happened. He smiled and asked, with my current strength, I should be qualified to go to the Nether Blood Sea in 10 days to rescue Yi Xian and help you in the Godly Killer's tomb, right? Yi Xian pondered for a while. Only you know the location of the Demon Blood Red Lotus. I didn't want you to go, but I don't have a choice. But you have to promise me that you will listen to my orders and don't act recklessly. It was obvious that she cared a lot about Long Chen. Understood. Long Chen nodded. Actually, I still don't want you to take the risk. You are a dragon martial artist and the most talented person I have ever seen. If you listen to my advice and go to the true Martial Emperor Palace, as long as you announce your identity as a dragon martial artist, you will definitely be highly regarded and instantly become a famous person in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Of course, this is just a guess. Who knows, once your identity is announced, you might be killed and your inheritance taken away. Yi Xian frowned slightly and continued, what I mean is, you have to cherish your talent. Although you are very strong now, it is not enough. So, don't take too many risks. Otherwise, it will not be worth it to lose your life. Long Chen understood what she meant. Don't worry. If I wanted to die, I would have died a few years ago when I was still weak. I am now. Long Chen raised his head and said confidently and firmly, no one can kill me. As his strength increased, he had more and more skills. Indeed, he was qualified to say that. However, Long Chen still remembered what Yi Xian said about the true Martial Emperor Palace. The true Martial Emperor Palace is the holy land of martial arts in the true Martial Emperor Palace. It is a place where true geniuses gather. It is on the same level as Little Shi's Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Perhaps, I will face the greatest challenge there. At the same time, Long Chen remembered one more person. It was Jiang Qin. He was the person Feng Yangzi had asked Long Chen to kill in the 5 Emperors' secret realm. He was in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Let's ignore him for now. Let's go see Little Shi and me first. Back then, Wang Chong attacked me. Even though he hid it from Little Shi, it wouldn't be good if she found out. Separation in life and death was the greatest pain in the world. You have something on your mind. Yi Xian was a sensitive person. Long Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "Let's go back." Yi Xian didn't say much. The two of them chatted until they reached the Spectre City and returned to the city lord's mansion. Seeing Yi Xian return, Yi Shiji didn't have a good expression. However, Ting Long came up and said to Yi Xian, "While you were away, something big happened in the Spectre City, I saw it." Yi Xian didn't want them to talk about it. Do you know why something like that happened? Could it be that someone reached the God Martial Realm and caused? His mouth opened wide because he saw that Long Chen, who was only in the Sky Martial Realm 10 days ago, was now in the God Martial Realm. Long Chen smiled and took over Yi Xian's words. He said, "That noise was caused when I reached the God Martial Realm. Do you believe it?" Ting Long was stunned. He looked at Long Chen with disdain and said, "You're so young, but you're still dreaming. We're talking, what right do you have to interrupt us? Slap yourself 100 times, make sure you bleed, otherwise you won't learn your lesson." While speaking, Ting Long unleashed the pressure of the 4th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, the extreme realm of martial arts, towards Long Chen. "You can't hit my disciple just because you want to." The gentle Yi Xian became extremely cold. Yi Shiji couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and glared at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, how dare you? I'm still the leader of the Yi clan. You're a junior, although you're strong, you don't have the right to yell at your elders." "Who's yelling?" Yi Xian asked. Chapter 978. Yi Shiji was speechless. She could only glare at Yi Xian angrily. The Zishuan palace was huge. Yi Shiji and the others took up most of the space, while Long Chen and Yi Xian stayed in the martial hall. Yi Xian wasn't someone who liked to argue, and she only cared about her brother's safety, so she didn't argue with Yi Shiji and left with Long Chen. "That little girl really pisses me off." Yi Shiji sat down with a face full of anger. Ting Long walked over helplessly and said, "Yeah, who asked her to be so talented? If this continues, you might not even be the family head anymore." The Yi family had more than 100,000 people. The position of the family head represented many benefits and status. Yi Shiji's expression changed and she said angrily, "Killing God's inheritance, I must get it from my ancestor. At that time, even Yi Xian won't be my opponent. Our Yi family doesn't need her anymore, let's see how she can act arrogant in front of me." "Don't be angry, don't be angry." Ting Long waved his hand. As they waited, time passed quickly. After telling many things and letting her subordinates handle the matters in the Spectre City, Yi Xian, Long Chen, and the experts of the Yi family prepared to leave for the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. "That kid wants to go too," Yi Shiji said coldly when they met up. "Only he knows the location of the Demon Blood Lotus. What do you think?" Yi Xian ignored her and walked in front with Long Chen. "Humph, he just reached the God Martial Realm and he dares to go? He's just cannon fodder." The middle-aged woman brought a group of experts of the Yi family and followed Yi Xian to the Netherworld Army's training camp. The experts of the Yi family were all above the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm. They were all old fellows who had lived for thousands of years. Their strength had been accumulated for thousands of years, and they had all reached the ethereal understanding realm. Their true yuan was no weaker than Long Chen's. This group of people was also a powerful force. In the Netherworld Army's training camp, the people of the Netherworld Army had been waiting for a long time. Although they didn't know why, they naturally obeyed the commander's orders without hesitation. "City Lord, this way please." Therefore, Long Chen, Yi Xian, and the others entered the Palace of Life and Death. Through the Palace of Life and Death, they arrived at the Nether battlefield. The experts of the Yi clan had probably gone through the Nether battlefield when they were young, so they didn't need to cultivate the Nether Chi. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen, Yi Xian, and the others headed towards the Nether Blood Sea. I'll take you there. Yi Xian's soft fingers rested on Long Chen's shoulder. Her intention was clear, she didn't want Long Chen's strength to be exposed. It could be said that there were very few people who didn't covet Long Chen's huge secret and were so thoughtful about it. This scene made Yi Shiji and the others secretly curse him in their hearts. After fooling around with sumo for so many years, she was abandoned in the end. Now, she's flirting with this disciple. This little slut really doesn't know shame. This was what Yi Shiji thought. Back in the day, she was also a beauty. Unfortunately, she was old now. She was the daughter of the previous clan leader, and she had a noble background. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was from a branch family. She was a lowly girl, but she was so beautiful and talented. Yi Shiji, who was already old, was filled with hatred when she saw Yi Xian. Especially since the previous clan leader had given such an important red lotus jade to Yi Xian. With their speed, it would only take them 4 or 5 days to reach the Nether Blood Sea. If Long Chen were to rush now, his speed would probably be the same as when he returned with the blood escape. From this, it could be seen how much stronger he had become. In the God Martial Realm, the difference between the beginner realm and the complete realm was huge, maybe even 10 times. Long Chen's True Yuan was equivalent to the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm, which was actually 4 or 5 levels higher. Do you think they will let my brother go? Yi Xian suddenly asked while they were rushing. Long Chen thought for a while and said, they said that this is cooperation. Their goal is to use Yi Xian to let you open the Killing God's inheritance in front of them. As for other things, Yi Xian is not enough. After all, Yi Xian's life is not important to Yi Shiji. After thinking for a while, Long Chen continued, however, no one knows what kind of person the killing god Yi Wushang is, and no one knows what will happen after you open the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. There are too many uncertainties, so at the beginning, they will still guard it very tightly, until you open the killing god's inheritance and can go in. Yi Xian nodded. When the time comes, you will follow me, and don't wander around. Long Chen was a bold person, and sometimes he would do something surprising, so Yi Xian was worried that he would suddenly take risks. No matter if it was Long Chen or Yi Xian, they were both like little brothers that he wanted to protect. Soon, Long Chen and the others arrived at the Nether Blood Sea. Arriving here, the atmosphere started to become heavy. This endless Nether Blood Sea emitted a kind of spiritual pressure, restricting everyone's movement. Coming here, even Yi Xian felt a little uncomfortable. When he used the blood escape to leave the Nether Blood Sea, Long Chen had already memorized the location of the demon blood Red Lotus. At the same time, with the help of Yi Xian's divine sense, they quickly found the location of the demon blood Red Lotus. The experts of the Su family were all waiting for them here. Here at the Nether Blood Sea, there was a super strong lineup. Under such a lineup, ordinary nether beasts could only choose to run away. Even the overlords of nether beasts like the golden horned silver shark had to run away. It could feel that among these two groups of people, there was some power that made its heart tremble. That kind of power could simply annihilate him casually. We're here. Feeling the presence of the Su family's experts, the Yi family gathered together, while Long Chen and Yi Xian were separated. In the eyes of the Yi family, Yi Xian's only role was to restrain the emperor of the underworld Su Zhen. They would deal with the rest. They didn't think that the only one present who could restrain Su Zhen was Yi Xian. After sinking into the Nether Blood River, their vision started to weaken, but to the current Long Chen's body, this kind of light was already very enough, like daytime. In terms of bodily functions, no one present could compare to Long Chen, even the Su family members with the Purple Fire Phoenix bloodline couldn't. In the Su family's group, the leaders were the 3 great experts of the Su family, the smiling old demon Su Zhen, the serious Su family's patriarch Su Yang, and the silent and lowered head Sumo. Behind them, there were close to 20 warriors at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. Su Tian was among them. At this moment, in Su Tian's hand, he was holding a long purple rope. The long rope was extremely tough, even a normal divine sword would find it hard to split it open. There were some purple runes on it, it was the demon sealing rope they used before. The demon sealing rope was a magic treasure used by the Nether Army to capture large-scale fierce beasts. It was extremely precious, and normally it wasn't used. Yi Xian was entangled, and basically couldn't escape. The other end of the demon sealing rope was wrapped around Yi Xian, who was in front of Su Tian. Finally seeing Yi Xian, Long Chen checked him and heaved a sigh of relief. The other party didn't do anything to Yi Xian, they just trapped him. However, De Gejun was different. Long Chen remembered the 5 great netherworld generals that were here. They were the ones who killed De Gejun, and of course, the last one was the old demon Su Zhen. Long Chen wouldn't let any of these people go. Yi Xian was still dressed like before, but now he was a little dispirited. His spirit had obviously suffered a huge setback. Obviously, De Gejun's death made him very uncomfortable. Moreover, now all the people of his family had come. For him, they wanted to share the inheritance of the killing god with the Su family. In fact, Yi Xian was wrong. Since the Su family had discovered this place first, even without Yi Xian, they would still guard this place every day. The Yi family had no choice but to come here and cooperate with them. After all, the Yi family also wanted to obtain the inheritance, and they didn't want more people to know about it. Both sides stood still. Su Zhen went straight to the point and said with a smile, "Miss Yi family, open the door of the demon blood red lotus." "I, Su Zhen, swear on my dignity that as long as you open the door and let us in first, I will return Yi Xian to you." "No, you guys have to go in first. In your dreams. It's just a mere Yi Xian. Letting you guys have a share is already thinking highly of you." Yi Shiji interrupted and hurriedly said. Su Zhen smiled. He didn't look at her, but at Yi Xian's decision. His meaning was clear. Yi Xian was the one who had the final say. After all, the red lotus jade was in Yi Xian's hands. Listen to him. The inheritance of your ancestors, the red lotus jade, is in your hands. This kind of inheritance can only be obtained by those who go in first. This kind of ancestor will definitely set up countless tests. The Su family wants to go in first because they want to make sure that all of them can go in first. Long Chen thought for a while and reminded. Yi Xian actually had the same idea. Thus, she nodded her head and said, "Senior Su is someone who has been famous for thousands of years, so naturally, you won't act shamelessly in such a small matter. However, you must guarantee that when my brother is handed to me, he will be in good condition and without any injuries. Otherwise, with my strength, if I don't act according to the rules, I believe that the Su family will suffer a great loss." Yi Xian and Su Zhen were both the strongest warriors in their respective groups. If they really went all out and didn't care about anything else, besides the two of them, the Yi family and the Su family would all be annihilated. At the very least, there would be a lot of casualties. Both sides were well aware of the pros and cons of this. "Don't worry. I already said that we are cooperating today," Su Zhen said with a smile. Shortly after, the Su family made way for the Yi family members to walk to one side of the demon blood red lotus, while they stood on the other side of it. "Sister." Yi Xian was pushed to the front by Su Tian. He looked at Yi Xian with a guilty expression and said, "I'm sorry, it's not your fault." Yi Xian said with a pained expression. She lightly floated and her purple dress danced with the water. She walked onto the blood demon red lotus. In the middle of the blood demon red lotus, there was indeed a groove. Without saying anything, Yi Xian took out the blood demon red lotus from her chest and put it on the groove. Chapter 979. The withered demon blood red lotus didn't look special at all. Only the groove in the middle of the lotus was shining brightly. Looking at the groove, Yi Xian was shocked. The shape was exactly the same as the red lotus jade pendant in her hand. Without a doubt, the groove was designed for the red lotus jade pendant. At that moment, Long Chen and the others were also a little nervous. Everyone was staring at Yi Xian's movements. They were all very curious about what would happen next. If something unexpected happened, it was very likely that there would be a chaotic battle. Therefore, everyone was actually prepared for this. At that moment, the red lotus jade pendant was firmly embedded in the groove of the demon blood red lotus. After a moment of silence, the red lotus jade pendant slowly merged with the lotus. At the last moment, the red lotus jade pendant started burning. It was surrounded by a blood-red flame, burning fiercely. The blood-red flame shot up into the sky. Yi Xian moved and appeared next to Long Chen. She looked at the demon blood red lotus calmly. During the process of the demon blood red lotus burning, a heart-palpitating killing intent spread out from this direction. This killing intent was even more terrifying than the killing intent of the entire Nether Blood Sea. Everyone's faces instantly turned deathly pale, especially Yi Xian. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned deathly pale. Long Chen was also at the first level of the God Martial Realm. However, when the murderous aura descended, his performance was much better than most of the cultivators at the third level of the God Martial Realm. It could be said that even though this murderous aura could affect others, it didn't affect him much. He was the immemorial blood spirit dragon, the real ancestor of all killing. Seeing her brother injured, Yi Xian's face changed immediately. Luckily, the murderous aura was not man-made. It disappeared in a flash. Of course, everyone remembered the fear they had before. The demon blood red lotus was burned in a short time. Everyone guessed that the red lotus jade pendant would still be there. When they were about to take it, a red light flashed and the demon blood red lotus reappeared in Yi Xian's hand. The other people who were about to snatch it had a look of bad luck on their faces. In fact, it would be useless even if they snatched it away. The red lotus jade needed to be inherited, and without the inheritance, the red lotus jade could not be used. Otherwise, Sumo wouldn't need to spend so much effort. With his relationship with Yi Xian, she would definitely agree to lend him the red lotus jade. After the red lotus jade pendant returned, the experts of the Su clan had already turned their attention to the place where the demon blood red lotus was. According to the previous agreement, they should be the first to enter the tomb and then return it to Yi Xian. Just at this moment, the Nether Blood Sea's seawater suddenly trembled. A blood-red circular formation suddenly appeared under everyone's feet. This formation was very big, enough to envelop everyone present. The blood-red runes turned into scarlet snakes, entangling everyone. Everyone felt the soles of their feet light up. The miniature teleportation formation wants to bring all of us in directly. Just as this thought popped up in Long Chen's mind, an enormous suction force appeared out of nowhere. Long Chen felt his body distort for a moment, and then he appeared in another place. In his senses, all the people who were around him before, including Yi Xian, had all disappeared. At least, they were not within the 1-mile radius of Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye. Long Chen didn't know what happened to the others, but he had already been brought to another place. This place should be a small cosmos world. The Nether battlefield was originally a small cosmos world, and this world should be a world within a world. Oh no, Yi Xian, Long Chen quickly thought of a bad thing, and that was, the Su clan had originally decided to return Yi Xian first. Now, if everyone was brought here, then Yi Xian would also enter. Although everyone was separated, Yi Xian was still under the control of Su Tian's demon sealing rope. No matter what, it was very dangerous. In this massacre god's tomb, Yi Xian's strength was far lower than others. If he was separated from Su Tian, it would be very easy for accidents to happen. If he was not separated from Su Tian, then Su Tian had nothing to worry about, so how could he let Yi Xian have an easy time? Long Chen's brows deeply furrowed. Grandpa Dugu is already dead. If anything happens to Yi Xian, not to mention Yi Xian would be heartbroken, even Long Chen himself would not be able to forgive it. The more it was at this time, the more he had to calm down. Long Chen took a deep breath, and looked at the environment that suddenly appeared. Let's not think too much first, and try to save them first. That massacre god Yi Wuxiang, since he brought everyone here, his character cannot be judged by common sense. Since he is called the massacre god, he must worship killing very much. Therefore, Long Chen was sure that the next step would be Yi Wuxiang's test. Only the person he approved the most would be able to obtain what Yi Wuxiang left behind. A generation of massacre god. Under the blood hand, millions of living beings trembled and lay dormant. This was Yi Wuxiang. After coming to this environment, the overwhelming killing intent made Long Chen even more uncomfortable. He looked around. This was a strange space. Long Chen was now standing on a blood-red ground. This blood-red ground was flowing. Long Chen took a closer look. It was actually completely formed by blood, but different from the nether blood sea. If Long Chen did not use force, it would be very difficult to step inside. Standing on this blood-red ground, it felt like a conveyor belt. Even if Long Chen did not move, he would be moved. Not only the ground, but even hundreds of meters above the sky, there was also such a blood wall. The walls on the left and right were also such blood walls. Long Chen took out floating blood and tried to use it to stab these walls, but he found that the walls were actually extremely hard. With his current strength, if he used force, of course he could stab in, but even if he went in, he would encounter a very huge resistance. I don't know how thick this wall is, and even if I stab out of the cave, because of the nature of the liquid, it will immediately return to its original state. In other words, my body can't penetrate the walls and ground formed by this blood. Long Chen carefully observed his surroundings while thinking. The blood under his feet was flowing on the floor. Long Chen walked forward. Around him were these walls that were placed randomly, some long and some short. In a short period of time, Long Chen discovered that this place was actually a maze, and it was a very huge maze. Long Chen didn't know how big it was, but he used his soul-devouring demon eyes to observe that within a radius of 1 mile, there wasn't a single human figure. Kitten. When Long Chen was puzzled, he asked. Kitten woke up from his deep sleep, looked around weakly, and said, "So it's inside the mausoleum. Then let's continue forward, maybe there will be a surprise in the depths." What is this? Long Chen could not stand this guy acting cool the most. Don't disturb this god's sleep. This is a maze set by Master. You have all entered, and Master may soon announce the rules of the game. Just as Kitten finished speaking, Long Chen suddenly felt some movement in his palm. He was shocked and quickly raised his arm. At this moment, there were a few threads of light swimming around Long Chen's palm. On Long Chen's palm, they twisted and combined, finally forming a round disc. What is this? Long Chen's eyes were wide open, his face was full of shock. It was a circular pattern, shining in the dark night. It was divided into more than 30 fan shapes, and these fan shapes were divided into 2 groups. There was a red group and a purple group. There were less red groups. Most importantly, in each fan shape, there was a person's name. Long Chen, Yi Xian, Ting Long, Yi Shiji, Su Tian, Su Zhen, and everyone else's names were all in this circle. Among them, the red group represented the Yi family's power. There were a total of 16 people, and the blue group represented a total of 20 people. Before this, everyone who was in the red teleportation circle had already entered here. Is this the game Kitten was talking about? Recently, Kitten was getting more and more mysterious. Long Chen was too lazy to ask him, he had his own thoughts. Even Yi Xian's name is in here. What does this mean? As soon as he finished speaking, the circle of light emitted a few rays of light, condensing into a paragraph of words in front of Long Chen. These were all blood-red words. The first game, Killing Maze. Killing Maze. Within a radius of 100 miles, players are unable to use their divine sense. They can kill freely. Within 2 hours, 10 people who are alive can enter the next game. Within the specified time, if more than 10 people are still alive, they will all be killed. If you finish the game early, you will enter the next game early. In the Killing Maze, the person who kills the most people will be rewarded with one of killing God Yi Wuxiang's treasures, Netherworld Emperor armor. Even Long Chen, who possessed his current strength, couldn't help but gasp when he heard all the information in the book. This Yi Wuxiang's mind is indeed not that of an ordinary person. Yi Xian and the others are his direct descendants, but looking at this game, he doesn't seem to be biased at all. He seems more like a crazy gamer. To Long Chen and the others, this was a test of life and death. But to the master of the tomb, it was just a game. He was happy to watch, but for Long Chen and the others, in order to survive, in order to obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, they would definitely have to pay a huge price, even with their lives. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Long Chen was. I have to become one of the 10 people alive within 2 hours. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Chapter 980. As for the remaining 4 places, if he unfortunately encountered the experts of the Su family, Long Chen would be doomed. After all, in this complicated maze, he couldn't use the blood escape at all. Although he was much stronger, at least in terms of divine origin, he was hundreds or even thousands of times weaker than Sumo and Su Yang. The God martial realm could be divided into 2 levels. Sumo and Su Yang were both warriors who had completed the extreme realm of martial arts. This killing maze game, for Long Chen, was already a narrow escape, not to mention Yi Xian, who was already trapped by the opponent. Long Chen's face was cold, his heart was shaking, it could be described as a tsunami. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt this game was. Those who came here were the elites of the Su family and the Yi family, the full strength of the 2 top families. If only 10 of them could come out alive, it meant that both families would lose more than 10 warriors. If more than 10 warriors of the 3rd level of the God martial realm were gone, the Su family and the Yi family would definitely not have the status they had now. After suffering such heavy losses, they would even be completely lost for thousands of years. Whether it was the Su family or the Yi family, it would be a fatal blow. Yi Wuxiang was the ancestor of the Yi family. The only turning point was probably the inheritance of the killing god. However, in the battle between the 2 sides, there would always be a loser. When the loser left, it would definitely be announced. At that time, no matter if the Yi family or the Su family obtained the inheritance of the killing god, they would probably become stray dogs and be chased by the warriors of the Serene Hell Prefecture, or even other prefectures. There were only 10 people left alive, and time waited for no one. In a situation like this, everyone would definitely be very anxious, especially when they couldn't use their soul consciousness. If they could use their soul consciousness, then warriors from both sides, especially Yi Xian, would be able to sense every single warrior's movement. Then, this killing labyrinth game wouldn't have any more suspense or danger. However, Long Chen thought of a more important problem, which was Yi Xian's safety. This made him extremely worried. Yi Xian's strength is too weak, so the Su family didn't dare to make a move before. But now it's different. Under this kind of pressure, if they can kill as many as they can, the chances of survival are few. Everyone will become crazy and lose their human form. They might even kill their own clan's warriors, not to mention Yi Xian. Moreover, the one who kills the most will be rewarded. Although Long Chen didn't know what the Netherworld Emperor armor was, since it was regarded as a treasure by the owner of this game, or perhaps by Yi Wuxiang himself, then it must be something very precious. Others must have heard of the rumors of the Netherworld Emperor armor. For this precious treasure, which was also a part of the inheritance, everyone would definitely kill until their eyes turned red. Who would consider the life of a mere Yi Xian when they were in a frenzy of killing? Moreover, in this chaotic maze, who knew who killed who? Once he thought that Yi Xian was in an extremely dangerous environment, Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes were a little red, millions of divine dragons roared in his body, and a murderous aura was emitted from his body. I have an advantage. In this game, I have the biggest game, and that is, the spirit-devouring demon pupil. The spirit-devouring demon eyes could see through the movements of souls within a mile. No matter who came over, they wouldn't be able to escape Long Chen's eyes. As for the others, they couldn't use their divine senses in this slaughter labyrinth. This also proved how powerful Yi Wuxiang was. Although he had been dead for many years, he still had such an ability to make Yi Xian and the others unable to even use their divine senses. I have to use the spirit-devouring demon pupil to find Yi Xian before he is killed. This was a very heavy task. There was no time to hesitate. Long Chen instantly unleashed his speed, running randomly in this place. The spirit-devouring demon pupil could not see through the entire maze, and Long Chen could only detect the existence of life. Therefore, he could only change his position like this, and see if he could be lucky enough to meet Yi Xian. Please don't let anything happen to him. Thinking of Yi Xian, Long Chen's eyes became bloodshot. This was his good brother. If something happened to him like Du Gejun, from within Long Chen's body, there was an ancient roar that shook the world. After searching for a period of time, he couldn't find a single person. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a movement on his palm. He raised his arm and saw a name, Yi Yu, within the circular array of light on his palm. It rapidly darkened until it completely disappeared, leaving behind a gray fan-shaped area. In other words, Yi Yu, a warrior at the third level of the divine martial arts realm, the celestial being realm, has already been killed? It has only been a short while and someone has already died. From this, it can be seen how terrifying this killing game is. Many people have gone crazy for the chance to survive. I guess many people have already regretted coming here. This was only the first game. If the future games were all so terrifying, how many people would be able to come out alive? To be honest, Long Chen did not care about the rise and fall of the Su clan and the Yi clan. Long Chen did not even care about the life and death of Yi Shiji and the others. The only thing he cared about was the safety of Yi Xian and her brother. Nothing must happen to them. Long Chen clenched his fists. Look after yourself. If you encounter that sumo, even though you have reached the divine martial realm, you will still die. Kitten rolled his eyes and said. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Long Chen snorted coldly and continued moving forward. My kindness is not rewarded, I am so wronged. Kitten's eyes were full of resentment. It wasn't easy to walk on the flowing ground. At the same time, the thick smell of blood in the air and the creepy aura lingering around them never disappeared. Long Chen stared at the circular light formation in his palm as he moved forward. Fortunately, Yi Xian's name was still lit up, which meant that Yi Xian was still alive. Long Chen guessed that Yi Xian should also be moving forward anxiously. Yi Xian was even more worried about the safety of her brother than he was. Those whose strength was not at their peak would fight for survival. Su Zhen and Sumo were definitely fighting for the Netherworld Emperor armor. While moving forward, Long Chen had already met two people within the range of the soul-devouring demon pupil. They should not be Yi Xian, so Long Chen did not think of a way to approach them. Although he also wanted to kill, and did not want the Netherworld Emperor armor to fall into the hands of the Su family, but for the sake of Yi Xian, he could not waste any time. At the same time, as time passed, more and more people died. So far, 3 people had died, 2 of which were the Yi family's third level of the divine martial realm. These people's divine energy was similar to Long Chen's, or even better than Long Chen's. In terms of comprehension, they were even more powerful than Long Chen. But even such people would die if they encountered an opponent. Long Chen had a strong sense of crisis. Yi Xian, you must persevere. Going back and forth between the blood-red walls, Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon pupil to see if he knew these people. Within a quarter of an hour, because of the soul-devouring demon pupil, he probably met the most people, no less than 7. Among them, the expert Ting Long and the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, had both appeared within the range of the soul-devouring demon pupil. When he encountered them, Long Chen naturally escaped immediately. Seeing more and more people dying, Long Chen was anxious. Fortunately, the name Yi Xian was still lit up. Phew. At this time, Long Chen was startled, because two people had entered the range of his soul-devouring demon pupil at the same time. Long Chen was ecstatic. It's Yi Xian and Su Tian. Hard work pays off. He finally found Yi Xian, and he didn't die. Although it was only 1 li, it wasn't easy to go around this maze. Long Chen turned into a golden lightning and instantly disappeared, rushing forward. The gap between the two walls was about 10 to 20 meters wide, enough for people to fight. 1 li, although the opponents were moving, Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon pupil, so it was more targeted. At a certain corner, Long Chen's figure suddenly rushed out. In front of him, the two people were so scared that they took 2 steps back. When they saw Long Chen's appearance, Yi Xian and Su Tian's reactions were different. After seeing Long Chen, Yi Xian's expression changed, turning pale, while Su Tian revealed an ecstatic smile. Long Chen, let's go. Yi Xian actually didn't understand why Long Chen wanted to come. With Long Chen's strength, although he had obviously entered the god martial realm, in this place, except for Yi Xian, the weakest was at the 3rd level of the god martial realm, who could definitely kill the two of them in a second. If Long Chen fell into his hands, he would only become a dead soul. The reason why Su Tian kept Yi Xian alive was that he wanted to use Yi Xian as a hostage to threaten the people of the Yi clan. In this way, if he encountered the people of the Yi clan, he would have a trump card in his hand, which would increase his chances of winning. Besides, Yi Xian was now trapped by him. It would only take him a moment to kill Yi Xian. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Yi Xian. However, Su Tian thought that in the Yi clan, except for Yi Xian and Long Chen, the others didn't care about Yi Xian's life. He was lucky to have met Long Chen. In Su Tian's eyes, he was not only lucky, but also extremely lucky. Since you have come to me, you still want to run? Don't even think about it. Su Tian smiled ferociously. He grabbed Yi Xian with one hand and dashed towards Long Chen. To his surprise, Long Chen didn't run, he just stood there with a cold expression. There was no change in his expression. Yi Xian panicked. He shouted again, Long Chen, run, you are no match for him. Chapter 981. Although Yi Xian was extremely anxious and struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from the demon's sealing rope, it was all futile. Even if he used all his strength, he could only leave deep wounds on his body. At this time, Su Tian had already arrived in front of Long Chen. My daughter Su Shui was killed by you, right? When he arrived in front of Long Chen, Su Tian's expression was incomparably sinister. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. This news was naturally told to him by Su Zhen. The person who killed Su Shui was not someone else, but the ancestor of the Su clan, Su Zhen. But Su Tian, that idiot, was still in the dark. Yi Xian, Grandpa Duga's death, he also had a part in it, right? Facing Su Tian's powerful pressure, not only did Long Chen not take a step back, but he also asked very calmly. Yi Xian was startled. From Long Chen's gaze, he saw a trace of bloodthirst. At this time, Long Chen's killing intent was completely revealed. It was like a huge beast crawling in front of them. That huge pressure even made Yi Xian forget the original pressure of the killing labyrinth. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to scram. You're not his match, there's no need to die for me. I beg you. Yi Xian did not answer Long Chen, but instead shouted hysterically. Now that Su Tian had stopped, Long Chen still had a chance to escape. Yi Xian knew that Long Chen's speed was very fast. In this labyrinth, although there was a distance of 10 meters, there was still a chance. If you don't say it, I'll take it as a yes. What surprised Su Tian and Yi Xian was that not only did Long Chen not escape, he walked step by step towards Su Tian. This was because Yi Xian was still in his hands. Long Chen had no choice but to be cautious. Although his speed was faster than Su Tian's, Long Chen did not understand the demon's sealing rope. If he was careless and caused Yi Xian to lose his life, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Courting death. Su Tian had lived for more than 1,000 years, but he had never seen someone as reckless as Long Chen. As one of the Netherworld generals of the Netherworld army, he had killed countless geniuses. Long Chen could only be considered one of the unremarkable ones. With a cold snort, Su Tian held onto Yi Xian with one hand and formed a seal with the other. In an instant, a dark green hand seal appeared in Su Tian's hand. The hand seal instantly changed, forming a dark green light array that rotated crazily. Killer God Heart Sutra, Demon Slaughtering Formation. This was the battle technique of the Netherworld Legion, something that Su Tian was proficient in back then. At this moment, when he used it with a single hand, it was many times stronger than Su Shui's. The Demon Slaughtering Formation instantly released a terrifying power, and a dark green aura shot towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Long Chen. With a rumbling sound, Long Chen was completely engulfed by it. In this space that was only slightly more than 10 meters wide and 100 meters high, Long Chen's mountain wall wasn't very big. The Demon Slaughtering Formation directly covered it. Ordinary cultivators at the first or second level of the Divine Martial Realm would probably be smashed by this move of Su Tian's. Long Chen. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and tears flowed out of his eyes. This killing game was really terrifying. Su Tian laughed loudly. He stretched out his hand and looked at Long Chen's name. He smiled and said, "I, Su Tian, have finally killed a person. So far, 5 people have died. If I work hard, I might have a chance to obtain the legendary supreme treasure, the Netherworld Imperial Armor. With the Netherworld Imperial Armor, I won't have to be afraid of the Palace Lord's attack." The Palace Lord he was talking about was a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm who had gone through the 9th Heaven Lightning Tribulation. Compared to Yi Xian and Su Zhen, he was 10 times stronger. From his words, it could be inferred how precious the Netherworld Imperial Armor was. Su Tian was waiting for Long Chen's name to disappear. But very quickly, he realized that something was wrong. It seemed like it was disappearing too slowly. His Demon Slaughtering Formation had enveloped the surroundings. Su Tian was startled. At this moment, golden lightning burst out from the Demon Slaughtering Formation. A silhouette instantly rushed in front of Su Tian, and a blood-red longsword slashed towards the demon's sealing rope. Clang! It was obviously a rope, but it emitted a violent metallic sound. Su Tian felt the web between his thumb and forefinger tremble. The demon's sealing rope almost fell out of his hand. He clenched his teeth and held on. Long Chen withdrew his hand in time. Originally, if he had used his full strength, he should have been able to break the demon's sealing rope. But Yi Xian was also the one who had to bear his strength. That sword strike had already made Yi Xian feel even more uncomfortable. Su Tian was also a difficult opponent. In a short period of time, he couldn't save Yi Xian. Long Chen could only retreat a few steps and dodge Su Tian's attack. After Long Chen dodged, Su Tian's face revealed a shocked expression. He looked at Long Chen in shock and said, "You actually didn't die. Moreover, you are only at the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm. How can you have such strength?" Under Long Chen's concealment, he couldn't see the majestic strength on Long Chen's body. His first chance to save Su Tian had failed, but Long Chen wasn't discouraged. Just now, he had exposed some of his strength. Fortunately, he didn't expose all of it. At that moment, he stared at Su Tian and said with a mocking smile, "A dignified warrior at the 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm actually doesn't even have the courage to fight against me. You want to rely on a hostage to threaten me?" Long Chen pointed at him and said, "You are not worthy of being a warrior." Su Tian's expression changed. The strength that Long Chen had displayed just now was indeed a little shocking. However, it was still within the range that he could bear. Every warrior had their own pride, not to mention Su Tian, who thought that he had far surpassed Long Chen. As one of the Netherworld generals, Su Tian had built up his own prestige for thousands of years. Ignorant kid, I can only say that you are a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Su Tian sneered. His hand that was holding the demon locking rope that was wrapped around Yi Xian suddenly loosened. However, his palm, with lightning speed, directly hit Yi Xian's lower abdomen, causing Yi Xian to be shaken to the back. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. A casual attack from a warrior at the third level of the divine martial realm could almost take his life. Falling on the ground, Yi Xian's hands were tied. He could only slowly climb up with his legs. His mouth was full of blood, and his face was in a mess, revealing a desperate expression. Hurry up and leave. He glared at Long Chen and roared at the top of his lungs. Long Chen smiled. Su Tian letting go of Yi Xian was a huge mistake. Although he had injured Yi Xian, as long as he was not dead, as long as Yi Xian was not under Su Tian's control, it would be easy to deal with him. Facing Yi Xian's heartbreaking roar of despair, Long Chen only made a hand gesture. His palm gently pressed down on Yi Xian, indicating for Yi Xian to calm down. At the same time, he said, "How badly do you want him to die?" This he was naturally referring to Su Tian. Yi Xian did not speak. He did not understand what Long Chen meant. He could only look at Long Chen with a pleading gaze, wanting him to escape first. You still don't know me. When my brother is in danger, even if I, Long Chen, die, even if there is no chance of survival, I will not take a step back. Looking at Yi Xian, who still cared about him in the face of death, Long Chen thought of Xiao Lang, the young man who accompanied him to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire without saying anything. Every time Long Chen was in danger, he also stood firmly by Long Chen's side and never complained. Today, Yi Xian was also qualified to make Long Chen treat him like this. Although compared to his relationship with Xiao Lang, Yi Xian's relationship was much worse. What a nice way to put it. Su Tian smiled, rubbed his palms and walked towards Long Chen. He said, "You still ask me how badly I want him to die? I think it is you who will die miserably. Little boy, you will never know how big the gap between each level and the God martial arts realm is, not to mention how big the gap between you and me is, 4 or 5 levels." Laughing loudly, Su Tian looked at Long Chen with pity in his eyes. His enemy was right in front of him, and he did not have the slightest bit of patience. Moving his feet, he instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. North Underworld God Palm. A large amount of dragon blood divine energy suddenly rotated and condensed in his hand. The cold air turned into sharp thorns. The bone-chilling palm made a sharp whistling sound and pressed towards Long Chen's chest. In Su Tian's view, with such a speed, little Long Chen couldn't dodge it at all. When the North Underworld God Palm hit the body, there was no sound. The cold air would enter the body and destroy the body's tissues. If the body wasn't strong enough, it would die instantly. The reason why Yi Xian survived was because Su Yi's cultivation wasn't deep enough. Long Chen. Watching the North Underworld God Palm hit Long Chen's chest, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. "I see that you are still showing off." Su Tian smiled. Even if a warrior in the 3rd level of the God martial arts realm was hit by the North Underworld God Palm, it was impossible for him to survive. Long Chen was already dead. "Are you scratching an itch for me?" At this moment, Long Chen suddenly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, Su Tian felt that an ancient overlord-level fierce beast was awakening in front of him. In those blood-red eyes, there were countless dragon shadows roaring. Pow! Long Chen waved his fist. His divine dragon body made a crackling sound. Billions of divine dragon blood vessels roared in his body. Dragon blood divine energy surged. Long Chen's fist was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly. Before Su Tian could react, Long Chen's fist had already made his chest cave in. His bones were broken and blood was squeezed out from his pores. Su Tian let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying into the wall of blood before crashing to the ground. He quickly got up, but at this moment, his entire face was filled with shock. As he watched in shock, Long Chen walked towards him step by step. Next to him, Yi Xian also had the same expression. But different from Su Tian's despair, his eyes suddenly bloomed with hope. Impossible, impossible. Su Tian felt that he was dreaming. Purple Fire Phoenix. Alarmed, he hurriedly activated the Purple Fire Phoenix physique. Purple flames blazed on his body. Both his physical body and divine essence improved significantly. The image of the Purple Fire Phoenix flashed on his body, which was filled with an intimidating power. With this power, Su Tian felt a lot more at ease. He had already realized that Long Chen was a difficult opponent to deal with. However, his heart was still in turmoil. He had never thought that a warrior in the first level of the God martial arts realm could have such a strong physical body. Under the North Underworld God Palm, he was unscathed. Don't worry, there are more surprises. Long Chen flashed to the side of Yi Xian and placed Yi Xian in the Great Void Realm. After making sure that he was absolutely safe, Long Chen looked at Su Tian. Chapter 982. In Su Tian's eyes, the current Long Chen was like a demon that had walked out of a nightmare. Su Tian remembered that when Long Chen was in his strongest state, his body would be covered with blood-red scales, but the current Long Chen didn't. Su Tian could only see the scales on his body when he made a big move. However, the current Long Chen, whether it was in terms of aura or true essence, gave Su Tian a huge pressure. It was as if there was a super beast in front of him that blotted out the sky. With every breath he took, his enormous internal organs wriggled, causing the seas to overturn, the earth to shake, and even the sun and moon to change positions and the galaxy to reverse. This isn't a human, only the monster clan can have such a body. Long Chen, are you a monster? After the purple phoenix condensed, the illusory feathers formed a pair of huge purple wings on Su Tian's back. The purple flame wings flickered, forming purple flames. Do you think I want to? Long Chen didn't deny it. Anyway, you're only at the first level of the divine martial realm, so you can't be a match for a celestial being. Now, I'm one with the world, I can use the power of heaven and earth. You're fighting with heaven and earth. While Su Tian was talking, countless Emperor's spiritual qi gathered towards his body. At this moment, two purple flames condensed on Su Tian's palms, forming two illusory purple flame claws. As Su Tian waved his hands, the claws were like a whirlpool, sucking in all the Emperor's spiritual qi in the air, forming a huge and blazing domain next to Su Tian. This is my domain, inside my domain, I can control everything, I'm the god of this area. At this moment, Su Tian seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Every move he made, the power of heaven and earth was under his control. He could casually release terrifying fighting strength. Die! Su Tian roared, his body rushed towards Long Chen, the endless power of the domain spread out incisively, suppressing Long Chen's head. Purple Flame Domain. All of a sudden, the raging purple flame wrapped around Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way to escape. The blazing flame had a strong burning ability. Crackling sounds could be heard as countless images of flaming phoenixes rose from the flame and surrounded Long Chen. Under such a domain, if Long Chen was only at the first level of the divine martial arts realm, he would be directly burned to death. Even if he was very strong, his fighting capacity would be greatly affected. You will never understand the might of a sky-human stage cultivator. Su Tian laughed loudly. By now, Long Chen had been completely engulfed by the flames. According to Su Tian's estimation, no matter how strong Long Chen's body was, he would not be able to withstand the burning of this flame. Right now, Long Chen was probably almost completely burnt. Under the purple fire domain, as long as he exerted a little more force and attacked, Long Chen would definitely be smashed into pieces. You're too optimistic. In the purple flame domain, a sword chi burst out and instantly appeared in front of Su Tian. Long Chen smiled and walked out. It's over. A blood-red longsword with a dragon-shaped sword spirit roaring. Numerous images of blood-red divine dragons were wrapped around the longsword. How is this possible? Purple flame domain, withdraw. Su Tian was greatly shocked. Long Chen's flames caused him to feel extreme panic, so he could only choose to do this. He kept the purple flame domain to a range of 1 meter. This domain could be carried along with him. No matter where he went, it would follow him. This way, it could also increase his defensive power. Yes, it's over. Purple Nirvana Flame. Su Tian grinned. The purple flame wings on his back suddenly folded and wrapped around him. Then, a thick purple flame burst out. Within it, there were countless images of phoenixes. Endless Emperor spiritual chi was absorbed by Su Tian's attack. Once the purple Nirvana flame was activated, the attack power instantly increased by several times. This was the power of a sky human stage cultivator. Not only could they use their domain to the peak level, they could also merge with heaven and earth. They could use the power of heaven and earth at any time to strengthen themselves. They only needed a little true yuan to launch a powerful attack. Long Chen closed his eyes. That howling attack that caused the earth to tremble was completely ignored by him. Zhan Long, a sword slashed down. Within the blood-red swordlight that fell like a waterfall, there was a blood-red shadow of a dragon hidden within. With a roar, the sharp sword aura instantly rushed towards Su Tian. The sudden burst of power was like a volcanic eruption in Su Tian's eyes, instantly destroying him. The blood-red sword chi split the purple Nirvana flame in half, splitting the purple flame domain in half. In the end, it turned into a red light and entered Su Tian's body. Su Tian let out an earth-shattering scream. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Long Chen in disbelief. You're the first. Long Chen kept the floating blood. Behind Su Tian's head, a few drops of blood floated out and scattered on the ground, merging with the ground. With a crack, Su Tian's body was split in half from the middle. Zhan Long had directly cut him into 2 neat halves on the left and right. Even the god martial soul in his head was split in half by Long Chen in that instant, dissipating into the air. He couldn't be more dead. After Su Tian died, before Long Chen had time to get his storage ring or something like that, the wall of blood suddenly seemed to have opened its mouth and directly swallowed Su Tian. Long Chen was startled, then he raised his palm. In the circular light formation, Su Tian's name quickly disappeared. 7 people have already died. This game seemed to be a little creepy. Long Chen hurriedly took Yi Xian out from the Great Void Realm. With Long Chen's permission, Yi Xian could see everything that was happening outside. When he came out, he looked at Long Chen in disbelief and said in shock, when did you become so strong? You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, you're not my match now. My task now is to let you out alive. The rules of this game are really too cruel. A little bit of luck, a little bit of carelessness, and you'll pay with your life. After taking out the floating blood, Long Chen first cut the demon sealing rope on Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian had already suffered a few injuries and his face was pale. Luckily, Long Chen had also prepared some medicinal pills for Yi Xian to consume. Only then did his condition improve a little, but he was still not fit for battle. Fortunately, he didn't kill you before. Otherwise, with your strength, you would definitely be the first sacrifice in this killing maze. Yi Xian also revealed a bitter smile and said, "What can I do? This is the world of the strong. I originally thought that you and I were at the same level. Who would have thought that you're so abnormal? I really don't understand. Is it because you've always been hiding your strength, or is it because you're so strong?" Su Tian, that's the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, an expert of the unity of man and nature. He cultivated for nearly 2 years to reach his current divine origin. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, you only need to know that I have the strength to ensure your survival. Long Chen indeed had this strength. As long as he opened his soul-devouring demon eyes, even if he encountered Sumo and Su Zhen, he would have the strength to dodge far away before they got close. Su Tian's death was definitely felt by many people. When they saw Su Tian's name dimming, they would probably think about who killed him. However, no one would ever guess that it was Long Chen. However, Long Chen and Yi Xian, who had just reached the first level of the divine martial realm, were unexpectedly still alive. Everyone couldn't help but admire their luck. This was definitely a result of luck. Of course, Yi Xian, who had been searching in the maze and had even given up the opportunity to obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor just to find her brother, was probably like Long Chen, constantly looking at the circular light formation in her hand, praying that Yi Xian's name wouldn't dim. After a while, Yi Xian recovered a little, and reluctantly accepted Long Chen's strength. Of course, there were still countless doubts in his mind. The person who killed the most people could actually obtain Yi Wuxiang's Netherworld Emperor armor. Although this game is dangerous to them, if they could obtain the Netherworld Emperor armor, they would be willing to die no matter how many people. Yi Xian said with some emotion. How powerful is the Netherworld Emperor armor? Long Chen asked. Yi Xian knew that he was an outsider and didn't know the legend of the Netherworld army, so he patiently explained, this is one of the top treasures of the Netherworld army. It belongs to Yi Wuxiang alone. He obtained this treasure when he was adventuring outside. I heard that he got it from the true Martial Emperor Palace. The Netherworld Emperor armor is the highest quality armor in the entire Netherworld Palace, and it is the ancestor of the Netherworld armor. This is its status. As for its effect, it is said that the Netherworld Emperor armor was made from 10,000 kinds of precious materials, and it took hundreds of years to make. Countless energy was instilled into it. When wearing the Netherworld Emperor armor, even if it's me, I can get 10 times, or even 100 times more energy. My attack can probably directly surpass 2 levels, and I can even fight against a warrior at the peak of the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. If my sister gets it, it will be even more heaven-defying, and she can probably fight against the Palace Lord of the Netherworld Palace. It can be said that between my sister and Su Zhen, whoever gets the Netherworld Emperor armor will have the ability to kill the other and dominate the entire Netherworld Palace. Of course, the Netherworld Emperor armor also has its limitations. I heard that experts at the 6th level of the divine martial realm who have a supreme golden body or higher will have a reduced effect when wearing it. For those below the 6th level of the divine martial realm, this Netherworld Emperor armor is considered a supreme armor, something that countless Netherworld army soldiers dream of having. Most importantly, the Netherworld Emperor armor's strongest point is its defense. Even if I wear it, neither Su Zhen nor the Palace Lord of the Netherworld Palace can kill me. Chapter 983. At this point, Yi Xian was deeply worried. I've made up my mind. Long Chen suddenly clenched his fist. What have you decided? Yi Xian said, a little absent-minded. From now on, you'll stay in my Great Void Realm. Those who could stay in Long Chen's Great Void Realm were all people that Long Chen trusted and were on good terms with. What? Yi Xian seemed to understand what Long Chen was trying to say. He hadn't even agreed yet, but Long Chen had already pulled him in. I want the Netherworld Imperial armor. This belongs to you and your brother. If someone else takes it away, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Long Chen said with a smile. He didn't have any selfish motives. It was purely for Yi Xian and the others. I have such a strong dragon body. The Netherworld Imperial armor's strength and defense will only affect my performance. It's not something that suits me. What I need now are powerful combat skills and a super divine weapon that surpasses floating blood. If I can get the Netherworld armor and give it to the siblings, it'll be a form of repayment. After all, he was able to reach the God Martial Realm because of Yi Xian. Moreover, this silly woman, since she was his master, he couldn't let her suffer any losses. What? Long Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Under the immense pressure, Yi Xian was a little incoherent. Whether I'm joking or not, you'll know when you see it. When Long Chen finished speaking, he had a smile on his face as he looked towards one side of the maze. There, a figure dashed out, and the first thing he saw was Long Chen. Previously, the battle between Long Chen and Su Tian had attracted his attention. Long Chen had already noticed him. He had a good memory and knew that this person was from the Yi clan, but he didn't know his name. Compared to the other elders of the Yi family, this martial artist's age was relatively young. He looked like a middle-aged man, slightly older than Su Mo. His hair was already a little white, and he was tall and well-built. He had straight eyebrows and a high nose. He looked like a very elegant man. In his hand, he held a white spear that emitted a white mist. It had a power that was even more shocking than Piao Shui's. It seemed like his weapon and his comprehension of sword Dao weren't low. When he saw Long Chen, his eyes were filled with delight and malevolence. However, he quickly concealed it and smiled like a spring breeze. His pure white face sparkled, and he gave off an amiable feeling. You are Yi Xian's direct disciple, your name is Long Chen, right? The man put away his weapon and walked towards Long Chen. As he walked, he said, You are so lucky to have met me. In this horrifying killing game, with your strength, if you meet someone from the Su clan, you will be dead. By the time he finished speaking, he was already 5 meters away from Long Chen and stopped in his tracks. It seems like you still don't know my name. I am Yi Gufeng, Yi Xian's uncle. Normally, we have a good relationship. How about this? It is too dangerous for you to go alone. I will bring you along and see if we can meet Yi Xian, then I will hand you over to her. How about that? Yi Gufeng smiled and said. Thank you, Senior Yi. Long Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. To me, this is as easy as lifting a finger. Yi Gufeng waved his hand casually, then pointed a path for Long Chen and said, Let's go this way. There are traces of a fight here. I don't know who was fighting here. If we are discovered, it will be troublesome. After saying this, he walked closer to Long Chen. He was less than 1 meter away from Long Chen. It seemed like he was not prepared at all. If there were 2 enemies standing so close to each other, it would be very dangerous. However, it seemed like Long Chen was not aware of this danger at all. He walked together with Yi Gufeng and looked straight ahead. It seemed like he was not guarding against Yi Gufeng at all. Yi Gufeng smiled. This little brat still doesn't realize that the reward is the Netherworld Imperial armor. With such a thought in his mind, a cold light flashed in Yi Gufeng's eyes. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his index finger, and with lightning speed, he used his finger as a spear and stabbed towards Long Chen's forehead. At such a close distance, even if Long Chen was at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm, he would still be killed by Yi Gufeng if he was caught off guard. Not to mention that Yi Gufeng was only at the 1st level of the god martial realm. Puff! Yi Gufeng was dumbfounded. He felt his finger being stopped by an extremely strong force. When he looked closely, he saw that the little rookie was actually using his hand to grab his finger. And the little guy that he looked down on was actually holding his finger tightly and looking at him with a smile on his face. What the hell was going on? Yi Gufeng couldn't react for a moment. Given Long Chen's strength, how could he have seen through his scheme? In such a short period of time and such a short distance, Long Chen had managed to grab hold of his middle finger. Yi Gufeng used all his strength to pull. Unfortunately, Long Chen's hand was like a pair of giant pincers. When Yi Gufeng tried to pull it back, he felt a bone-piercing pain. Only at this moment did he realize that this smiling young man was actually this terrifying. Look at this. Long Chen raised his right hand. In his palm was a circular light formation. At this moment, the light formation was rotating. In the red area, Yi Gufeng suddenly saw his name. Puff! Long Chen released Yi Gufeng's fingers in an extremely short period of time, and floating blood appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then, in an instant, in such close proximity, floating blood directly pierced into Yi Gufeng's heart. Yi Gufeng's heart violently twisted, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Long Chen's power had completely destroyed his bodily functions. His vision was getting darker and darker. Yi Gufeng's eyes were still looking at Long Chen's other hand. As his vision darkened, he saw the place where Yi Gufeng's name was written. The 3 words became darker and darker until they completely disappeared. God Martial Spirit, you want to escape? Long Chen swept his floating blood. On the tip of his sword, there was a little person covered in white mist. Even if he only had the God Martial Spirit left, there was still a chance that he could survive. Long Chen didn't want to leave any trouble for himself. Spare me, spare me. Yi Gufeng's God Martial Spirit cried and kowtowed to Long Chen. He really didn't understand why Long Chen was so terrifying. He originally wanted to trick Long Chen, but he was tricked by Long Chen. In your dreams. The tip of the sword turned, and the God Martial soul was directly destroyed. The enormous power dissipated, but it was absorbed by the wall of blood. Even Yi Gufeng's corpse was about to be swallowed by it. Long Chen's eyes and hands were sharp, and he directly chopped off one of Yi Gufeng's fingers. Only then did he obtain Yi Gufeng's storage ring. From the storage ring, Long Chen took out the silver spear. It's also a 3rd grade divine grade spear, but it's useless against you. In the Great Void Realm, Yi Xian, who had seen all this, seemed to understand why Long Chen said that he was going to get the Netherworld battle armor. A warrior in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, the celestial realm. Even though he had just entered the realm, and his fighting strength was not even 1/10 of Dugajun Su Yi. But he was still easily tricked by Long Chen. It was indeed possible that Long Chen could get the Netherworld Imperial armor. And this was only the first reward. It was very likely that the further he went, the more rewards he would get. It was a little regretful. Long Chen had always used very powerful weapons when he was in a very low realm. Now, when his majestic power was imbued into floating blood couldn't withstand it. If his strength had increased by another level, floating blood would probably have exploded. From this, it could be seen how much Long Chen's strength had improved. Compared to Yi Xian's, his spiritual energy was worlds apart. Long Chen's circular light formation and Yi Gufeng's name had already disappeared. 8 people have already died, and I killed 2 of them. This slaughtering maze is so big. Although Su Zhen, Sumo, and Su Yang are very strong, it's not easy to find someone to kill. At most, there are only 2 or 3 people who have killed. In this case, because of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, I have a very high chance of getting the Netherworld battle armor. Thinking of this, Long Chen smiled. Without saying anything, he quickly moved forward in this slaughtering maze. As long as someone entered within 1 mile of him, and at the same time, it was not a warrior above the 4th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen would give it a try, even if it was a warrior above the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. In the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, the Yi clan had a total of 3 warriors in the realm of the divine martial realm, and the Su clan, including Su heir, had about 6 warriors in the realm of the 3rd level. Apart from them, there were more than a dozen warriors who had just entered the realm, and their strength was at the same level as Long Chen and Yi Gufeng. In terms of spiritual energy, these warriors were not as strong as Long Chen, so they were definitely not a match for Long Chen. Only warriors above the realm of the celestial realm had the strength to fight against Long Chen. The sudden increase of Long Chen's fighting strength had already made Yi Xian numb. From what he knew since childhood, ordinary people would not be so abnormal. A purple figure quickly moved through this slaughtering maze. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, and occasionally, her white, jade-like soft skin was exposed. Yi Xian was already sweating. Her eyes were fixed on the circular light formation on her palm, and she was moving forward crazily in this slaughtering maze. Yi Xian and Long Chen, you must be safe, please don't. If they all died, it would be a huge blow to Yi Xian. Although Yi Wushang was the ancestor of the Yi clan, he did not provide any convenience for the Yi clan. It could be seen that this legendary god of slaughter did not care about lives, and he did not even care about the lives of his own people. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.